Prologue. In the year 627 of the Haughty calendar, during the frigid depths of winter, on the 15th day of the 12th month, the imperial capital, Shui City, lay ensconced in an silence. The vexatious snowfall had persisted for 3 days, accumulating to heights that reached the knees of an adult. But at last, it ceased this night. The faces of the populace bore expressions of dread rather than joy, as everything within their sight was cloaked in a thick, viscous crimson hue. Ramparts, houses, and enclosures alike exuded an ominous aura. Citizens huddled within their homes, gazing at the similarly crimson-tinted faces of their kin, their hearts heavy with anxiety and foreboding. Upon raising their eyes, they beheld a blood-red moon, round as a disk and as sanguine as the essence of life itself. This fabled day had finally arrived. Only the armored soldiers patrolled the streets, resolute and unwavering. Whoever dared to set foot beyond their threshold would condemn their family to the same fatia decree as ironclad as it was unequivocal. As the hour of the boar approached, the blood moon glowed ever more vividly, as if the entire Shui city had been submerged in a vat of paint. The light from above gradually dimmed, and the inhabitants, sitting in their homes, craned their necks to gaze skyward, their expressions shifting from unease to sheer terror. The heavens were cloaked in wisps of crimson smoke, which, under the hue of the moonlight, appeared inconspicuous at first, yet its presence grew ever more substantial, obscuring of the light that fell upon Shui City. Fortuitously, an unseen, transparent dome had been erected above the city, warding off the insidious smoke. Though ordinary folk ought not to witness such a phenomenon, the crimson smoke seemed to possess a life of its own, twisting and coiling as it sought to infiltrate the dome, probing for even the slightest fissure through which to escape. With keen eyesight, one could discern faces formed by the swirling red mist upon the translucent veil, some grotesque, some alluring, some adorned with horns, and others with greenish skin and sharp fangs. Each visage was distinct, yet all were masks born from the realm of nightmares. They emanated laughter, anger, sorrow, and rage. The scene was surreal, akin to a descent into a hellish abyss. The spectators, their jaws clenched in trepidation, managed to utter heavenly demons. This was no mere folly. The celestial fiends had indeed arrived. The prophecy had materialized in that moment. Even the most obstinate among them could not help but sever the last thread of doubt, acknowledging the sovereign's prescience. Fortunately, the transparent barrier proved remarkably resilient, for no matter how the crimson mist sought to infiltrate, it remained impenetrable. Dark and light clouds drifted in from the heavens, intertwining with the red smoke, evoking a singular phrase: unending conflict. The celestial occurrences felt distant to the common folk, who could only witness the increasingly vigorous assaults of the red mist against the transparent barrier, its force seemingly amplifying. They roared, as if consuming their very essence, unleashing the remnants of their energy without restraint, even if it meant ultimately crashing against the barrier, shattering into oblivion. With relentless fervor, they surged forward, brutal and frenzied. In time, each impact sent tremors throughout the entirety of Shui City, each strike resonating like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of the citizens. This clash of such magnitude rendered human effort trivial. Countless mortals could only kneel upon the ground, bowing reverently towards the east, beseeching the heavens for the fate of Shui City. Perhaps the heavens, sensing the earnestness of the multitude, allowed a seemingly fragile, translucent barrier to withstand the onslaught, miraculously remain unbroken until the end. Time stretched like an eternity. Fortunately, the relentless march of time eventually prevailed. Amidst the agonizing weight of the crowd, the witching hour arrived. The resounding chime heralded the midnight hour, and suddenly, a serene stillness enveloped the skies above Shui City. The crimson smoke dissipated, the faces of fear vanished, and the tremors ceased. Their departure was as abrupt as their arrival. Soon after, the blood-red moonlight faded, transforming into a clear, luminous glow, casting a warm aura upon the city that had endured its trials. Peaceful and tranquil, as it had always been, a new day had dawned, and the bizarre phenomena that the populace had just endured seemed to have never existed. The heavens were clear, and the world was bright. This signified that the celestial demons had retreated, and perhaps the kingdom of Howley had been preserved. Within Enshui City, some sighed in relief, others shed their doubts, some wept tears of joy, while others gazed longingly into the distance, and soon, jubilant cheers reverberate throughout the entire city. The crackling sound of firecrackers surged, rapidly multiplying from a few to a cacophony, more exuberant than the festivities of the new year. Though it was not yet time to venture outside, this did not hinder the ecstatic citizens from igniting firecrackers to celebrate, as the scent of gunpowder gradually filled the air, even more potent than during the festive season. Having narrowly escaped death, it was a cause for celebration. As the carriage curtains were drawn back, a young man clad in fine garments revealed his face, delicate and fair, with striking features, yet his eyes were swollen and red. He shouted, "Open the gates! I have urgent matters to attend to outside the city." The gatekeeper strode forward, bowing in deference. Although his actions bore respect, the refusal was unmistakable. "The curfew has not yet passed. Please return after the morning bell tolls at the 5th watch." "Do you take me for a fool? The demon assault in the city has subsided. What danger remains?" The youth's demeanor shifted instantly, brandishing a black token in his hand. "Open the city gates at once. If my crucial matters are delayed, I shall demand your head as recompense." Upon hearing that sharp voice, the gatekeeper's expression changed, and he bowed his head in silence, realizing that this was beyond his purview. Even the elegantly dressed youth, upon seeing the newcomer, reined in his arrogance and proclaimed loudly, "Master Kai, my great-grandmother is recuperating at the estate outside the city. I received disheartening news the other day, stating that her health has deteriorated. The demon assault has passed. I must go to see her." "News from the other day, you say?" Master Kai chuckled, a sound that seemed to crack his weathered face, which resembled tree bark, rendering his expression not only unkind but also oddly sinister. You. The youth was taken aback by the unexpected rudeness, and his countenance darkened in fury. "How dare you speak to us in such a manner? She is the granddaughter of the Mei, concubine. She is also the great-grandmother of the Mei, concubine. Of that I am aware," Master Kai interrupted. "The city of Enshui has been sealed off for 7 days. How did you come by this information?" The youth hesitated, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. This enough. You are merely fulfilling your filial duty. It is often said that legal principles are not apart from human feelings." With a leisurely snap of his fingers, Master Kai declared, "Very well, I shall take you to see her once." The youth in splendid attire finally displayed a hint of relief on his countenance. "Then do not delay in opening the—" Before the word door could fully escape his lips, a blinding flash erupted before him. Without a sound, a guard at Master Kai's side thrust his sword forward, severing half of the youth's head. With a dull thud, the head rolled away, the lifeless body collapsing backward. Inside the carriage, a scene of crimson chaos unfolded. Brain matter splattered across the ground. The stench of blood permeated the air, making one feel nauseous. The coachman tumbled from his seat, gazing in horror at the twitching corpse, and let out a mournful wail. Yet before he could utter more than a couple of cries, the guards, finding him too noisy, raised a hand and sent him to his eternal rest as well. Disregarding the imperial decree, Master Kai scoffed, revealing a face full of disdain, spoiled science. It was tragic that the youth remained oblivious to being used as a pawn until his last breath. In the bitter chill of winter, the gatekeeper felt beads of cold sweat forming on his back. An inner servant had slain an outer minister, and the victim was none other than a young master of the esteemed family, all occurring right before his very eyes. Should he pretend not to see, or truly not see? The gatekeeper longed for blindness, yet his gaze could not help but linger on the golden sword clutched by Master Kai's guards. Behold the blade of gold cutting through jade, a sign of the emperor's personal presence. This was Master Kai's greatest assurance. However, to execute the son of a high-ranking official in the street over a mere disagreement was indeed shocking. Was there ever such a precedent? It was feared that turmoil was not far off. The events unfolding here were utterly captivating. Coupled with the dim night, no one noticed a paper talisman affixed to the city gate subtly shift. The movement was so slight that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, yet a faint wisp of crimson smoke stealthily slithered through the crack of the door, brushing against the base of the wall, and vanished in an instant. This vividly illustrated the notion of vanishing in a puff of smoke. "Clear this area immediately," commanded Yun Lai, gracefully adjusting his sleeves as he turned to the gatekeeper. "Stand firm, I wish to inspect the array sealing the gate." The guard stationed at the gate remained motionless, crossing their arms in salute for a reason. Besides the gatekeeper, there stood 18 individuals, arranged in a deliberate formation, each position meticulously chosen, and none were permitted to stir. These individuals have been carefully selected, possessing formidable birth charts and exuding a fierce aura. Each held specially crafted talismans, which enabled them to serve as the anchors of the protective barrier. To withstand the onslaught of celestial demons, the formation required meticulous arrangement to safeguard the entirety of Ensnared city. Even the slightest oversight was intolerable. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Although the siege by the celestial demons seemed to have abated, not a single individual privy to the truth dared to relax. Yun Lai scrutinized each of them, noting their clarity of mind and the intensity in their gazes. Satisfied, he nodded and proceeded to examine the talisman sealing the city gate. Despite being referred to as paper, it was in fact a meticulously refined copper plate, each approximately the thickness of a finger and 5 fingers wide. The inscriptions upon it were inscribed with a special medium, and if one approached closely, a faint scent of blood could even be detected. There are 9 paper talismans sealing the gate, each positioned precisely in its original place, radiating a faint golden light. Despite the tremendous tremors caused by the demons' assault on the city, not a single one was disturbed in the slightest. This defensive battle appeared remarkably flawless. Only a scant few knew the exorbitant price the haughty empire had paid for this victory. Yun Lai felt a sense of satisfaction as the tension in his face finally relaxed. He offered a few deliberate words of instruction before turning to mount his horse and inspect other areas. From a vantage point high above, one would observe that the distribution of this protective barrier encompassed every corner of the city, comprising a total of 81 locations, each equipped with an equal number of talismans and personnel. The formidable barrier that had fiercely resisted the demonic incursion was activated by this grand formation. Once Yun Lai had departed, others moved in to clear away the carriage from the recent bloodshed and to cleanse the area of traces of violence. I could see this moment. The guards at the city gate appeared somewhat more relaxed. The crisis of the demons' assault had passed, and although they still remained immobile, laughter and conversation began to circulate among them. One jested, "Sure to, has your little one been born yet?" The man known as Sure to wore a troubled expression. "When I rushed over, my wife was already in labor, and the midwife couldn't make it, so I lent a hand. I wonder how she is faring now." The gatekeeper, standing at the front, flinched, turning to glare at him. "You assisted in the delivery." His face darkened, and the veins on his forehead throbbed as though he had seen a ghost. Startled by the intensity of the stare, Sure to stammered, "Ah, it was just for a quarter of an hour before I was summoned that I assisted in delivering calves and lambs when I was young. It's not too difficult." The gatekeeper interrupted sternly, "There are strict orders from above. We are not permitted to touch any filth while on duty. You treat this warning as mere wind passing by your ears?" Sure to was rendered speechless, his face a canvas of grievance. The gatekeeper understood the gravity of the situation at this moment. There was no midwife to assist. A woman giving birth was akin to traversing the gates of hell. If no one were to lend a hand during such a critical time, it could result in the loss of both mother and child. Fortunately, the great formation remains intact. Otherwise, we would be eternal sinners, burdening the over 200,000 souls within this city. With no one else around, he made a resolute decision. His gaze swept across the faces of his subordinates, and he spoke in a grave tone, "You must keep this matter buried deep within. From this moment forth, none are to frequent taverns for drunken revelry. Should even a single word escape our lips, all 19 present, myself included, will face collective punishment." The soldiers' faces turned ashen in the biting wind, and they responded in unison, "Yes." The celestial demons had retreated, and they had successfully defended Ensnared city, earning their commendations. Why risk revealing a crime that could lead to execution? This oversight truly ought to remain a secret. However, the jubilations of the capital's residents were short-lived. Merely 2 days later, the kingdom of Haughty abruptly announced a celestial demon had infiltrated the city. To prevent its possession, all newborns in Ensnared city regardless of gender, were to be exterminated. Joy swiftly morphed into horror, and the nation erupted in chaos. Soldiers raided homes in search of infants, and wails of mourning filled the entire capital, accompanied by violence. Amidst the turmoil, over 12,000 individuals fell victim to slaughter at the hands of the authorities. Due to an edict from the royal court, a reward was offered for neighbors to expose one another, leading to an unknown number of wrongful accusations and injustices. The political arena trembled, and the nation was engulfed in turmoil. Subsequently, natural disasters became frequent, with droughts and floods occurring incessantly, and strange phenomena manifesting in various regions. The Haughty kingdom's suppression was relentless, often employing cruel measures, resulting in a significant loss of life. Those with ulterior motives seized this opportunity to incite rebellion and vie for power in the Central Plains. From that moment on, the world was engulfed in tumultuous change, and the stability of the monarchy was compromised. 15 years later, the Haughty kingdom met its demise. On the side of the sunken vessel, countless sails competed in the race. Time flowed inexorably, and in the blink of an eye, over 3 centuries had passed. Chapter 2. Rainy night. A pair of thunderous roars reverberated through the heavens, rousing her from her slumber. Almost immediately, she felt the cool droplets of rain cascading upon her face. Before her eyes could flutter open, a wave of excruciating pain surged through her limbs and body. As if she had been relentlessly crushed beneath a colossal stone, her internal organs nearly dislocated. The pain was so intense that tears streamed down her cheeks. Yet within her heart, there was no fear. Instead, an overwhelming surge of joy washed over her. She was still alive. It appeared that she had once again endured yet another surgical ordeal, and the sensation of pain was a testament to her existence. Ever the pragmatist, she found beauty even in her suffering. For as long as she could breathe, even pain could be a vivid and enchanting experience. Then, she began to perceive an unusual sound surrounding her, a rustling, reminiscent of leaves swaying in a tempest, yet it was alarmingly close. She felt the fierce wind sweeping across her rain-soaked skin, mercilessly stripping away the scant warmth that remained, causing her body to tremble in the chill. This sensation was all too tangible, far removed from the sterile confines of an operating room. The momentary haze dissipated, and she suddenly opened her eyes, only to be engulfed by sheer astonishment. No wonder the sounds of wind and rain were so pronounced. The dancing foliage was swaying right before her eyes. Straining to look around, she realized she seemed to be suspended upon a great tree, with dark clouds looming above, the sky as inky as an artist's palette. Raindrops fell incessantly, like silver needles descending from the heavens. Fortunately, most of the deluge was shielded by the densely layered leaves, which were broad enough to encompass her 2 palms. As the leaves filled with rainwater, they would occasionally spill over, drenching her anew, a sensation both invigorating and bittersweet. Thus, she had been unceremoniously awakened from her reverie. She recalled being rushed into the operating room once again due to the failure of her organs, and how, in the blink of an eye, she found herself atop a tree. Though her body ached, the sensation of vitality being gradually eroded within her had vanished. Heaven knows that torment had accompanied her for 3 long years, each episode rendering her nearly lifeless. Wait, her palm. She lifted her hand before her eyes. Years of lying in bed and receiving intravenous therapy had rendered her hands emaciated and frail, with prominent veins and numerous puncture marks adorning the back. Yet, the delicate, diminutive hand before her, so pale and seemingly 2 sizes smaller, could not possibly belong to her. As she flexed her fingers, they obeyed her will, opening and closing. Indeed, it was hers. Then, unfamiliar memories surged forth like a tidal wave, flooding her mind but lacking the substance to fully occupy her consciousness. Gasping for breath, she mustered the strength to survey her strange surroundings, attempting to piece together a semblance of coherence. The first thing that emerged was her name, Feng Miaojun. Furthermore, she was merely 11 years old this year. More precisely, the body she inhabited belonged to an 11-year-old girl, frail and delicate. However, as she looked around, it seemed she had fallen into an irregular pit, approximately the size of half a football field. Gazing upwards, the walls loomed like the frames of a painting, casting the sky in a somber hue. Looking down, the abyss beneath her feet appeared pitch black and unfathomably deep, with sheer cliffs rising almost vertically around her. It appeared she had plummeted from a precipice above. Yet fortune smiled upon her as she was caught by the stoutest of trees that had managed to grow through the crevices of the rock face, sparing her from a fatal plunge into the abyss below. She was still shaken, patting the branch beneath her in a gesture of gratitude, but soon found herself troubled by the dilemma of how to escape. With her petite frame, she feared that she would plummet before even climbing to Zhang. Yet, the circumstances she faced truly validated the age-old adage. One must not be disheartened by momentary setbacks, for life has a way of delivering a devastating blow when least expected. As she sat in this predicament, contemplating her inability to take flight, a thunderous howl suddenly erupted from the depths of the chasm. The sound was so grand and distant that it could drown out even the rumbling of thunder above, filled with unmistakable fury and malice. Most importantly, it was a sound beyond the capability of any human voice. She quickly leaned over to peer downwards. Just then, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky and the abyss below, granting her a clearer view of her surroundings. The pit resembled a deep well, and she was precariously clinging to the trunk of a tree along its wall, with the bottom lying approximately 10 zhang beneath her. However, the base was a profound pool of water, its depths obscured and mysterious. This was not the worst of it. The lightning revealed the scene below in stark clarity. A colossal figure was thrashing wildly within the depths of the pool. This creature measured over 8 zhang, more than 26 meters, in length, adorned with golden scales, sporting fins upon its back, and its tail splashing water in all directions, resembling a gigantic fish. She was aware that whales could grow to such immense sizes, but what could possibly bring a whale to a mountain pool? Could this place be connected to the sea? Yet, upon glimpsing the creature's head, she swiftly abandoned that conjecture. The creature before her bore a head resembling that of a camel, horns akin to a deer, eyes reminiscent of a rabbit, and ears akin to those of a cow, strikingly resembling the legendary totemic dragon, both familiar and foreign to her. It was undeniably a monster with a dragon's head and a fish's body. Her heart raced uncontrollably, prompting her to press her hand against her chest as she collapsed onto a tree branch. What an extraordinary place this was. Before her myriad questions could bubble forth like effervescence in soda, her gaze caught a glimpse of a small white shadow. Its movements were so swift, and in such a dim abyss, it was easily overlooked. Yet, as she widened her eyes and focused intently, she discerned that this figure was likely a living being. Darting amidst the dragon-headed monster, the swirling water, and the immense boulders, akin more to a swift swallow skimming the surface than a ghostly apparition. She recognized that, despite the stark disparity in size, this person seemed to be battling the dragon-headed, fish-bodied creature alone, lacking the night vision to perceive the unfolding drama. She relied solely on the fleeting flashes of lightning to catch a glimpse below. Thus, this harrowing struggle in the chilly waters of the rainy night remained shrouded in profound darkness. Occasionally, a flicker of firelight appeared below, suggesting that the monster might be capable of breathing fire. The individual remained silent, and she could only hear the colossal sounds of the dragon-headed monster's movements and its thunderous roars. The gales it stirred howled throughout the chasm, causing the ancient trees on the cliffs to sway violently. Even from her distance, she struggled to maintain her grip on the branch, unaware of the immense pressure that the individual facing the creature below must be enduring. Gradually, the roars became increasingly sorrowful and desperate, and she felt a peculiar sensation in her heart. Could it be that the person was on the verge of victory? The battle in the darkness seemed to stretch on indefinitely until, abruptly, the monstrous sound ceased. Following this, an enduring silence enveloped the scene, punctuated only by the gentle patter of rain cascading upon the leaves and the water's surface. This sound inexplicably instilled a sense of safety within her. At last, a series of lightning strikes illuminated the abyss, revealing the grim tableau. Chapter 3. A desperate struggle for survival. The creature lay motionless on the water's surface, its belly exposed. The figure knelt beside its throat, wielding a long sword that pierced through its ear, digging deep into the flesh. She could not fathom what he extracted and cradled in his palm, but after letting the rain wash it for a moment, he brought it to his lips and swallowed it whole. Consuming his prey raw, she watched in a mixture of horror and fascination, feeling an inexplicable nausea as if she were the one swallowing a living being. The man then sat upon the creature's belly, resting for a considerable time before finally stepping towards the pond's edge. His movements were less agile than before, likely a testament to the fatigue wrought by the preceding struggle. Nevertheless, he traversed the terrain with a grace that belied his exhaustion. Upon reaching a protruding rock some 6 or 7 paces from the great tree, he paused to catch his breath. Earlier, while extracting his spoils, his back had been turned to her. Now, as they were closer, he turned to face her. And she finally beheld his visage, her heart racing uncontrollably. His long brows framed eyes that slightly slanted upwards, revealing a pair of perfectly shaped peach blossom eyes. His smile could undoubtedly captivate countless maidens, yet the bloodlust from the recent battle lingered in his gaze, devoid of any tenderness. Yet, in such a manner, it resembles a solitary plum blossom blooming amidst the snow, exuding a cold elegance that captivates the gaze of onlookers. His lips, shaped like a bow, are somewhat thin and devoid of color, pressed tightly together, imparting an air of indifference and pride. However, these two descriptors, when applied to him, seem to transform into compliments, as if his aloofness and haughtiness are perfectly suited to his character. His very existence appears to epitomize the adage that beauty is justice. In summary, she had encountered numerous popular idols and national heartthrobs in the past, yet none could compare to the striking gentleman before her, even if their appearances could be rated similarly. In terms of presence, he was leagues ahead. While others, drenched by the torrential rain, would be left in a state of disarray, he appeared languid, as though he were seated in a grand hall of gold and jade, admiring the vibrant spring scenery outside, rather than being soaked like her. Watching the raindrops cascade from his forehead, tracing the contours of his eyes and gliding over his thin lips, she instinctively swallowed, finally grasping the true essence of the phrase beauty is a feast for the eyes. How amusing it was, she thought, that amidst the uncertainty of life and death, she could harbor feelings for a man of unknown origins. He steadied his breath, casting a sweeping glance, suddenly turning his gaze towards her. His eyes were like those of an eagle, a wolf, or a steel blade carving through flesh, sending shivers down her spine and causing her hands to tremble uncontrollably. Such a terrifying gaze, such intense murderous intent. She swiftly closed her eyes and lowered her head, too afraid to meet his stare. On this tempestuous night, concealed within the dense canopy of trees, could he truly perceive her gaze? The sensitivity of this individual is truly astonishing. At this moment, she is grateful to be clad in a verdant dress, which seamlessly blends with the shadows cast by the trees in the dim twilight, serving as a natural camouflage. To be honest, she is at war within herself. Should she call for help? This person possesses remarkable abilities. Extricating her from this perilous predicament should be a trivial task. Yet, a resolute voice within her cautions that he is far more cold-hearted and ruthless than he appears. If he were to discover that someone was watching from the sidelines, her fate would likely be no better than that of the monstrous creature lying in the waters nearby. Thus, remaining hidden in the tree may allow her to survive a few more days. For reasons unknown, this thought is so compelling that she watches him ascend to the edge of the cliff, and then, with a swift movement, he vanishes completely, taking even the last trace of his garment with him. He has departed. Only then does she feel a sense of relief, seeking refuge among the densest foliage. Curling into a small ball to shield herself from the rain, striving to retain even the slightest warmth within her body, she cannot help but feel despondent. The last glimmer of hope has also slipped away. What means does she possess to escape this dire situation? Rainwater streams down the corners of her eyes, its bitterness filling her mouth. The wind is fierce, the rain is cold, and the rustling of the leaves is monotonous, as if it could persist for eternity. She feels both cold and famished, and before she realizes it, she drifts into slumber. This sleep is particularly sweet, as if she need never awaken. She nearly forgets her fears, hunger, and other troubles, wishing only to continue sleeping. However, a brusque voice suddenly intrudes upon her reverie. "Hey, wake up." It continues to murmur something she cannot quite catch, and then it asks, "How much longer do you intend to sleep? If you do not awaken soon, you shall perish." She harbored a profound sensitivity towards the concept of death, and in that moment, she struggled to pry her eyelids apart, only to behold a shadow flitting before her. It was a small boy, seemingly no older than 10, yet his form was insubstantial. Most strikingly, he hovered before a tree, his countenance etched with impatience. What on earth? Perhaps the bizarre occurrences she had encountered throughout the day had dulled her senses. Or perhaps it was the heaviness in her mind and the heat in her eyelids that rendered her surprisingly unfazed. She merely asked him, "Who are you?" Surely, something that could float in midair could not be human. The boy pointed toward the bottom of the pool. "That is my true self." The depths were shrouded in darkness, yet she was aware of a monstrous corpse, its belly upturned, floating in the abyss. She instinctively recoiled, realizing she lacked the strength to be frightened. Are you that monster? You are the monster, the boy retorted angrily. Do you not even recognize an Aoyu? Oh, so the creature with the head of a dragon and the body of a fish was called an Aoyu. She indeed did not recognize it, as it had never been introduced in the realm of zoology. Did you summon me for something? The Aoyu is dead, I assent it. She had never heard of any large creature that could survive with its skull cleaved open. So this boy, floating in the air, must be its spirit? Once, she would have dismissed such supernatural phenomena. However, having awakened in this unfamiliar place, inhabiting the body of an unknown girl, she was now prepared to accept even the most absurd claims, even if a creature like the Aoyu asserted that the world was flat. You humans are exceedingly weak. The ethereal form of the Aoyu's spirit remarked with palpable disdain in its eyes. You will not last 2 days. Upon hearing this, she perked up. Can you assist me in reaching the summit of the cliff? I cannot, for I am already deceased. The creature regarded her with the bemusement one reserves for a fool. Moreover, why should I aid you in your ascent? She let her eyelids droop. Then what do you intend to do? You shall descend. You must be mad. She retorted without hesitation. He gestured towards the murky abyss. If you plunge down, you may yet survive. Chapter 4. You and him on what grounds? She lamented her inability to take flight, questioning why she should plunge into the depths instead of drawing closer to her goal. First, tell me your reasoning. Weak and weary, she felt utterly diminished. Yet, in her quest for survival, she would endure hunger and fatigue to uncover the truth. You have no means to procure sustenance, and with illness arising, you may well succumb to disease before starvation claims you. He raised 2 fingers. In less than 2 days, you shall follow in my footsteps. She fell silent. The wind howled and rain lashed throughout the night. Even the sturdiest of souls might falter under such conditions, let alone her fragile form. Stars danced before her eyes. She need not touch her forehead to know her temperature was soaring. He spoke with a casualness that belied her imminent demise. At this rate, she would not survive the day. What lies below that could preserve my life? She pondered. Perhaps the flesh of the creature? His face contorted with rage. My dragon pearl. He elaborated further. If you consume my dragon pearl, you will inherit my remaining vitality and may live for a considerable time. The rain had long ceased, and the sky began to brighten, as though dawn were imminent. She remained skeptical. How can I be sure you are not deceiving me? What purpose would it serve to deceive you? Even if I were alive and desired to consume you, you would hardly suffice to fill the gaps in my teeth. Consider the size of the Aoyu, then reflect upon her own diminutive stature. Indeed, this statement holds true. How shall I proceed? Remaining here is tantamount to death. I might as well descend in search of a path to survival. I shall leap down. It is merely a distance of 10 or so zhang, and beneath lies the deep water. A jump cannot end my life. The depths are shrouded in darkness, yet she resolved to wait a little longer. For dawn was soon to break. That man killed you. How could you possibly gesture towards him and still emerge? The Aoyu clenched her teeth in frustration. I am no match for him. He has extracted my dragon pearl. Yet, he has underestimated my capabilities, unaware that I can separate my spirit from my body. However, my physical form is dead, and I cannot endure this state for long. Every being must face death, and fish are no exception. She is now unable to ensure her own safety, let alone grieve for him. Who is that man? Yun Lai. Is that all? What is his identity? I do not know. His death is indeed tragic. Is he also human? The Aoyu fell silent for a moment. Perhaps. What does he desire with your dragon pearl? This question struck a nerve with the Aoyu, causing her expression to twist with rage. Naturally. He seeks to seize my essence and vitality, to prolong his existence. I have cultivated for many years, intending to transform into a dragon amidst today's storm, only for him to ambush me. His gaze turned venomous as he regarded her. You humans have short lives, lacking the robust vitality we possess, and you will resort to every possible means to extend your lifespans. This statement, indeed, is not without merit. She too yearns for longevity. It appears that Yun Lai has been closely monitoring this Aoyu, waiting for the opportune moment to seize the dragon pearl at its peak efficacy. How long have you been here? 300 years. It seems that Yun Lai is also a person accustomed to patience. What era is it now? Era? What external forces are at play, and who holds the reins of power? This place is exceedingly peculiar. I surmise that its political structure differs significantly from her original world. The once mighty haughty kingdom perished 3 centuries ago, and I am unaware of the events that followed. The Aoyu regarded her with a strange expression. suggesting that as someone from the outside, you should be more informed than I. She touched her face, unabashedly admitting, I am still young. This youthful visage feels delightful. Brimming with collagen, there is no shame in maintaining a youthful appearance. Wasn't your dragon pearl consumed by Yun Lai? How can you still offer me another? I have stated that he misjudged my capabilities. The AOU smirked coldly. After I surpass 400 years, I will be able to condense a second dragon pearl. He has only taken one. Trembling, she inquired with urgency, aware that her endurance was waning. Why did you save me? The AOU grinned, displaying a sense of triumph. If you survive, you can avenge me. Consuming this dragon pearl will grant me abilities? She pondered for a long while, attempting to grasp the new terminology from her interlocutor. Yet, if you cannot defeat him, how can I possibly avenge you? To be frank, if she could escape from this place, she would undoubtedly avoid Yun Lai from that moment on. That individual is clearly not one to be trifled with. How naive you are. His prowess among humans is formidable, and what significance do you hold in his presence? The Aoyu let out a disdainful laugh, proclaiming, however, if you consume this dragon pearl, you shall be bound to him in a state of life and death. If you perish, he shall not survive either. She hurriedly soothed the goosebumps on her arm. Astonished as she inquired, are you suggesting that if I live, he lives, and if I die, he dies? Indeed, the Aoyu replied with a triumphant air. It works both ways. This is the curse I cast before my demise. However, the likelihood of him dying first is slim. As long as you ingest the dragon pearl and subsequently pass away, it would serve as retribution for me. Go on now, the Aoyu chuckled merrily, appearing quite content. You wouldn't be foolish enough to refuse the dragon pearl, would you? I'll eat it, I will, she retorted, casting him an irritated glance. The Aoyu laid bare his scheme, having calculated that she would have no choice but to comply. At this moment, she could hardly ponder whether he had ulterior motives or not. Refusing to consume the Aoyu's dragon pearl would mean only 2 days of survival. By consuming it, she might gain a few more days of life, and even if it meant drinking poison to quench her thirst, she accepted it. As dawn broke, she could finally discern the scene at the bottom of the pond, and she aimed for a landing spot, eyes wide open, and leaped downward. Had the Aoyu possessed any cunning, it would have recognized her peculiar behavior. No other child would have dared to leap from a height of 30 meters. Unfortunately, it was already deceased. A new soul often clings stubbornly to its final memories from life, remaining indifferent to all else. The wind whistled past her ears as she aimed accurately, landing squarely upon the massive body of the Aoyu. The creature's belly was remarkably resilient, akin to a spring mattress, which propelled her safely into the water, emerging unscathed. As she plunged into the pool, she discovered that beneath the surface lurked several schools of fish, each frantically flapping its mouth and tail, transforming the once tranquil waters into a tumultuous broth. They were voraciously vying for her blood. The Aoyu, perceiving her confusion, remarked with irritation, I too belong to the dragon lineage. My blood is a substantial nourishment for them, and given time, they may very well attain transformation. Can you sever it? The spirit of the Aoyu sneered coldly. Chapter 5. The escape from despair. The shard of stone was a remnant from the fierce battle. Flung by the Aoyu against the rocky shore, its edges razor-sharp. With every ounce of strength, she traced a line along the wound at the fish's gill. Yet not even a faint mark was left. It became evident that this creature possessed not only thick skin, but also flesh so resilient it defied reason. In comparison, she grasped the true prowess of Yun Lai. With a single stroke of his sword, he had cleaved a wound of such depth and breadth, not solely due to the might of a divine weapon, but largely attributable to his own unfathomable skill. She remained unperturbed and calmly inquired of the new spirit. How does one obtain the pearl? For the Aoyu, having one's dragon pearl taken was a profound humiliation, made all the more excruciating by the fact that it occurred under his own guidance. Yet his thirst for vengeance rendered him powerless. The second dragon pearl resides within the gullet, nestled in the crop. Yet this creature is not avian. How could it possess a crop? She silently mused, realizing that this entailed her crawling into the Aoyu's fearsome maw. Very well, if she must, she would proceed. This would undoubtedly be an unforgettable experience. Fortunately, Yun Lai's ruthless actions inadvertently carved a passage for her. She merely needed to navigate through the wound. The journey through the viscous, pungent interior was an ordeal that needed no further elaboration. However, once the dragon pearl was extracted, the surrounding fish swarmed towards her with frenzied abandon. Just as she faced the imminent threat of being torn apart by countless sharp teeth, a moment of inspiration struck her. and she flung the pearl onto a pile of jagged rocks on the shore. The pearl, smooth to the touch, glimmered with the luster of a precious gem. The soul of the fish spirit hovered beside her, incessantly urging, "Hurry, consume it." She examined the orb closely for a while, yet shook her head in refusal. "Why not?" The fish spirit pressed, panic edging its voice. "Are you seeking your own demise? With this pearl, I shall never go hungry again." She let out a soft laugh, bringing the pearl near the pool's surface. Suddenly, a large fish leapt from the water, jaws agape, aiming to devour it. She lifted the pearl, causing the unfortunate fish to crash onto the dry stones, floundering helplessly. She seized a shard of rock and swiftly severed the fish's head, slicing off several pieces of flesh to savor. In her past, she had relished sashimi, and this fish was surprisingly fresh, easy to chew. The fish spirit stared in disbelief, its eyes nearly popping out. What a miscalculation this is. Using the pearl as bait, you could catch fish after fish for sustenance. What necessity is there to consume the pearl? The pool was abundant with fish. It seemed she would not face starvation for many days to come. She shrugged, and only then did he notice the unnatural flush on her face had started to fade. You, the fish spirit stammered, pointing at her. Rendered speechless yet unable to act against her. "It appears, then, that your time is even more pressing than mine." She blinked, observing that he had grown fainter since their previous exchange. The fish spirit suddenly regained its composure. "What must you do for me to persuade you to consume the dragon pearl?" She repressed her smile, fearing that the moment I consume it, you will scheme to end my life. The fish demon fixed his gaze upon her, remaining silent. This was indeed his plan, and any attempts to disguise the truth would prove futile. Suddenly, she spoke again. "Very well. If you devise a method for me to escape the pit and return to the outside world, I shall consume the dragon pearl." The fish demon replied ominously. "You intend to coerce me and still seek to depart from here? Such a delightful scenario does not exist in this world. And if not?" She shrugged her shoulders. "Even if I were to consume the dragon pearl, merely remaining here would not lead to my demise. How could you possibly exact your revenge?" For a fleeting moment, the expression on the fish demon's spirit shattered. Indeed, if she were to remain here, she would not perish, rendering his considerable efforts to help her swallow the dragon pearl utterly meaningless. Despite her seemingly frail and diminutive appearance, she might very well succumb to the dangers of the outside world upon her escape, thus fulfilling his desires. Yet, why did he feel such a sense of frustration? The fish demon maintained a stern countenance and stated, "The water pool connects to the underground river, with the nearest exit half a mile away. There are numerous underwater caves. Otherwise, so many fish would not congregate in the pool." She calculated the distance. Half a mile equated to over 200 meters. A feat she could have easily accomplished in her former, healthier state. However, in her current frail girl-esque body, recovering from a high fever and feeling utterly weak, how could she possibly hold her breath and swim over 200 meters? Moreover, with the underwater environment being so complex and devoid of light, if she were to lose her way, she would inevitably suffocate in the dark river. Thus, she declared with resolve, "I cannot swim that far. What shall I do?" The fish demon's spirit felt the urge to grind his teeth. "I shall escort you out." Upon uttering these words, one could only feel an urge to spout blood thrice and perish anew. Before this diminutive girl, it seemed more agonizing than the highest peaks could ever evoke. Yet, one must vow to consume the dragon pearl. Very well. She displayed no pretentiousness, making a gesture and swearing a fierce oath, certainly not neglecting the condition that the pearl would be consumed only after departing the abyss. Otherwise, it could manipulate the great fish, deliberately halting it within the dark currents, and swiftly enact vengeance upon her. Thus, the fish spirit declared, "I shall attach my soul to the largest fish, guiding it to ferry you into the shadowy river. Just ensure you grasp its fins tightly, lest you slip away." The fish here could grow over 4 feet long, making it not difficult to pull along her youthful and lightweight form. She gazed at the large fish in the pool, then at the floating soul, remaining silent. The fish spirit discerned her thoughts and, with a tone of resignation, remarked, "You are human, the pinnacle of all beings. I am but a wisp of a soul, devoid of the power to control your corporeal form. Rest assured, the varieties differ among us." It was akin to a candle in the wind, barely able to attach itself to a common aquatic creature, and thus could not make any nefarious moves against her. Unhurriedly, she unfastened her belt, methodically securing her desired belongings, and then wrapped the dragon pearl in the fish skin she had shed, subsequently encasing it with her discarded outer garment, layering it several times over. Afterward, she kicked the remnants of the fish into the water, ensuring the shore bore no trace of human presence. and only then did she leap onto the back of the fish to which the fish spirit had bound itself. She drove a shard of stone into its back for support, inhaled deeply, and together they plunged into the depths of the water. The speed of the fish undoubtedly surpasses that of humans by a considerable margin, even amidst the intricate network of waterways. It takes merely a few breaths for the fish to swim half a mile, leaping out of the water with a splash. As far as the eye can see, beneath the azure sky and bright sunlight, the riverbanks are adorned with lush green grass. She has escaped to safety. As she tumbled off the fish's back and stepped onto solid ground, her legs weakened, and she collapsed amid the grass, gasping for breath. Your promise. The soul of the fish stared intently at her. After such a tumultuous ordeal, its essence had grown faint, as if it might vanish at any moment. Chapter 6. Golden branches and jade leaves. She retrieved the dragon pearl and swallowed it whole. How curious fate is, just half a day prior. She had found the notion of swallowing a dragon pearl repulsive, yet here she was, compelled to replicate the act. Fortunately, this peculiar object was smooth and somewhat sweet, surprisingly palatable. The fish spirit, observing her sincerity, finally exhaled in relief. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for this girl to perish, which would subsequently ensure the demise of that detestable Yun Lai. He felt a surge of elation and was about to chuckle when she abruptly inquired, "When did I fall into the abyss?" The laughter caught in his throat instantly. It had been half a day before Yun Lai's arrival. He had clearly seen her fall on a clear day, thinking at that moment that the morsel was too small to warrant the effort of consuming it. In retrospect, that decision seemed quite prudent. Later, amidst the chaos of wind and rain, with distractions aplenty, Yun Lai had been too preoccupied with fighting monsters to notice her presence. She let out an "oh." After such a diversion, the fish spirit grew increasingly agitated. He growled fiercely, "Hurry up and die." Unable to contain herself, she laughed heartily. Feeling exhilarated, "Once I leave here, I shall seek out Yun Lai. He is inextricably linked to my fate. He ought to protect me and ensure my safety." The catfish cast a sidelong glance at her, as if it had just heard the most absurd joke. "Ha! If he were to find you, you would find it exceedingly difficult to meet your end. Just look at me." It suddenly burst into laughter, seemingly relishing the prospect that, in such a moment, you might wish for death. If you doubt this, feel free to test it. Before its laughter had fully faded, its figure slowly dissipated, ultimately vanishing from sight. It appeared that its spirit had already fled. Upon swallowing the bead, a warm current coursed through her, permeating her very being. The internal and external injuries she had previously suffered had significantly healed. Her limbs no longer felt weak, and she sensed a burgeoning vitality deep within her, as if each step she took could propel her forward. Were it not for her mental fatigue, she could genuinely be described as invigorated and full of life. The great fish that had carried her was no longer under anyone's control and swiftly swam away. This place was a sunlit valley, calm and tranquil, with the water's surface quickly regaining its serenity. The stream flowed gently, and as she bent down to peer closely, she discerned her reflection, allowing her a clearer view of her current appearance. Her eyes were large and round, their depths a rich ebony, resembling two black crystals nestled in a porcelain spoon. Her nose and lips were small and pert, and her cheeks were so rosy that one might think they could squeeze water from them. She was indeed a beauty in the making, destined to blossom into exquisite loveliness as she matured. After scrutinizing her facial features and the characteristics of her body, she raised her head to ascertain her direction. A breeze swept by, and she tightened her garments around her, yet found little warmth to fend off the chill. Her garments had long since become drenched while traversing the concealed river, and after enduring a series of shocks throughout the day, she had only managed to consume a few bites of raw fish. The chill carried by the morning breeze seeped into her very being. Had she not just swallowed the ale dragon pearl, she would have succumbed to illness once more. After all, she was merely a child, a young human. The pressing matter at hand was to swiftly locate a sheltered spot to dry her clothes and procure a warm meal, for she could not endure much longer in her current state. Glancing at the sky, she ambled eastward, aligning her path with the flowing water while deliberately avoiding the stream's edge. The habitats of the aal fish were invariably found in remote, uninhabited regions far removed from civilization, namely, desolate mountains and ancient forests. At this hour of dawn, ferocious beasts often lay in wait to ambush creatures approaching the water's edge, and she had no desire to emerge from one peril only to be ensnared by another. Following the river's course often led to salvation. Bolstered by the strength bestowed by the ale dragon pearl, she moved with remarkable agility, exhibiting none of the frailty expected of a mere child. Fortunately, her journey was free from danger, and after traversing several miles, she stumbled upon a sunlit cave. Cautiously, she approached the entrance, sniffing the air for the telltale scent of carnivorous predators, and upon detecting none, she boldly ventured inside. She carried a small pouch containing fire-starting materials, but these had become unusable after being soaked. As she rummaged through her belongings, a peculiar object slipped from her grasp, producing a sharp spark upon striking the ground. It was a broken fong of the Aal fish, the size of her palm, its edges lined with fine serrations. This relic, a remnant of a fierce battle fought by the creature before its demise, was harder than diamond. She had collected it as a makeshift weapon, and now it proved to be a fortuitous find. The forest had recently been graced by rain, rendering the twigs damp and difficult to ignite. Moreover, it was indeed a considerable challenge to expect an 11-year-old girl to create fire through the arduous method of friction. However, she recalled the 2 cotton trees not far from the cave entrance, their fruits having fallen to the ground, and she couldn't help but chuckle. The soft fibers of the cotton fruit served as the finest kindling. She held the broken fong of the fish and struck it against the hard stone repeatedly, and indeed, a few sparks sprang forth, fortuitously igniting the cotton fibers. Unbeknownst to her, though the fish was aquatic, it belonged to the dragon lineage and possessed the ability to breathe fire. The friction of its upper and lower teeth could produce sparks, while the dragon's breath, rising from the depths of its throat, transformed into a column of flame as it erupted from its mouth. Igniting a fire was merely a trivial skill, yet the strength and endurance of an ordinary girl would pale in comparison to hers. Otherwise, the fire would not have caught so swiftly. At last, the fire blazed to life, dispelling the damp chill surrounding her. She removed her garments to air them out and retrieved the fish she had brought from the cold pool, skewering it on a branch to roast. The consumption of the dragon pearl had intensified her hunger, likely due to the acceleration of her vital energies. In this moment, she needed sustenance to regain her strength, but how could she capture prey in the wild? Thus, she salvaged several large pieces of fish from the pool, hoping that this modest bait might afford her a fleeting opportunity to escape should a ferocious beast appear. While the fish roasted, she pulled a delicately carved wooden figurine from her pouch, examining it attentively. It depicted a type of falcon, skillfully crafted and vividly lifelike, yet lacking any apparent mystical qualities. However, inheriting the memories of its original owner, she stepped outside the cave, raised the wooden carving to her lips, and recited a name thrice before casting it into the air. Remarkably, as the figurine soared upward, it suddenly unfurled wings, and in a whirl, its form expanded, transforming into a genuine falcon. With a wingspan exceeding 4 feet, it possessed a hooked beak and formidable claws. It circled gracefully in the sky, emitting 2 sharp cries before soaring eastward, vanishing into the heights after a mere 10 breaths. Without seasoning, fish and meat lack flavor, however. The hearty essence of meat infused with the aroma of fire, when consumed, brings a sense of fullness and contentment so profound that it evokes tears of joy. While gathering firewood, she noticed an array of small mushrooms flourishing on the stumps in the forest, each appearing delectable. Regrettably, her limited wilderness survival experience rendered her hesitant to forage, fearing that a rash decision might lead to her untimely demise. Akin to a character who meets an early end in a tale, the opportunity to live again was far too precious, and she cherished it immensely. Chapter 7. My name is Feng Miaojun. Speaking of herself, she lost her parents at a young age and had no significant background, relying solely on her own endeavors to rise from humble beginnings. She was always strategic in her actions and, fortunate enough to thrive in a prosperous era, quickly amassed wealth beyond what multiple lifetimes could spend. Had it not been for the misfortune of a terminal illness, her previous life would have likely been more comfortable than most. Yet, even in the face of an incurable condition, she never relinquished her hope for survival. Money flowed like water, exchanged for numerous surgeries that extended her life until her very last breath. Though fortune did not favor her, she held no regrets. Many succumbed to despair, crying out to abandon treatment and surrender to fate, but she was different. She firmly believed that living, even for a single day longer, allowed her to behold the beauty of the world. Death, after all, meant the ultimate loss of everything. In that final moment of closing her eyes and taking her last breath, could one truly claim to have let go of this vibrant world? Might it be that her unwavering persistence and desire for life earned her a second chance from the heavens? The garments dried, and she meticulously donned them one by one. From this day forth, I shall be known as Feng Miaojun, she solemnly declared to herself while gazing into the flickering flames. The past is but a shadow, irrelevant and forgotten. What she once was, and what she once did no longer hold significance. From this moment onward, she is Feng Miaojun, and Feng Miaojun is her. Over her attire, she wore a small lamb fur coat, exceptionally warm after drying, while the fabric beneath was soft, light, and likely made of fine satin. Just from this detail, it was evident that the original owner of this body hailed from a distinguished background. She inherited the memories of this life and now found the time to meticulously recount them, astonished by the revelations. Remarkably, Feng Miaojun was not originally named so. She was the youngest daughter of the monarch of the Anxia kingdom, affectionately known as an entitled Princess Chonglo. 2 years prior, she was sent away from the palace, raised under the name of a distant relative of the queen, and thus she adopted the surname Feng. The Feng couple had lost their biological daughter 2 years ago, and upon adopting this girl, they transferred their affections to her, treating her as their own. Alas, such bliss was fleeting. Perhaps it was Feng Miaojun's fate that was too resilient. About a year ago, Mr. Feng succumbed to a contagious illness contracted during his business dealings, returning home to take his last breath. Thereafter, it was just her and her adoptive mother, along with her foster brother, relying on one another for companionship. Reflecting on this, she let out a soft exhale. She had unknowingly inherited a life of noble lineage. Feng Miaojun was sent away from the palace at the tender age of 9, an age at which memories begin to form, and as a princess, she had been privy to secrets far beyond those of ordinary children, making her recollections more credible. In reflection of her existing memories, she comprehended the truth in the words of the Aou spirit. This vast and boundless world of Zhongtu was once rife with the conflict between demons and monsters. Yet ultimately, humanity emerged as the victor. Subsequently, a unified empire was established, known as the Haughty Kingdom, which flourished with unprecedented strength and prosperity, driving the supernatural beings into the remote mountains and rivers, while providing a sanctuary for humans to thrive in the sunlit realm. However, adhering to the principle that unity inevitably leads to division, the Haughty Kingdom met its demise 6 centuries after its founding, collapsing spectacularly and giving rise to a multitude of warlords across the land. To this day, Zhongtu is home to 6 major kingdoms alongside numerous feudal states, excluding Anxia. This backdrop, it seems, is far from tranquil, casting an inexplicable weight upon her heart. Born in an era of peace, she has never witnessed the ravages of war, yet. The wisdom of her ancestors resonates within her. It is better to be a humble creature in times of peace than a figure embroiled in chaos. As this thought crossed her mind, an image of a strikingly beautiful visage surfaced in her consciousness. The man named Yun Lai exuded an instinctive aura of extreme danger that belied his outward appearance. In truth, she felt far from the calm demeanor that Aou seemed to project while trapped in the abyss. Even if she would not perish from hunger, she was unwilling to linger any longer in such dire straits. As she embraced the great fish and descended into the depths, she caught sight of a thick chain affixed to the tail of Aou, its material unknown, one end anchored securely to the largest rock, which stood as a formidable barrier, likely weighing millions of pounds. This explained why, despite the underwater pathways being seemingly boundless, Aou could only navigate within the confines of the deep pool. It was a captive being confined here by human hands. As a creature of the dragon lineage, Aou must possess extraordinary treasures. As long as Yun Lai possesses its dragon pearl, it signifies that this individual is affluent and lacks for treasures. She too sought the dragon pearl, primarily because she was incapable of even slicing through the flesh of the Aou fish, let alone carrying it away. Furthermore, an exceedingly crucial point remained. Such a coveted treasure was not something she dared to covet. Even back in the chasm, she had resolved that after swallowing the dragon pearl, she would retreat to the ends of the earth, keeping as far away from this formidable person as possible, ideally ensuring they would never cross paths again in this lifetime. This way, both could coexist peacefully, which was undoubtedly in her best interest as well as his. After all, her vow to the Aou fish did not include a clause for self-destruction. Feng Miaojun intended to live well, to save her life, so that her journey in this world would not be in vain. Sated and warmly clothed, fatigue began to envelop her. This youthful body, after all, could not withstand the encroachment of slumber, and she sank into a deep sleep, cradling her knees. Unbeknownst to Feng Miaojun, her decision was indeed prudent. On the following day after her departure, a shadow ventured into the chasm. Upon encountering the floating corpse of the Ao fish, it could not contain its rage, letting out a piercing howl filled with fury. Subsequently, it meticulously surveyed the surroundings and attended to the fish's remains before departing. In the ensuing 2 days, even as Feng Miaojun felt a burning anxiety, she remained in place, awaiting someone while also relying on the fragmentary memories of the original owner to test her luck. Hope dwindled with each passing moment. If by the 5th hour she had not received any sign, she would have to devise a new plan as dawn approached. Rising, she extended her hand, inquiring if there was any sustenance available. Chapter 8. Stories of the Homeland. Such directness took Peng Bai by surprise. Yes, there is. Without a moment's hesitation, she took the provisions offered, only to recall the toughness of the reindeer meat, akin to timber, and wondered how this delicate creature could possibly consume it. Feng Miaojun, having endured the pangs of hunger, wasted no time in accepting the food, readily sinking her teeth into it. The fish she had procured from the cold pool had long since been devoured, and although the woods brimmed with deer, goats, and rabbits, and the waters teemed with fish, these were not within her grasp at this moment. Fearful of the dangers lurking outside, she had refrained from venturing into the forest these past few days, consequently lacking any new sustenance. Alas, after swallowing the dragon pearl, her appetite had surged, intensifying her sense of hunger. Fortunately, it seemed that her teeth had also sharpened, for while grown men found the dried reindeer meat challenging to chew, she encountered no such difficulty. The sight of her munching away, her cheeks puffing like a little mouse, was endearing, yet within mere moments, she devoured a substantial piece of reindeer meat. It was then that Peng Bai seemed to awaken from a dream, hastily passing her the water pouch, urging her to drink carefully lest she choke. She took a few gulps before immediately reaching for another morsel, finally alleviating the fiery sensation in her belly. However, when she turned her head, she caught sight of the sorrow and heartache etched on Peng Bai's face. Tears welled in his eyes as he lamented, "My little princess, how much suffering have you endured these past days?" Indeed, Peng Bai wrapped her in a woolen blanket from his pack, cautiously carrying her out of the cave and onto the horse's back, journeying eastward. Given her noble status, he dared not let his skin touch hers. As they distanced themselves from the pit, her spirits lifted. After so many days, Feng Miaojun finally felt free to relax, comfortably nestled in his embrace, yawning and inquiring, "Where is this? So close. I had thought the Ao must reside deep within the daunting mountains, inaccessible to ordinary folk." She sent out a signal for help, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Alone, she would undoubtedly be unable to navigate through the desolate mountains and forests. The reason she had managed to remain safe in the cave over the past 2 days largely owed to the presence of the Ao, a mystical creature that surely held sway in these mountains. Other formidable beasts would likely refrain from encroaching on its territory until they sensed its absence. As long as she did not stray too far, Feng Miaojun could at least enjoy a few days of relative safety. As for Peng Bai, he was a guard assigned to her by Queen Anxia, having accompanied her for 7 years, demonstrating remarkable skill and unwavering loyalty. Upon seeing the dark blue in his eyes, it was evident that he had received her signal and had journeyed here without pause, dispelling the last remnants of doubt in her heart. Just as she was contemplating, she heard Peng Bai inquire, "Miss, how did you come to be here?" After the princess left the palace, he had begun to address her as Miss to avoid revealing her identity. He could hardly believe that the young princess would find herself in such a remote wilderness as he traversed the rugged path to reach her. "I am not quite sure," she replied softly. "I only recall hearing a servant speak disrespectfully, and in my anger, I pushed her and ran out. I stood by the river, feeling faint and disoriented. And somehow, I awoke here." Her words were entirely truthful. The kingdom of Anxia had been annihilated 2 years prior, and chronologically, Princess Chang Lu must have been smuggled out just before the fall of her nation. At that time, fearing that her cries might attract too much attention, Queen Anxia had personally administered a sedative to her. When Princess Changle awoke, she found herself far from the royal city, witnessing only the sky ablaze with flames in the direction of the castle, oblivious to the grim fate unfolding within. The 9-year-old possessed a remarkable memory, and the calamities befalling the Anxia kingdom had become a lingering thorn in her heart. A few days prior, while frolicking in her family's estate, she inadvertently overheard a coarse servant woman engaged in idle chatter, disparaging the Anxia kingdom and insulting her parents. Unable to contain her indignation, she forcefully pushed the woman to the ground as she crossed the threshold, then stormed out of the estate in a fit of rage. Coincidentally, at that moment, Peng Bai had ventured out to procure some items for her, leaving her without an outlet for her feelings, prompting her to seek solace in the outside world. The expansive fields beckoned, and she wandered along the riverbank, soon succumbing to the biting wind that left her feeling lightheaded. A misstep caused her to slip, and then, in an instant, Feng Miaojun's consciousness was supplanted by another. Nevertheless, it was implausible for a young girl to traverse the wilds alone. The journey was no mere 2 miles. It spanned a daunting 200 miles, a distance that would require even the swiftest steed 2 days to cover. Yet, Feng Miaojun's recollections ceased abruptly at this juncture, leaving her at a loss. She felt compelled to seek confirmation. Father and mother, I had always refrained from inquiring further, but now you must elucidate this matter for me. As Peng Bai began to respond, she interjected emphatically, you are to disclose every detail without the slightest omission, otherwise, I shall have no need for you. Her tone, resolute and commanding, though still tinged with the unique softness of a young girl, conveyed her unwavering determination, making it evident that there could be no room for evasion. Peng Bai, feeling a pang of sorrow, sighed deeply before recounting the entire saga. 2 years ago, the enemy invaded the royal capital, leading to the tragic demise of King Anxia, who took his own life. Fearing for the honor of his wife and daughter, he bequeathed them a cup of poison. The queen, fully aware of the dire circumstances, could not bear the thought of her beloved daughter wilting before she had the chance to flourish. Thus, she executed a premeditated plan, sending Princess Changle out of the palace ahead of time, while she herself chose to follow her husband into the afterlife upon receiving the imperial decree. Her final words to Feng Miaojun were to refrain from seeking vengeance and to live well. The queen wished for her daughter to be free from the burdens of national enmity and familial hatred, doubting her ability to exact revenge. Instead, she hoped that Princess Changle would live a long, peaceful life, growing up like an ordinary girl, marrying, bearing children, and enjoying a fulfilling existence. This was a mother's ultimate protection and blessing for her beloved daughter. Feng Miaojun was deeply moved, her heart filled with complex emotions. The queen's profound love indeed stirred one's soul, yet Feng Miaojun, ever perceptive, could not overlook the underlying implication of the queen's words. If the enemy were to discover that Princess Changle was still alive, they would undoubtedly intensify their pursuit. Given the queen's strategic foresight, how could she not have arranged for a decoy? Due to the queen's maternal affection, another young girl would perish in place of Princess Changle, meeting her untimely end before she could ever blossom. Yet, without her sacrifice, there would be no present-day Feng Miaojun. Chapter 9. Returned to the mortal realm at the same time, she lamented the chaotic times, in which even a sovereign could not dictate his own fate. What then could be the path for ordinary people? The old woman spoke. My father was beheaded in exchange for military merit. Is it truth or mere rumor? Peng Bai pondered silently, his gaze heavy, and thus Feng Miaojun understood, sneering, does the state of Wei not even grant him the last vestige of dignity? From the remnants of this frail body's memories, it was evident that the original owner possessed a gentle and virtuous nature. Had it not been for a profound shock, she would not have resorted to violence. Conversely, upon receiving the devastating news of her homeland's demise, she had suppressed her emotions for far too long. And when the dam finally broke, the outburst was inevitable. Even a cornered rabbit may strike back. In times of chaos, Peng Bai sighed, recalling that when the kingdom of Anxia fell, he had already safeguarded the young sovereign's escape, having not witnessed the carnage firsthand. Yet, the siege of the Anxia royal palace must have been a harrowing affair, with every general urging their troops to unleash their fury. In such tumult, anything could transpire. You have grown, and I shall no longer conceal these old tales from you. He was uncertain whether to feel solace or sorrow. For the ruler of Wei had promised substantial rewards to the first army that breached the palace gates. Thus the Wei soldiers fought with the ferocity of wolves. Although our king chose to end his own life in a gesture of loyalty to the realm, he was nonetheless beheaded by the Wei invaders who entered the palace first, claiming glory for themselves. Ultimately, during the funeral rites, his body was restored, and he was given a grand burial alongside the queen, with the Wei king himself composing an elegy. This act by the Wei king may have stemmed from a respect for another sovereign, or perhaps was intended to showcase his own magnanimity to the world. Thus, the old woman was not entirely mistaken. Her words carried the unique arrogance of the victors. Feng Miaojun remained silent for an extended period, leading Peng Bai to believe she was too distressed to speak. He offered words of comfort. The queen would not wish to see you in such sorrow. The fact that I have found you on this journey must surely be a blessing from her. Observing her melancholic demeanor yet composed expression, he felt a twinge of curiosity, pondering whether the young lady's character had also transformed through these tribulations. To understand the nature of Princess Changle, who has been cherished by the emperor since her youth, it is evident that after being adopted by the Feng family, no one dared to reprimand her. Although she possesses an inherently gentle disposition, her noble lineage renders her somewhat delicate, and she tends to lose her composure in challenging situations, unlike the calm and collected demeanor she exhibits now. He had previously pondered whether the princess, having wandered outside for an extended period, might have fallen prey to some mountain spirit or ghost. For what sort of spectral beings could one not encounter in the depths of the forest? However, observing her tranquil speech and her ability to inquire about past events, it is clear that she remains her true self. If there has indeed been such a transformation, it is a welcome development, for the kingdom of Anxia no longer exists, and she is no longer a princess. Feng Miaojun is aware that she must be distinct from her predecessor, regardless of how much she tries to conceal this fact. It will inevitably surface in the future, so she opts for a candid and genuine approach. Noticing the unusual expression on his face begin to fade, she finally spoke. "How did you deal with that old woman?" "I snorted. "I have already avenged you." Feng Miaojun shook her head, her expression serene. "I do not harbor anger towards her. It is merely that after I pushed her down, I kicked her once and uttered, 'What do you think you are? Daring to speak ill of my father and mother? Old hag, not even your military achievements are worthy of redemption.' I fear she may spread these words indiscriminately, and if ill-intentioned individuals hear them, it could invite trouble upon us." I felt overwhelmed by the numerous surprises the young princess presented him today, rendering him somewhat numb. With the servants previously speculating about the fall of the kingdom of Anxia and Feng Miaojun's unusual behavior subsequently, the few attendants present had witnessed it all. Should they mention it outside, it would provide grounds for speculation. It is crucial to note that the kingdom of Anxia was vanquished by the state of Wei, and the Feng family now resides within Wei's borders. How could a young girl express anger on behalf of a fallen kingdom? Might she be a remnant of Anxia? As soon as someone arrives at this conclusion, great troubles will inevitably follow the Feng family. Peng Bai was not surprised by this. Feng Miaojun had long been labeled as obedient and gentle rather than clever since her childhood. She was only 9 when sent out of the palace, and in the past 2 years, she had grown like an ordinary child. How could she have grasped the complexities of the situation? He exhaled a deep breath. "Rest assured, Mississippi, the woman in question is surnamed Wang, and she will no longer speak out of turn. The closest cook is one of ours. Apart from her, no one else could clearly hear what you said to her." Feng Miaojun let out a soft gasp, understanding. She had initially thought that Peng Bai would intimidate her, but to her surprise, he had decisively silenced the matter. This efficiently eliminated future problems, for if these individuals could gossip about Anxia, they could just as easily gossip about her. However, having been steeped in legal principles for many years, the thought of killing had never crossed her mind, and she did not consider it in this context. Hearing him speak of murder so casually, as if it were akin to slaughtering a chicken, stirred an indescribable feeling within her. "You killed," she choked, forcing the words out. "How many?" "Not daring to take lives indiscriminately. I merely orchestrated the demise of Wang. The others were left unharmed," Peng Bai clarified. "At the time, there were others in the small kitchen, and if they all perished, it would raise our suspicions immensely. Furthermore, you spoke to her privately by the courtyard. Others could not hear clearly. Yet, Wang had to die, for she distinctly heard the words father and mother that you uttered. Having emphasized it twice, it is clear that no outsiders will learn what you confided in her. It seems that even in such chaotic times, there exists a semblance of law. One must tread carefully even in the aftermath of murder." Peng Bai remarked that the cook was one of their own, presumably indicating that Queen Anxia had placed her by their side. After a moment's pause, noticing her silence, he quickly realized that his words had been too stark and direct, far too graphic for a young girl to endure. Regretting his lack of tact, he reflected on how the princess hardly seemed like an 11-year-old child. As he sought to divert the conversation, he overheard Feng Miaojun stifle another yawn. "I'm tired. I'll take a nap. Wake me when it's time to eat." Her adoptive mother, Su Shi, had received news and hurried to the estate. As soon as they entered the room, she enveloped Feng Miaojun in a tight embrace, tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed, "You scared me to death. What would I do if anything happened to Anan?" Su Shi, recalling the hardships of the past, was overwhelmed with emotion. Feng Miaojun softly expressed, I'm so hungry and tired, and I still want to bathe. All right. Su Shi quickly wiped her tears and instructed the servants to prepare a meal and heat water. As the table was being set with an array of dishes, Feng Miaojun's bowl was soon overflowing with the food Su Shi served her. The Feng family did not adhere to the custom of silence during meals. Su Shi, like a bamboo tube spilling beans, peppered Feng Miaojun with questions, to which she eagerly responded, her mouth busy with conversation, yet finding no opportunity to actually eat. Chapter 10. Upon hearing this, Su Shi indignantly exclaimed, "That old witch deserves her fate. Indeed, like mother, like son." The mention of Wang Po's son prompted Feng Miaojun to quickly grasp the implication. Was he here to stir trouble? Su Shi continued to serve her food, saying, "Do not let this burden you. It's not something you need to concern yourself with. I wish to know. It is, after all, related to me." Feng Miaojun insisted, tugging at her sleeve. "Please, tell me, or I may encounter him outside." Feng's cold scoff echoed in the air. "He dares." Yet, since Feng Miaojun had entered the Feng household, she had never before displayed such childish behavior before Su Shi. Su Shi, momentarily taken aback, lowered her gaze and observed the unwavering determination in the girl's eyes. Unknowingly, words slipped from her lips. "It all sounds like mere injuries." Feng Miaojun pouted slightly, asserting, "I only pushed her. I did not harm her." "Money?" Feng Miaojun looked up at her foster mother. "Did you give it?" Su Shi sighed deeply. "He comes here daily, causing a ruckus, which tarnishes the Feng family's reputation. Besides, after all, my foster daughter did push Wang Po, and she bears some responsibility." However, she kept this thought to herself, ultimately parting with 50 taels of silver to send him away. The Feng family, being of gentry status, needed to maintain their facade in business. Zhao Dajiao's commotion would certainly reflect poorly on their name. Feng Miaojun furrowed her delicate brows. "It seems Zhao Dajiao is not to be trusted. He is notorious in our village as a scoundrel." Su Shi let out a derisive laugh. "It is said that he squandered the money at the gambling den the very next day." Feng Miaojun's gaze flickered with contemplation. Dealing with such a person, merely offering money did not seem a wise approach. However, being just an 11-year-old girl, she felt it inappropriate to critique her foster mother's decisions. Thus she remained silent. Su Shi, having calmed herself, promptly placed a plate of fried fish in front of her. "I recall that an adores fish. Why have you not touched it? This is freshly caught haughty fish, exceptionally flavorful. These fish are raised in the rice paddies, feasting on fallen grains, resulting in tender flesh devoid of any fishy odor, with a hint of grainy aroma, and priced significantly higher than ordinary fish." "I no longer fancy it," she replied sulkily. "I prefer meat now." Su was momentarily taken aback. Her chopsticks, which were reaching for the fish platter, swiftly redirected towards the sauced beef, as she served her adopted daughter several generous pieces. Eating meat is beneficial. It promotes growth. Feng Miaojun couldn't help but chuckle, genuinely pleased. The sensation of being cared for was rather delightful. Ping Bai had discreetly withdrawn when the matriarch of the household scattered golden beans. As Feng Miaojun dined, she attentively observed Su, noting that although her eyes were still puffy and red, her features, delicate as a lotus flower, with willow-like brows, retained the attributes of a beauty. However, compared to the memories of her original self, she appeared slightly more emaciated. The Feng family was distantly related to the Queen of Anxia. With no history of holding official positions, they were a moderately prosperous merchant family engaged in the grain and textile trade. After the passing of Mr. Feng, the burden fell entirely upon Su, a woman of delicate disposition, suggesting that the past year had been arduous for her. In truth, her adoptive mother was magnanimous, capable, and managed the household commendably. Yet, she was ill-equipped to handle the business affairs typically managed by men. A beautiful widow attempting to conduct trade with her daughter was likely to encounter challenges. After the meal, Feng Miaojun immersed herself in a large wooden tub. Relishing her first warm bath since arriving in this realm, her mind racing with thoughts. Just as she finished drying her hair, disregarding the late hour, she summoned Peng Bai. "Was the cook closest to me when I toppled the old woman your person?" "Yes." Peng Bai found the question peculiar. "She was assigned to you by the queen and is temporarily under my command until your coming of age." "Very well, summon her. I require her testimony." "Are you concerned?" Peng Bai understood. It is wise to remain vigilant against treachery. Feng Miaojun felt a lingering unease, as if something awaited her in the shadows, preventing her from enjoying a tranquil existence. "How did you handle Wang Pozi? Please recount the details without omitting anything." Taking a life was never her intent. Yet since it was one of her subordinates who had committed the act, she felt compelled to resolve the ensuing troubles. By addressing this matter, she would be alleviating the burdens of the true Feng Miaojun, thus balancing the scales. After all, she had seized an opportunity that was not originally hers, albeit not out of her own volition. The chance to live again was invaluable. It had been granted to her. She did not seek justice. But the lines of enmity and gratitude were clearly drawn. Such sordid affairs had never been broached by Ping Bai in the past. Yet now he no longer regarded her as an 11-year-old child, revealing everything without much psychological burden. Upon hearing this, Feng Miaojun furrowed her brow slightly, inwardly acknowledging that the situation had not been handled particularly well. Peng Bai, perceptively interpreting her expression, explained, "At that time, I was preoccupied with searching for your whereabouts, and entrusted the matter to my subordinates in haste. They were not sufficiently meticulous, considering the loyal guard's state of mind at the time." Feng Miaojun chose not to pursue the matter further and inquired, "Peng Bai, how formidable are your skills?" This was the guard specifically assigned to her by Queen Anxia, and beyond loyalty and capability, he must possess considerable martial prowess, she thought. Peng Bai pondered for a moment before replying, "If they are soldiers of the 100 formations, I can take on 12 single-handedly. You possess the strength of 12 men?" She mused, contemplating whether that was formidable among humans. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and Peng Bai found the princess had once again assumed the charming innocence of a child, prompting him to chuckle, comparable to that of the court guards. Tingwei serves as a close attendant to the king, possessing martial prowess that far surpasses that of an ordinary warrior. Tilting her head, she gazes with eyes gleaming with curiosity. How does she compare to monsters? Monsters come in myriad forms, with the weakest hardly more fearsome than tigers or wolves. And the most powerful? The mightiest have been known to possess the ability to turn mountains and seas upside down. Peng Bai chuckled, "Princess, as you are aware, there have been many formidable demons in this world. Only a select few among humanity possess the strength to contend with them. It was only when humans formed nations, channeling the fortune of their realms to overpower these entities, that they emerged victorious. The monsters were either exterminated or retreated into the depths of the mountains and vast marshes, rarely to be seen again. What if it were a dragon, or perhaps one of its kin?" she inquired, seeking clarity. "In such cases, it would exceed the capabilities of any single individual to confront." Peng Bai quickly interjected, "At the very least, the might of entire provinces would need to be summoned." Chapter 11. The roadblock complaint. Is that so? Her delicate face fell, as if she glimpsed a bleak future ahead. Peng Bai explained, "Dragons cannot be dealt with by mere humans." Yet you witnessed Yun Lai single-handedly battling the AOU in the live broadcast from the abyss. The AOU, bound by chains, likely faced some diminishment in power, but it is by no means an ancient demon of 1,000 years. Regardless, it is still a dragon. What does this imply? Yun Lai's combat prowess is extraordinary, and the strength bequeathed to her by Queen Anxia is insufficient to counter it. If he wished to extinguish her life with a mere finger, he would require no more than a single digit. She had initially thought that if Yun Lai's abilities were comparable to Peng Bai's, she could afford to be untroubled. Yet, it seems she was indeed overly naive. It is the ignorant who are unafraid. Now that she can enjoy the comforts of sustenance and warmth, she begins to fret over her future freedom. Alas, why must she attract such a monstrous fate upon her arrival? She would not be so naive as to believe that being intertwined in life and death with such a formidable figure is advantageous. Should Yun Kai uncover the truth, though he may spare her life, he could very well confine her, restricting her movements and rendering her existence akin to that of a fish trapped in a deep pool, serving as a cautionary tale for her. This is, indeed, the most favorable scenario. If his heart were to grow even more merciless, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that he might reduce her to a vegetative state, at which point she would resemble a mere plant, rooted in one place, thus facilitating his control over her. The more she contemplates this, the more chills run down her spine. She can only pray that this esteemed individual never discovers another whose fate is linked to his own, sharing life and death. In such a case, he could live his indulgent life while she enjoys her tranquil days, like two parallel lines that never intersect. Peng Bai sensed the somber atmosphere surrounding his young mistress and retreated in confusion. Fortunately, Feng Miaojun's melancholy was fleeting. By the next morning, she had managed to cast aside her worries for the time being. She summoned the cook and engaged in a brief, yet meaningful conversation. The following 2 days were tranquil, as Su Shi, distressed by Feng Miaojun's predicament, resolved to compensate her. Thus, She set aside her pressing affairs and devoted 2 days to accompanying her at the estate. After this unexpected incident, the adopted daughter seemed to undergo a remarkable transformation within just a few days. Her discourse became coherent and logical, and she appeared much more clever and resourceful. Moreover, her bond with her adoptive mother deepened significantly, much to Su Shi's delight. For Feng Miaojun, this was a familial affection she had not experienced since her coming of age in her previous life, hence she cherished it all the more. However, in recent days, her eyelids had been twitching incessantly, and she could not shake the unsettling feeling that her current days of tranquility would not last. As dusk fell, the sky was ablaze with crimson hues. On the official road of Ji County, a group of over 10 riders surrounded a horse-drawn carriage, proceeding at a leisurely pace. This carriage, crafted from ebony wood, was unremarkable in its exterior, lacking even a single ornament, yet it was notably spacious. How could outsiders fathom the wonders concealed within? The interior walls were lined with soft leather, and the floor was adorned with large pieces of cloud silk velvet. This exquisite fabric, sourced from the delicate wool of snow sheep during the first 20 days of spring, was a rare treasure. Each strand was but a tenth of the thickness of human hair, with tips glimmering like gold in the sunlight, resembling clouds bathed in radiant light. In ordinary noble households, such fabric would be embedded in a piece no larger than 1 or 2 square feet, yet here it served as a mere mat, making each step feel like walking on air. Moreover, the carriage boasted a display shelf, a 5-drawer cabinet, and a small wine rack, providing all the essentials for living, traveling, and leisure. Inside, there lay a soft couch topped with a low table, upon which rested a Piccio incense burner and a jade chessboard, with 2 individuals engaged in a game. That may not be the case, remarked a scholar in a blue robe, leaning back with his arms crossed. I have come to fetch you with the king's permission. Oh, he sent you? The other seemed taken aback, for such occurrences were indeed rare. The scholar chuckled. Just as he was about to elaborate, a sudden thud echoed from outside, followed by the sharp whinny of horses, causing the entire carriage to come to an abrupt halt. The tumultuous atmosphere prompted the man across from him to suppress a cough, while the scholar in azure robes indignantly exclaimed, "Are you blind while driving?" Just then, a voice from outside seemed to call out, followed by the shouts of his own guards. Leaning towards the window, a retainer quickly reported, "My lord, someone ahead is blocking the carriage and claiming that the remnants of the Anxia kingdom have committed murder." Remnants of the Anxia kingdom? The scholar's eyes brightened momentarily as he cast a glance at the man opposite him, only to scold, "If there is a grievance, go report it to the county office. To dare disturb a noble here is utterly intolerable." The man across merely raised a hand in a dismissive gesture. "No matter. I, too, wish to linger in Zi County for a few more days." The scholar snorted. "What do you mean by saying there is no avenue for appeal? My mother's family is comprised of wealthy gentry from Juping Township, and the local officials are in collusion with them, refusing to provide me with justice." Seeing the man across nod in understanding, the scholar scoffed. "Then let it be taken to the county for trial. I shall take on your case. However, if you dare to block the carriage and lodge a complaint, disturbing my esteemed guest." Before he could finish, his esteemed guest interjected smoothly, "According to the law, such an act warrants 10 cuts of the knife." The villager outside gasped in shock, evidently unaware that blocking a carriage to lodge a complaint could lead to such dire consequences. Indeed, the Great Wei Kingdom had laws stipulating that those daring to privately obstruct a royal relative in pursuit of justice must first endure severe punishment. The scholar's voice sharpened. "Do you still wish to file a complaint?" The villager hesitated, wavering. Then, "Perhaps I shall not. To wish to complain and then withdraw. What a delightful scenario that would be." The man opposite remained unhurried, yet had a knack for interrupting him. "This case is now accepted. The punishment cannot be evaded. As the lesson is about to commence, let us change it to 20 lashes." The voice, languorous yet imbued with an irresistible authority, resounds. Chapter 12. Hold on. There are those who insist on pressing charges. As long as one is in the presence of this individual, the scholar in azure robes feels an ever-present opportunity to broaden his horizons. The villager pleads vociferously for mercy, yet the carriage has already rumbled into motion. Only the voice of the azure-robed scholar pierces through. Pull him to the roadside, complete the punishment, and send him to the medical hall. Indeed, be gentle, for we still require him to stand trial. Such a cowardice displayed by the obstinate commoner reveals a lack of resolute determination for avenging his mother. He likely seeks only to gain some benefit. The so-called remnants of the Anxia kingdom, how laughable. Under ordinary circumstances, He would never allow himself to be used as a pawn in this manner, yet this esteemed guest appears quite intrigued. Therefore, he has no choice but to oblige to the end. When news arrived that the Wangpa case from Ji County would commence its hearing in 2 days, the Feng family was at dinner. Upon hearing the tidings, Su's fingers trembled, nearly causing her rice bowl to tumble to the floor. This is outrageous. Feng Miaojun swiftly extended her chopsticks to obstruct her bowl. The waters shall rise and engulf the land. Her voice remained steady, though a slight weight settled in her heart. She had anticipated that Zhao Dazhao would at most extort a bit more money. But she had not reckoned with him bypassing the village to take his grievance directly to the county magistrate. What audacity and capability could a scoundrel possibly possess? Strangely enough, even based solely on the evidence, this case would hardly stand firm. The officials at the county office were not idly passing their time. So how could they possibly accept to hear it? The summons had been sent by the miser of the village, who, after receiving 2 taels of silver from Su, whispered, "I have heard that a nobleman is passing through Ji County." Zhao Dazhao intercepted the carriage midway and willingly took 20 lashes himself. Thus he was able to lodge his complaint. The information contained within this discourse is substantial, raising even more questions. Su, in a state of bewilderment, inquired, which esteemed individual? In such a modest locale, the arrival of a high-ranking official is indeed a remarkable event. Zhao Dazhao, seeking assistance, must first endure punishment. How exalted must the identity of the other party be? The willingness to advocate for Zhao Dazhao's vindication fills her with trepidation. Unbeknownst to us, we have merely heard whispers of their noble status. Unable to restrain herself, she instructed her maid, "Summon Peng Bai." Su lowered her gaze, noticing her adopted daughter's bright eyes, clear as a pristine spring. She mused that the girl was still young and would not be informed of Peng Bai's involvement in murder. As a personal guard to the princess, he would owe Su no deference and would not heed her commands. Questioning him might yield no answers. Feng Miaojun's lips curved into a smile. In any case, this matter bears no relevance to us. No matter how the county magistrate investigates, he cannot implicate us. Do not fear. Both she and Peng Bai were reluctant for Su to learn the cause of Wang Po's death, lest any peculiarities arise during inquiries, attracting unwanted attention. Her confident smile was infectious, and as Su observed, her heart gradually settled, realizing she ought not to delve deeper. Suddenly, a thought struck her as peculiar. In such circumstances, shouldn't her adopted daughter be the one weeping inconsolably? Instead, the young girl radiated joy, comforting her matriarch. They prepared to depart for Ji County. Notably, among the 10 towns, Juping Township is the closest to the county office. The Feng family's advantageous location allows them to reach it on horseback in merely 3 hours. 2 days later, the Ji County Court commenced proceedings on the case of Wang Po's drowning, with the aggrieved party being Wang Po's sole son, Zhao Dazhao. He was naturally slender, and after enduring 20 lashes, his frail form swayed precariously, appearing as though a mere gust of wind could topple him. His face was as pale as that of a corpse. Feng Miaojun fixed her gaze upon him, her mind filled with curiosity. This ruffian was clearly of the cowardly sort, seemingly motivated by a mere desire for wealth. With such a lack of genuine intent for vengeance, how could he possibly endure 20 lashes to seek justice? Was it a misjudgment on her part, or was there some hidden truth? Zhao Dazhao immediately knelt before the court, recounting the hardships endured by the mother and son who relied solely on one another. He embellished the tale of Wang Pe's misfortunes in Fengjia village, concluding with a dramatic assertion. After hearing the old tales of Anxia Nation, the young lady of the Feng family flew into a rage, shoving my mother, and soon after regretted it, ultimately silencing her to avoid any witnesses. Su, standing nearby, scoffed derisively. Nonsense, how could my daughter, at such a tender age, be capable of murder? The county magistrate, surnamed Su, shot her a warning glance, indicating it was not her place to speak. Turning back to Zhao Dazhao, he observed, even if she had struck Wang, it hardly justifies murder to silence her, does it? This case, lacking substantial evidence, would not normally capture my attention were it not for the mention of the remnants of Anxia and the apparent influence of a noble patron. Feng Miaojun's gaze sharpened. Was there indeed a second person who had overheard the conversation between the original owner and Wang Pe? At that moment, a dark-skinned woman entered the hall, offering her respects before stating, "In the courtyard stands a tall magnolia tree, its branches stretching up to the 2nd floor. When Madame Feng wished to enjoy fried magnolia petals, I climbed to the 2nd story to pluck some flowers, but little did I expect that a dispute would arise below. I concealed myself on the 2nd floor, first hearing a resounding thud followed by Aunt Wang's exclamation. Then, Miss Feng's fierce voice pierced through the air. I saw everyone at that moment. Yet I did not see you. You claim to be on the second floor, but who can corroborate that? Why not declare that you were soaring in the heavens? With keen ears to hear everything? Her words were sharp and resonant, delivered in a rapid succession that elicited laughter from the crowd outside. Magistrate Su shot her a glare, admonishing her, silence. Su, you ought to keep your daughter's tongue in check. Feng Miaojun retreated into her foster mother's embrace, pouting with an expression of indignation, though a glimmer of light danced in her eyes. The child, of course, possessed the privileges inherent to her youth. Her innocent outburst did not warrant the same punitive measures as those for an adult. Nevertheless, the essence of her words had already reached the ears of the assembly. Aunt Wu hastily intervened, stating, what Miss Feng uttered was quite alarming. I dared not look down further. Subsequently, when Miss Feng ran out in tears, I too quietly descended, wishing to remain unnoticed. Indeed, Magistrate Su exhaled a heavy breath. What did she say? Just then, Feng Miaojun buried her head in her foster mother's arms, her eyes darting around in search of a diversion, when suddenly a voice interjected, arriving a moment too soon. Hold on. This voice, though youthful, carried a subtle authority. Chapter 13. An unexpected interjection. Most crucially, Magistrate Su did not reprimand this interruption of the court proceedings. Immediately, the crowd parted as two individuals stepped forward, one after the other. At present, a man clad in a splendid robe entered the scene, his noble visage exuding an air of authority akin to a crane among chickens. Unmistakably accustomed to positions of power, he was indeed a rare specimen of handsome manhood, yet in comparison to the individual who followed him, he appeared suddenly diminished. As spring transitioned to summer, the air was pleasantly warm, though the mornings and evenings retained a slight chill. At this midday hour, even the county magistrate felt a trickle of dampness upon his back after prolonged sitting. Nevertheless, this man draped himself in a cloak of pristine white, its collar adorned with shimmering white otter fur. A profound silence enveloped the assembly. Regardless of who beheld his countenance, none could divert their gaze. There was no time for jesting. Terms such as jade tree in the wind or an immortal from a painting seemed insufficient to encapsulate his allure. The common folk, racking their brains for suitable expressions, ultimately surrendered, settling upon a singular descriptor, handsome. His features bore no trace of imperfection, yet his beauty seemed to render him solitary, as if the heavens had concentrated all their favor upon him, unwilling to share even a fraction with others. If that were all, it might suffice. However, his gaze was as enchanting as a spring pond, initially clear and tranquil, yet revealing depths that eluded comprehension, ensnaring all who dared to look too closely. It was this very gaze that ensured, regardless of his striking appearance, none could mistake his gender. As his eyes swept across the room, those caught in his sight could not help but lower their heads, feeling a sense of shame. Even Su, seated at the dais, dared not linger in his gaze. Just as she attempted to avert her eyes, she felt her adopted daughter, Feng Miaojun, tremble in her embrace. Upon glancing down, she noticed that the girl's complexion mirrored that of the handsome gentleman who had just entered, pale and striking. Upon encountering him, others perceived a radiant brilliance in the air. Yet for Feng Miaojun, it felt as if a thunderous bolt had struck, nearly rendering her defenseless spirit to flee. Even if their past interaction was but a fleeting glance, she would unmistakably recognize him, even if reduced to ashes. Yun Lai, who could elucidate how this individual had suddenly materialized in Zixian, and right before her eyes. Just as she began to relax, believing the crisis had passed, Feng Miaojun found herself among the most conspicuous individuals in the gathering. At last, Yun Lai's gaze fell upon her. This marked their second direct encounter, yet the sensations were entirely disparate. Although his demeanor exuded tranquility, his eyes concealed an unfathomable depth, rendering his true emotions inscrutable to onlookers. Subsequently, his gaze swept past her without pausing. In truth, while he seemed to survey the crowd, his expression bore an emptiness. As though he regarded them as inconsequential, no one captured his interest. Feng Miaojun took a slow, discreet breath, compelling herself to relax. It was all right, despite their prior proximity. He had not detected her presence in that deep abyss. He had not noticed her then, and thus, he would have no recollection of her now. To Yun Lai, she was merely a stranger, akin to the common folk outside the government office. Do not fear, do not lose composure. This tempest shall be navigated safely. Xiao Yan waved his hand, stating, I am merely here to enliven the atmosphere for our esteemed guest. Continue with your affairs as you please. Next to Su County Magistrate. Two chairs were arranged, and Xiaoyan gestured for those behind him to take the esteemed seats. This action left the attendees exchanging glances, while Feng Miaojun's brow twitched in response. Originally, I assumed Yun Lai was merely skilled in martial arts, yet I was taken aback to discover his remarkable connections, even with the ruling class. This poses a dilemma, for at times, sheer force proves less effective than influence. Now, even the prince must show deference, and this individual, intricately linked to her fate, appears increasingly inscrutable. This is undeniably disconcerting. She observed Yun Lai, nonchalantly seated, smiling yet silent, offering not a single word of humility. Most intriguingly, Xiaoyan lifted the tea presented by the official and drank without introducing his background. This was not an act of disdain, rather. It suggested that those present were deemed unworthy of knowing Yun Lai's true identity. Magistrate Su's expression shifted subtly. Initially perplexed, he wondered why the prince would concern himself with local affairs. It became evident that it was not Xiaoyan who was in charge, but rather this extraordinarily handsome and enigmatic guest who wished to take the reins. Just as he prepared to speak, he caught a glance from Yun Lai, prompting Xiaoyan to hastily swallow his tea. Indeed, hold on. At that moment, he clearly heard the young lady point toward Feng Miaojun, the one engaged in a dispute with the deceased, and there was also the common woman, Hu Ping. The cook from Feng family village stepped forward to pay her respects, responsible for the daily meals of the two mistresses, and coincidentally overheard Miss Feng speaking to Granny Wang. Is it not the same issue? Xiaoyan interjected, gesturing for silence. Turning to Magistrate Su with a smile, he suggested caution against these two potentially colluding in their testimonies. I shall take the liberty of proposing a method. Magistrate Su, of course, could only respond with a welcoming smile. Please, do share. Let us take both individuals to a private chamber for separate questioning. Magistrate Su expressed his approval, promptly attending to the task. Zhao Daja shook his head. Those who cannot swim instinctively retreat upon encountering a river or pond, and the likelihood of Wang Pa having met with an accident can be largely dismissed. It appears that the probability of her having been murdered has increased. Thus those who had a dispute with her prior to her death are indeed highly suspect. Although Feng Miaojun is merely a young girl, and the Feng family has lost much of its former glory, they still possess the means to hire someone to commit murder. However, a mere ordinary quarrel does not constitute a motive for homicide, unless the young lady inadvertently uttered something of grave consequence to Wang Pa, something that could bring calamity upon the Feng family. Otherwise, why would they risk such peril to engage in assassination? In this context, the testimonies of the two witnesses become exceedingly vital. Xiaoyan's approach is commendable. Questioning them separately ensures that their statements remain untainted by each other's accounts. Su Shi answered every inquiry with unwavering resolve. Regardless of any machinations that Peng Bai may have employed, she herself is innocent in this matter, and her demeanor exudes honesty and integrity. Naturally beautiful, her proud posture adds a touch of indomitable spirit, compelling Xiaoyan to gaze at her in admiration, silently marveling at the presence of such a beauty even in a rural locale. Chapter 14. Inversion of Truth. Yun Lai smiled gently. No matter, I can endure. Please bring me more hot tea, the hotter, the better. Xiaoyan did not press the matter, summoning someone to replace his tea, which indeed arrived steaming. Feng Miaojun, standing several paces away, could see beads of sweat forming on her forehead, yet Yun Lai remained unfazed as he sipped the scalding liquid, seemingly quite pleased with its temperature. Only those afflicted with a chronic cold would don heavy garments in the heat of summer and drink scalding tea. Remembering how formidable this person appeared in the pit, Feng Miaojun found it hard to believe he was truly ill. Her curiosity was piqued regarding the tricks he was playing. At this moment, the testimonies given by Aunt Wu and Hu Ping in the darkroom were transcribed and presented to Magistrate Su. He glanced over them briefly before passing them to Xiaoyan and Yun Kai. The expressions of these individuals remained unchanged. Yet Feng Miaojun understood that the contents of the testimonies were bound to be entirely dissimilar. Hu Ping was aligned with her interests. Thus, the credibility of Aunt Wu as a witness was destined to plummet. Just then, Magistrate Su called out her name. Feng Miaojun. What did you say after you pushed over Granny Wang? This inquiry struck at the very heart of the case, as it hinged upon whether Feng Miaojun possessed a motive for murder. She pouted slightly, tears quickly welling in her eyes. Your Honor, I did not push Granny Wang intentionally. Oh, she continued, as she walked ahead of me. I stumbled over the threshold of the half-moon gate and accidentally knocked her down. Zhao Dazhao suddenly raised his head. You speak nonsense. That is not how it happened. Magistrate Su struck the gavel. Silence. Do you dare to show contempt for this court? If you claim it was an accident, then why did you kick Granny Wang? I did not. Her petite face was filled with grievance. I fell onto her and struggled to get up. Perhaps I inadvertently brushed against Granny Wang, but it was certainly not my intention to kick her. This indicated that Feng Miaojun, having heard Granny Wang's taunt regarding the remnants of the Anxia kingdom, was entirely refuting the accusation of having acted out of anger. Yun Kai, initially indifferent to the mundane affairs of the marketplace, now wore a barely perceptible smirk. The phrase remnants of Anxia seemed to carry a misfortune. The young lady was not foolish, eager to dissociate herself from it. Feng Miaojun exclaimed loudly. I have no intention of maligning Wang Pe, nor do I desire her death. I am willing to swear that if I utter a single falsehood, may my soul be instantly reduced to ashes. Upon hearing her venomous oath, Peng Bai outside was nearly driven to madness. For he believed in the existence of spirits in this world, and that a vow held the power to manifest. However, Feng Miaojun remained remarkably composed. This body had already changed its master. The actions of pushing down and cursing Wang Po were entirely those of the former owner and held no connection to her. She had no intention of wishing Wang Po dead. This logic was sound. No matter how venomous her oath, it could not befall her. Standing resolutely in place, Magistrate Su could only ask, then, what did you say to Wang Po that caused you to flee in tears? Zhao Dezhao and Aunt Wu widened their eyes in disbelief, astonished by the torrent of lies spilling forth from this young woman. With Wang Po deceased, no amount of mud thrown at her could be unraveled. Aunt Wu, trembling and pointing, stammered, You are speaking nonsense. But upon seeing Magistrate Su's darkening expression, she quickly fell silent. Magistrate Su let out a long sigh. Having worked in the local government for 7 or 8 years, he was well aware that this case had become incomprehensible. All evidence was ambiguous, lacking definitive proof to condemn the Feng family, and it could not be ruled out that another culprit was at large. Normally, this would suffice, but with 2 prominent figures present in the courtroom, arriving at such a conclusion was truly. As he pondered in silence, Xiaoyan suddenly interjected, In fact, there is another method that may decisively resolve this case. Magistrate Su felt a surge of hope. Please, young master, enlighten me. Extraordinary matters require extraordinary talents. Xiaoyan smiled, casting a glance toward Yun Kai. The inability of others to accomplish a task does not imply that no one can succeed. Yun Kai shot Xiaoyan a sidelong glance and remarked with a smirk. You certainly know how to delegate tasks. Xiaoyan shrugged. Isn't this what you came for? Since this case was entrusted to me by you, it is only fitting that I contribute in some way. Feng Miaojun, appearing obedient and demure, felt a tempest of emotion surge within her at his words. Was the request for a public hearing made by Yun Kai himself? From the moment Xiaoyan and his companion entered, she had realized that the esteemed individuals Zhao De had stopped were these 2. Yet she remained uncertain about whose intentions were at play. Now, clarity dawned upon her. Had Yun Kai sensed something amiss? Was her current predicament precariously perilous? Magistrate Su, overjoyed, ordered a swift carriage to summon the corpse of Wang Po from Juping Township before announcing a recess, stating that the night hearings would reconvene after 4 hours. Chapter 15. Pursuit. Yun Kai continued. I find myself somewhat fatigued and in need of rest to recuperate my energy. Please arrange accommodations for me. His complexion indeed bore signs of strain, and Magistrate Su, aware of the toll such matters could take on one's vitality, promptly responded, Of course, please follow me. He personally led Yun Kai and Xiaoyan out of the courtroom to the rear. The others, for the time being, dispersed. This wait extended into a protracted 4 hours. Inside the tranquil retreat prepared for him in Ji County, Yun Kai closed his eyes to restore his spirit. After nightfall, he was approached with news. We have received word from Shenglong Pond that the AOU has been tampered with. Its eyes, heart, dorsal fin, and a segment of vertebrae measuring 3 zhang have been removed. Oh, a hint of surprise flickered across Yun Kai's face. So much has been taken? Indeed. The AOU is substantial, and its components are equally large. Desiring to relocate these items, one must either mobilize an entire entourage or, thus, it appears that the entanglements of the local case coincided with his pursuit of the giant fish, occurring within the span of merely an hour. Why does an unsettling feeling persist within him? Yun Kai's gaze flickered as he sank into contemplation. The individuals outside the door, perceptive to the atmosphere, quietly withdrew. Clearly, this method proved particularly effective in resolving cases and unearthing culprits. However, once the 7th day post-mortem has passed, the soul must descend to the underworld, rendering it irretrievable. Feng Miaojun remained uncertain whether Yun Kai's assertion of borrowing a soul from the netherworld held any truth, yet his capabilities surpassed the ordinary. As the crowd awaited with bated breath, the hour of high finally arrived. Inside the official's office, a coffin was laid out, casting a chilling aura that was truly terrifying. The diverse assembly of souls in the realm of the afterlife had already taken their positions, and Yun Kai slowly opened his eyes, murmuring, "The time has come." Under the dim light, his complexion appeared even more pallid, and his utterances carried a chilling undertone that sent shivers down spines. Onlookers lamented, acknowledging his beauty yet lamenting his frail constitution. Yun Kai continued, "This is a place of significant authority, where wandering souls dare not tread." Magistrate Su hesitated. "Perhaps we should consider a different location for the proceedings?" The constable complied with his orders. And only then did Yun Kai elucidate, "As long as the candle remains alight, it can shield Wang Po's spirit, allowing her to enter this formidable domain." The paper lantern seemed to weigh heavily, akin to 1,000 pounds. It is evident that Wang Po's spirit was indeed cowering within. The ghost approaches. Even with the knowledge of a powerful presence nearby, the crowd could not help but recoil in terror. Yet Yun Kai pointed at the coffin and called out sharply, "Hark! I shall lend you but a quarter of an hour. Will you not enter?" Immediately, a scratching sound emanated from the coffin. A sound that clawed at the very core of one's being. Everyone, including Feng Miaojun, was struck with terror. After all, the phenomenon of a corpse rising is something most individuals never encounter in their lifetimes. Two audacious attendants dared to remove the coffin lid, revealing a person standing upright within, eyes firmly shut. The night breeze carried forth a foul odor of decay, wafting over 10 paces. Among the spectators who grasped the grim reality, some retched uncontrollably while others fainted on the spot. Feng Miaojun had never witnessed such a horrifying sight. She trembled uncontrollably in her foster mother's embrace. Despite her usual bravery, she was still a young woman, and she had never imagined she would behold such a shocking scene. Su Shi, too, was pale as a ghost. Only Yun Kai and Xiao Yin maintained their composure, seemingly oblivious to the malevolence of Wang Po and the stench of the corpse. When Yun Kai spoke, Wang Po leaped from the coffin, standing in the center of the gathering. Her knees remained unbent, her body rigid as if she were a zombie. Wang Po stood silently, devoid of any reaction. However, as Yun Kai had previously stated, she could not shake her head. Therefore, her refusal to nod might signify denial. With the presence of young Master Yin, Su County Magistrate quickly regained his composure and posed a second question. "Everyone from Feng family village is present. Do you see any murderer among them?" Having received word from Ji County, Su Shi had brought nearly 10 members of the entire village. Suddenly, Wang Po turned toward the Feng family, her eyes still shut but seemingly glaring with malice. The onlookers gasped in horror, and Feng Miaojun felt her scalp tingle, nearly crying out. Fortunately, once Wang Po had steadied herself, she remained motionless and did not nod. This indicated that the murderer was not among this group of people. At this moment, Yun Kai lightly exhaled. "Let us rephrase the question. Is the murderer present among us today?" His implication lingered in the air, prompting the crowd to ponder his words, and to their astonishment, they witnessed the old woman, Wang Po, nodding. Her cervical bones permitted only minimal movement. Yet many were willing to wager with their very toes that she indeed affirmed twice with her head. A chilling apprehension enveloped everyone. Not only had they witnessed the return of Wang Po's spirit, but they also realized that the murderer was concealed among them, mingling with the crowd. Xiaoyan understood the unspoken inquiry. "Who is it? Show us." He gestured toward a constable, instructing him to assist in lifting her arm. The unfortunate constable, pale as a ghost, could only advance tremblingly to raise Wang Po's arm until it aligned with her shoulder. Wang Po abruptly turned, her swollen fingertip pointing directly at Zhao Dajia. Gasps of shock echoed throughout the room. In that instant, not only did Zhao Dajia collapse to the floor with a thud, but even Xiaoyan's expression shifted in surprise, taken aback by such a dramatic twist. In the blink of an eye, the accuser had transformed into the accused. County Magistrate Su, adjusting his hat to steady himself, turned to Xiaoyan with bewilderment. "Is this truly the spirit of Wang Po?" Xiaoyan chuckled softly. "If there exists another soul capable of summoning Wang Po's spirit, it would undoubtedly be him." Leaning slightly closer, he whispered a few words into County Magistrate Su's ear. Feng Miaojun, unable to hear the whispers, could only observe the sudden change in County Magistrate Su's demeanor, who hastily bowed to Yun Kai, saying, "I was unaware. I beg your pardon for my offense." Meanwhile, County Magistrate Su, now reassured, declared sternly, "Wang Po has personally identified the murderer. The evidence is irrefutable. Zhao Dazha, do you have anything to say? Then it falls upon you to enlighten me. Sioux County magistrate scoffed, and his ensuing words flowed with effortless grace. Bring this maternal murderer into custody and seek further evidence. Seizing the opportunity, Sioux stepped forward, regarding the framing. Zhao Dazhao appeared at my estate the day after Wang Po's demise, wailing for 3 consecutive days. I bestowed upon him 50 taels, only to discover days later that he had reported me to the county. Oh, Sioux County magistrate's gaze sharpened, first demanding money, then lodging a complaint? Zhao Dazhao's first reaction upon learning of his mother's death was not to report to the authorities, but to seek financial recompense. Indicating that he initially did not suspect the Feng family as the culprits, he merely sought a monetary settlement. Yet, after the 7th day of mourning for Wang Po, he suddenly filed a complaint, even obstructing Wang Xian's carriage. What does this signify? There are unseen hands guiding him. Sioux County magistrate chuckled, shaking the 2 testimonies in his hand. Wu's statements are inconsistent. Take her down for further interrogation. Aunt Wu and Hu Ping each provided their accounts, revealing that only Hu Ping and Feng Miaojun's statements aligned. Another crucial point emerged. She claimed to have hidden on the 2nd floor, yet none present could recall seeing her. With the truth now laid bare, Aunt Wu's words appeared to be mere fabrications. Zhao Dazha is an ne'er-do-well. Why would Aunt Wu inexplicably testify on his behalf in court? Thus, Sioux County magistrate felt he had discovered a promising lead. The Feng family was exonerated, and no further inquiries would be pursued. The subsequent interrogation would no longer involve Sioux and her daughter. Before Feng Miaojun was taken away by Sioux, she cast one last glance at Yin Song, whose gaze remained tranquil, as if contemplating something profound. Many people were secretly observing him at the scene, but the moment he raised his gaze, it swept over in this direction. She quickly lowered her head, too afraid to look again. Unexpectedly, Yun Kai approached and stood before her. Young lady, I have something to ask you. A look of bewilderment appeared on her face. After glancing around, she pointed to herself. Me? As he drew closer, a chill ran down her spine. Yuan Kai smiled charmingly, yet to her, he seemed as daunting as a raging torrent. Yes, I wish to know. After you fled from Feng village that day, where did you go? Where did I go? Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. A shiver coursed through her heart, yet she feigned contemplation, taking a moment before responding. I didn't go anywhere. I intended to stroll through the peach grove behind the village. But halfway there, I remembered that I am the young lady of the Feng family. Why should I be the one to leave? She nodded vigorously. All right. Nothing more to discuss. He stepped back a couple of paces and indeed ceased his inquiries. Yuan Kai would not act without reason. His sudden interest in her whereabouts after leaving the village raised her unease. The more she pondered, the more anxious she became. Feng Miaojun had initially believed that the Feng family was spared due to Zhao Dazhao as insufficient evidence, but this stain of scandal had already been cast, making future outings susceptible to gossip. Little did she expect that Yun Kai would take such measures, directly implicating Zhao Dazhao in the crime. The news of the Feng family being wrongfully accused by the true murderer would likely spread rapidly through the nearby villages, tarnishing their reputation. Indeed, the blame had been placed. In truth, she had long known that it was Zhao Dazhao who had taken the life of Wang Po. It was the handiwork of her subordinates. Queen Anxia had among her carefully selected talents one who was particularly adept at the art of enchantment, capable of compelling others to act according to her will, albeit with instructions of a simpler nature. In her understanding, this was akin to the practice of hypnosis. Her emotions were rather intricate. In her living room, Feng Miaojun hosted young Master Xiao. As Xiao Yin took a sip of tea, he observed the 11-year-old girl standing rigidly before him, her small face taut and her shoulders squared. Recognizing that this rustic girl had likely never encountered the likes of nobility, he smiled and said, "Relax. I'm not a monster. Let us engage in casual conversation." She blinked, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. "Is it truly all right to speak freely? You won't hold it against me, will you?" Such innocent words. With Xiao Yin's generous nature, how could he possibly take offense at a young girl? Moreover, he had his own intentions in mind. "Do not worry. Whatever you say will be forgotten as soon as I leave. I shall not hold you accountable." "Oh, very well." She immediately suppressed her cautious demeanor. "Where is Madame Su? You have arrived at an inopportune moment. My mother left early this morning." A smile graced her face, revealing her small canine teeth. "She is quite busy and scarcely has a moment to spare." Chapter 17. Repelling Xiao Yin suddenly, Feng Miaojun fell silent, scrutinizing him from head to toe, then from toe to head. The intensity of her gaze, accompanied by her sparkling eyes, made Xiaoyan feel compelled to touch his nose. Am I handsome? Not bad, she replied earnestly, but not as good-looking as the person beside you a few days ago. Xiaoyan's expression immediately faltered. Who could possibly compare to such a mesmerizing figure? Yet, knowing this was one thing, while having it articulated was quite another. A young girl should speak with grace and charm, captivating those around her. Has your mother not taught you this? You mentioned earlier that you would not hold me to the same standards. However, my mother instructed me otherwise. She insisted that those in commerce must be honest and fair, never deceitful. Her eyes sparkled with conviction. So, who is that person? Yun Kai has not made an appearance alongside us. This presents an opportunity to inquire about his identity. Xiaoyan replied curtly, his identity is beyond your reach. Disappointment washed over her. Is it not permissible to ask? If he chooses not to reveal it, then you shall not know, Xiaoyan said lazily. What? Has the young lady taken a liking to him? He is indeed handsome, and more formidable than you. She discerned clearly that while Prince Yin and Yun Kai walked together, they were far from close friends. Moreover, given Yun Kai's striking appearance, countless inquiries about his relationships must have arisen. Thus, a few more questions would hardly raise suspicion. Xiaoyan's expression shifted slightly. How do you know he is more capable than I? If not, why do you fear him, even refraining from speaking of his affairs? Xiaoyan, realizing the absurdity of the situation, could not help but chuckle. You little imp, even if you are employing reverse psychology, I still cannot divulge anything. Trust me. This is for your own good. His temperament is unpredictable. One moment he may greet you with a smile, and the next he could turn hostile. He is not someone you should provoke. Let us not dwell on him any longer. She merely sought to test the waters, never truly believing that Xiaoyan would divulge anything. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. Initially, it was he who wished to inquire. How had her questions become a rapid-fire barrage? At present, this young girl exhibits an air of maturity, in stark contrast to the timid demeanor she displayed moments ago in the county office. It is evident that this is her true nature. After all, Feng Miaojun is merely the daughter of a merchant, her father having passed away 2 years ago, thus lacking the guidance that would impart an understanding of social hierarchies. Were it otherwise, how could she have so easily fallen into legal troubles? It appears he has incurred no significant loss. Very well, he maintains his composure. You may proceed first. Where in this world is the most abundant repository of knowledge and wisdom? He pondered, stroking his chin. After perusing the tomes within, I would be privy to all the secrets of the universe. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Does such a place truly exist? Numerous renowned libraries exist across the realm. Yet if one seeks a place that meets your criteria, the Yinhai Tower would be the most fitting. He paused, recalling the phrase vast as the sea of clouds. Does it contain all the knowledge of the world? How could that be? Xiaoyan chuckled at her naivety. Knowledge is as boundless as the ocean, an endeavor that no individual could fully exhaust throughout their lifetime, let alone encompass in its entirety. Nevertheless, the Yinhai Tower was originally the private library of the founding emperor of the Haughty Kingdom, housing numerous ancient tomes and chronicles of extraordinary events from various dynasties. Following the fall of the Haughty Kingdom, the tower changed hands several times yet remained unscathed by war, even receiving subsequent additions in later years. Immersing oneself in its depths would undoubtedly reveal knowledge unknown to many. He added, as an afterthought, that it now belongs to the Jin Kingdom. He refrained from mentioning that it is also a restricted area of the Jin Kingdom, entry and exit requiring the decree of the Jin monarch. Before her stood Feng Miaojun, merely a rustic girl, destined never to enter the opulent halls of Yin Hai Lu, a fact that scarcely warranted discussion. Yet, Feng Miaojun's eyes sparkled with a fervent light. The curse of the AOU loomed over her like a ticking time bomb, perpetually disturbing her peace. She yearned to unravel its mysteries, but such matters were not suitable for casual discourse. She did not believe that this obscure secret, unknown even to the clouds, would be casually inscribed in any commonplace tale or legend. Thus, her most reliable recourse seemed to be the pursuit of hidden scrolls and extraordinary accounts, hoping to discover a potential solution. The founding ancestor of the Haughty Kingdom was indeed a remarkable figure. The rare tomes he collected could undoubtedly lend her assistance. The words that had lingered on the tip of her tongue suddenly lost their allure, prompting her to inquire instead, I ask you. The words you spoke after toppling Wang Pe, were they truly the few dictated by the county magistrate? Of course, Feng Miaojun retorted, her eyes wide with astonishment. I would not deceive the county lord. She was acutely aware that the narrative she presented was hardly credible, yet she felt compelled to adhere to it unwaveringly. For the truth regarding her ties to the remnants of the Xia kingdom must never be revealed under the scrutinizing gaze of the Wei nobleman. Then all is well. Xiaoyan replied with a self-mocking smile, realizing his inquiry had sunk to an embarrassing low, as even a 7-year-old would know better than to recant. Feng Miaojun blinked at him and asked, "Do you wish to become my stepfather?" Su, at merely 27, was in her prime, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Xiaoyan's visit indeed carried an intention of intimacy, yet upon being exposed by Feng Miaojun, his brow furrowed slightly. "Would you be willing?" "Of course. I would be willing." Her eyes brimmed with astonishment as she heard that the capital was 1,000 times more prosperous than their current location. She yearned to witness the world beyond, envisioning her mother purchasing a grand estate where the elite frequented, and with numerous servants at her beck and call to dismiss at her whim. Yet, Feng Miaojun, despite her beauty, lacked the essential refinement, which suggested the shortcomings of Su's upbringing. Ultimately, she was unfit for high society. With this thought, the flicker of excitement in his heart waned, and he replied coolly, "It is merely jest. There is no need to take it seriously," before rising and making his exit. Feng Miaojun, with a look of regret, saw him to the door. But upon turning, a smile graced her lips. Her aim had been achieved. Should Su be favored by Xiaoyan, she could ascend swiftly. But their statuses must be thoroughly scrutinized before she could accompany Prince Yan. Feng Miaojun was uncertain if the identity arranged by Queen Anxia could withstand such scrutiny. It was a risk best avoided. Chapter 18. The truth in an instant. Moreover, it seemed that Yun Lai had some connections with the royal family of Wei. If she were to follow her mother to the capital, she would inadvertently draw closer to him, which was not her desire. In the evening, when Su returned, Feng Miaojun recounted the matter before inquiring, "Do you wish to accompany him?" "I do not," Su replied without a moment's hesitation. "While it may benefit you and the Feng family, what of an end? I cannot jeopardize your safety for my own desires. Besides, a person of Prince Yan's stature is destined to soar above us. We are not worthy companions." Feng Miaojun swallowed hard, taking a moment before she smiled. "Rest assured, he will not seek you again. If the adoptive mother can discern the intricacies involved, it is indeed splendid, sparing her the need for further persuasion. This is, of course, evident. She understands that throughout history and across cultures, there exists a type of woman who invariably incites men's disdain, the overly assertive. Today, she assumes such a role, employing subtle tactics in her inquiries to Xiaoyan, reframing the question from whether he harbors affection for her biological mother to whether he aspires to be her stepfather, thereby redirecting his focus onto herself. His feelings for Su Shi have always been insincere. Thus, his current disinterest in her naturally extends to a lack of fondness for Su Shi as well, exemplifying the phenomenon of transference. In truth, had Feng Miaojun ventured beyond the gates of the Feng residence that afternoon, retracing the path of the incident, she would have discovered a familiar figure standing atop a dilapidated embankment 2 miles along the river. The attendants were busily engaged, and the steep slope beneath Yunjai had been cleared to reveal an area 5 zhang square, exposing an intricate formation beneath. This formation was perfectly circular, its lines complex, and its inscriptions arcane, all meticulously carved 3 inches into the stone with sharp implements, displaying no hint of disorder. Small grooves were chiseled into the 4 cardinal points of the formation, all currently unoccupied. As Xiaoyan sauntered away from the Feng estate, he approached and knelt to examine it closely. Even in such remote and rustic locales, one can encounter such mysteries. No wonder you hastened here. The complexity of this formation is unparalleled in my experience. What purpose does it serve? Yunjai gazed intently at it while responding. "This is the mountain-moving formation." "The mountain-moving formation?" Xiaoyan exclaimed in astonishment. "Is this truly the legendary formation that allows one to traverse 1,000 miles in a single step?" "It is not so exaggerated, yet it can indeed span several hundred miles." Xiaoyan marveled in disbelief. Was it not believed to be lost to time? How could it resurface in Juping Township? Its last appearance was 4 decades ago. Although the formation is challenging to depict, the rarity of the spirit stones is the primary reason for its loss to time. Yunchai also crouched slightly, extending his hand to explore the crevice where the spirit stone was nestled. Each activation of the mountain-moving array requires 4 purple spirit stones. Such exorbitance! Xiaoyan gasped. The spiritual energy of the world has diminished, making it increasingly difficult to find high-quality spirit stones. Few possess the means to produce 4 purple spirit stones at once. Such treasures are valuable yet elusive, even beyond his reach. He glanced at Yunchai. "You already know who this person is and what he intends to do?" "Imo Taizan." The moment that name was uttered, Xiao Yan's expression instantly darkened. Emotaizhan? From the Jin Kingdom? Xiao Yan was taken aback. Whom does he wish to intercept? Given Emotaizhan's stature, the one he aims to thwart must be formidable indeed. Yun Chai's smile grew even more radiant. Me. Xiao Yan was perplexed. Yet Yun Chai rose and brushed off the dirt from his hands. Did you just visit Feng's village? Xiao Yan shrugged, aware that he did not wish to elaborate on the previous topic. Are you interested in that widow? Xiao Yan was slightly taken aback. You know this too? Truly remarkable. Your ability to gauge human hearts is impressive. Do you intend to take her with you? What value does the Feng family hold that would warrant Xiao Yan's esteemed presence? Naturally, it is that beautiful widow at the helm. This young noble is known for his flirtatious nature. His motives are not difficult to discern. Yun Chai offered no further words. Well, this matter is concluded. Let us be on our way. What did he come for? And did he find it? Xiao Yan was unsure but had grown accustomed to the enigmatic ways in which he operated. Before me stands an individual who appears quite amiable, yet is, in truth, remarkably capricious. He chooses when to disregard others, whether it be Xiao Yan or. The facts are abundantly clear. Emotaizhan had previously discovered the AO fish within the Shenlong pool, and much like Yun Kai, he harbored ambitions to seize the dragon pearl at the moment of its transformation into a dragon. However, this is within the territory of the Dowei Kingdom, and the vicinity of Shenlong pool had already been tampered with by Yun Kai. Burdened with numerous obligations, Emotaizhan found himself unable to make frequent trips. Thus he established a mountain-moving formation in Juping Township, hoping to directly transport the AO fish to Shenlong pool on the day of its ascension. This formation had been set for quite some time, allowing wild grass to grow over the slope, thoroughly concealing the array, and given the remoteness of the area, it went unnoticed by passers-by. As for why Emotaizhan did not arrive in time that day, only to have Yun Kai calmly slay the AO fish, Yun Kai could only speculate that he misjudged the fish's cultivation level and miscalculated the timing of its transformation. After all, this is a mistake Yun Kai himself had previously made. The physical signs of the AO fish appeared younger than its actual age, thus leading to erroneous conclusions. Nevertheless, this error was rather exquisite. Upon utilizing spiritual stones to reach Shenlong pool, Emotaizhan discovered that the dragon pearl had already been claimed by another, undoubtedly leaving an impressive expression upon his face. At that moment, the smile on Yun Kai's face was genuine, though it quickly faded. So, is this the complete narrative of the events? Emotaizhan, in his attempt to outsmart others, ended up with nothing to show for his efforts, losing both the opportunity to claim the dragon pearl and a mountain-moving formation, while everything unfolded in a manner he had anticipated. On the same day that the dragon fish ascended, the dispute that occurred in Fengjiazwang of Juping Township was merely an accident? Why is it all connected to Juping Township? Could it be that he is merely overthinking? Nevertheless, he still sensed an underlying disquiet. The commotion caused by Xiao Yan's men clearing the embankment was quite pronounced. They had no intention of concealing their actions, and thus, the neighboring villagers quickly became aware. Word spread from 10 to 100, and once the noble departed, a steady stream of visitors began to arrive. Upon hearing the news, Feng Miaojun felt a stir of curiosity and decided to join the fray with Peng Bai. Indeed, upon reaching the embankment, they found a gathering of about 10 onlookers, and their presence hardly seemed excessive. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow flitted through the overgrown grass. Chapter 19. A villain's good fortune upon returning to Fengzhuang. The peculiar expression on Peng Bai's face had yet to dissipate. Miss, that was a formation. What purpose does it serve? I am uncertain. I have encountered many formations, but I have never seen one so intricate. With my abilities, I cannot decipher it. The one who arranged it must be a master among masters. It appears, perhaps, that she may have inadvertently activated that strange pattern. As understanding dawned in Peng Bai's eyes, he exclaimed in astonishment, Miss, that day, could it be that you shook quiet? Feng Miaojun was lost in her thoughts, finding his noise bothersome. Peng Bai promptly silenced himself, remaining as still as a hen. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Miaojun's commands were increasingly gaining weight in his mind, and he executed them without a second thought. Meanwhile, Feng Miaojun felt a throbbing headache. She found it peculiar how her body ended up in the cold pool, and now the enigma only deepened. The most pressing question was, who had inscribed the formation? First and foremost, Yun Jai was ruled out. The rationale was simple. If he were the instigator, would he need to send someone to specifically clear it away? Clearly, the creator of the formation was someone else, and evidently, a master in their craft. This revelation bore both good and bad news. The good news was that upon seeing the formation, Yun Lai would likely conclude that it was crafted by another formidable figure rather than by her, a mere commoner with negligible combat prowess. In other words, any lingering suspicion he may have harbored against her should now be thoroughly dispelled. However, this was swiftly overshadowed by the impending bad news. She had inadvertently usurped someone else's shortcut. From the moment she awoke in the cold pool until she grasped the fish and left the waterway, she had encountered no one aside from Yun Lai. The individual who had meticulously set up the formation had not appeared at all, which could only imply one thing. She had accidentally activated the teleportation array by tumbling down the embankment, and this mechanism was likely a one-time use. Thus, this unfortunate figure had missed the opportunity to witness the celestial ascent of the fish, allowing Yun Lai to seize the moment instead. If this were indeed the case, that individual must be exceedingly furious right now. If he were to discover that Feng Miaojun had spoiled his plans, he would likely wish to dismantle her into a multitude of pieces. At this thought, an icy chill surged up her spine. Unlike Yun Lai, this individual remained shrouded in shadows, entirely unaware of the other's appearance or identity, yet had unwittingly offended them gravely. With a heart full of grievances, to whom could she confide her woes? Before this unknown adversary made their presence known, she had to vacate the premises post-haste. The following morning, the Su mother and daughter shared a meal at the table. Feng Miaojun, having spent a restless night, felt parched and yearned for something sweet and refreshing. A glance at the sparse offerings on the table made her pout. Why is there no mung bean jelly? The innocence of childhood afforded her the luxury of such whims. Su gently patted her head. Huping did not come this morning. You must make do for now. Once she arrives for work, I shall have her prepare the jelly for you. Mung bean jelly, crafted from red adzuki beans, was a delightful treat, chilled, sweet, and invigorating. As the grain rain season passed, the weather grew increasingly warm, and children delighted in appetizing snacks. Feng Miaojun acquiesced, obediently consuming her meal. It turned out that Huping was adept at making jelly. This cook had previously conspired with her and was a confidant left by Queen Anxia. Just as she finished her bowl of barley porridge, news of the Wang Pa case's verdict reached them. Zhao Dezhao had indeed been incited by others to report to the authorities. A certain individual had informed him through Antwi that a successful lawsuit against the Feng family would yield a substantial fortune, potentially exceeding 50 taels by several multiples. This prospect tempted the financially strained Zhao Dezhao. Furthermore, he was advised that only a report to the county would prove effective. Coincidentally, a noble was passing through the county that very week. Should they lend their assistance, victory in the lawsuit was assured. This individual was none other than Zheng Dao, a fellow townsman. The county magistrate Su, following the clues, managed to uncover the identity of Zheng Fuhu. Due to the affection previously exhibited by Xiao Yan, it was imperative to reach a conclusion in this case. Thus, the charges of incitement and framing against Zheng Fuhu were as solid as iron. After a thorough beating, coupled with a 2-year imprisonment, the Zheng family lost much of their dignity and reputation, severely diminishing their vitality while simultaneously providing the Feng family an opportunity to thrive. Upon hearing this, Su's wife felt a mix of joy and vindication. However, Feng Miaojun showed little interest in Zheng Fuhu's fate, as she had no intention of lingering in Juping Township or even in Zixian for long. After the meal, she summoned Ping Bai to her courtyard. How did the queen entrust me to the Feng family? My biological mother, a queen, would naturally elevate her maternal clan. Any family chosen would possess more power, wealth, and influence than the Fengs. Why did the queen ultimately select the seemingly distant couple of the Feng family? This act of entrustment was calculated and deliberate, indicating that Queen Anxia had thoroughly assessed the Feng family before confidently placing her precious daughter in their care. Peng Bai replied. The queen did not offer any direct rewards, but subtly directed a few business opportunities towards the Feng family, who were well aware of the implications. The queen remarked that the couple, Feng Ruishan and his wife, were rare in their practicality and integrity without losing their adaptability. Under their care, you would surely grow up safely and with dignity, eventually to marry. Alas, he sighed. Even someone as astute as the queen could not foresee Feng Ruishan's sudden illness and demise. Indeed, human calculations cannot rival the will of heaven. Feng Miaojun nodded and then asked, what did the queen leave for me? Peng Bai hesitated momentarily. The estate and the lands, which exist in both the state of Wei and the state of Jin, were originally intended as a cover for the spies dispatched there, and are currently under the stewardship of the royal uncle. The queen has procured these for you. After a brief pause, he cautiously reminded her, These matters are managed by designated individuals. The queen has stated that they will be entrusted to you only upon your marriage or upon your coming of age. Feng Miaojun interrupted him. And what if I do not live to see my coming of age? You witnessed the recent incident. Your subordinate's mishandling of the old woman's situation not only brought legal troubles to the Feng family, but also attracted the attention of the royal heir of Wei. This occurred right under your nose, not in some far-off land of Wei or Jin, and your designated management has proven to be flawed. Furthermore, regarding that formation, I remain unaware of whom I may have inadvertently offended. At this rate, I have little confidence in reaching the age of 15. With a cold scoff, she asserted that her own life was best kept in her own hands. To thrive, one must wield power for oneself. Peng Bai's expression darkened. Wasn't this calamity brought upon by the little ancestor herself? Yet, her words held merit. The queen's assigned power was temporarily under his management and had not been utilized effectively, with the inadequate handling of the aftermath being merely one manifestation of this failure. Moreover, we would soon need to relocate, and the meager resources in the hands of her foster mother would be far from sufficient. Peng Bai was slightly taken aback. You wish to leave Ji County? Are you truly prepared to reside in this rural area for a lifetime? I have employed that formation, and its master will inevitably track us down. If we do not move, shall we simply await our downfall? In truth, she recalled having crossed paths with Yun Lai, who had discerned her concealed identity and was even aware that the dispute between Feng Zhuang and Wang Pe coincidentally occurred on the same day he had collected the Ao Yulongzhu. Should he ever detect any clues while she remained in Juping Xiang, would she not fall prey to this calamity? With the crisis temporarily averted, she resolved to employ the strategy of retreat. Speaking of which, she needed to persuade her foster mother. Su was likely reluctant to part with the Feng family estate and would not easily abandon Z County. After spending several days together, Feng Miaojun had realized that she genuinely cared for her well-being, thus she could not allow her to face the uncertain dangers ahead alone. Being assigned to Feng Miaojun's side, Peng Bai displayed loyalty that was both steadfast yet flexible, and now he comprehended the implications of their situation, nodding in agreement. Miss, you speak truly. He presented her with a jade talisman in the shape of a fish, a token of trust to be kept safely. The roster of personnel was firmly etched in his mind, not reliant on paper or ink. Having said this, he meticulously relayed the details. Their conversation extended until the sun reached its zenith, and Feng Miaojun, fully satisfied, felt her desires fulfilled, just as Peng Bai was about to take his leave. The atmosphere suddenly darkened before them, a fierce wind rushing toward them. Peng Bai stepped forward to shield her, exclaiming urgently, "Be careful." Her view was obstructed by Peng Bai, leaving her unable to see the approaching figure, only faintly sensing a presence. Then came two muffled thuds, and Peng Bai urgently urged, "Miss, quickly." Before he could finish his warning, a pained grunt escaped him. Time was of the essence. Her life depended on her escape, though swift. She had yet to reach the courtyard gate when a robust figure from the guards crashed into her from behind, colliding heavily against the courtyard wall, shattering a multitude of flower pots as he slid down, ultimately blocking most of the door. Before Feng Miaojun, a sudden apparition appeared, eliciting a low, mocking chuckle from her. "Where are you headed?" The figure before her was clad in formidable attire, towering in stature, with a partially unbuttoned collar revealing a hint of well-defined bronze muscles beneath. His square jaw and age, approximately in his 30s, were complemented by a rugged beard adorning his cheeks. His eyes sparkled with an unsettling intensity as Feng Miaojun met his gaze, an icy dread surged forth, piercing her mind with excruciating pain, prompting an involuntary scream as she doubled over. Unbeknownst to her, it was a manifestation of pressure both in spirit and might. Yet she could not ignore the unabashed malice radiating from him. Suddenly, the man's forward stride halted abruptly. He seized a bundle lying on the ground and tossed it at her feet. "Feng Miaojun?" The bundle struggled momentarily but was unable to rise, clearly gravely injured. Feng Miaojun's pale visage turned to the robust man, her eyes widening in fear. "Who are you?" Despite her denial of identity, the truth was inescapable. He had come to her small courtyard. The sparsely populated Feng family's residence had not drawn the attention of others amidst the unusual commotion. The man's gaze, once piercing, now bore an insatiable hunger. "Did you employ my mountain-moving array?" This inquiry struck her heart like a dagger, for she was indeed haunted by the very fears she had harbored in silence, and now he had come to confront her. The swiftness of his arrival was astonishing. Had he somehow intercepted her thoughts? Despite her usual composure, a wave of terror surged within her, her heart racing uncontrollably. Yet, she suppressed the tumult of thoughts swirling within, adopting a facade of bewilderment. What? The robust man sought to seize the initiative, aiming to provoke her into a display of disarray. However, he did not perceive any signs of her heart racing, which intrigued him secretly. He spoke, "Cease your pretense. 11 days prior, after you pushed that old woman, you fled your home and followed the riverbank all the way to the dilapidated embankment, eventually making your way to the Shenglong Pool 400 miles away." "What is Shenglong Pool? Why would I go there?" she stammered. "Who are you? And why have you intruded upon my dwelling? Are you after money? My mother is wealthy. She can provide you with whatever you desire. Please do not harm me." The man's expression darkened, and with a swift motion, he snapped the arm of the servant named Peng Bai. The latter gasped in shock, a cry escaping his lips. Feng Miaojun, her petite frame trembling, was taken aback. Her past experiences had not been without their challenges, but she had never witnessed such cruelty inflicted upon another. In that moment, the young girl burst into tears, exclaiming, "Please do not hurt him. I will give you anything you want. For him." This was the first time he had resorted to threatening a child, and he felt an unsettling discomfort within himself. "I demand the truth," Feng Miaojun sobbed, struggling to catch her breath. "But I do not understand what you are saying." It dawned upon her that the deep pool was indeed called Shenglong Pool, an apt name for it. The events that transpired there were her taboo, a subject she was reluctant to discuss with anyone, including Ping Bai. The man coldly remarked, "On that day, someone in the fields saw you running downstream along the river." In an instant, she forgot her tears, staring blankly. "Who told you this?" "The cook from your household, Hu Ping." Chapter 21, The National Master enmity. Why did she say that? Feng Miaojun was left in a daze, her mind swirling with countless thoughts. Hu Ping is a person dispatched by Queen Anxia, exhibiting behavior indistinguishable from that of ordinary individuals, except for the fact that she provided false testimony on behalf of the county magistrate. Perhaps this singular act was what caught the attention of the burly man. However, Ping Bai holds her in high regard, indicating that Hu Ping's loyalty is beyond reproach. The burly man mentioning her could either be an attempt to deceive Feng Miaojun or a means to extract information from Hu Ping through coercive measures. Yet, what could Hu Ping possibly divulge? This thought caused Feng Miaojun considerable anxiety. Her whereabouts during those few days of absence bore no significance to the Wangpa case, and the magistrate had not pressed for details. However, she alone understood that if Yun Kai were to discover her unexplained absence, it might lead to a connection between her and Shenglong Pool. This concern prompted her to instruct Hu Ping explicitly to fabricate testimony, including the alibi that Feng Miaojun had been dining at the estate during the days following her altercation with Wangpa. After all, as the cook, she was most aware of whether meals were to be prepared for the young master. Regaining her composure swiftly, Feng Miaojun retorted angrily, "She is spouting nonsense. Summon her to confront me." The burly man's gaze bore a profound significance, as if to imply that her attempts at evasion were deeply disheartening. Feng Miaojun bit her lip and countered, "You cannot unjustly attribute actions to me that I did not commit. Even the magistrate requires clarity in his inquiries. You claim I visited that, what was it called? Pool. Do you possess any evidence? If he had tangible proof, would he still treat her with such civility?" He scoffed. "Hu Ping serves as the witness." Feng Miaojun fixed her gaze upon him and declared, "Then bring her forth to testify. I demand to hear her speak directly." It was no wonder Hu Ping had not reported to work that morning. It appeared she had been seized by this peculiar individual. If she had harbored doubts moments ago, they were largely dispelled after 2 failed attempts to meet Hu Ping. It was now nearly certain that Hu Ping had perished. The brute, having tortured her without yielding the truth, likely discarded her life with a casual flick, making his way to Feng Zhuang, intent on deceiving Feng Miaojun otherwise. Why would he have needed to expend so much effort in his discourse if he could simply present Hu Ping before her? It was no wonder the brawny man had previously remarked that shifting the blame onto Hu Ping would evoke dismay in others. Realizing this, she did not feel any relief. Hu Ping had sacrificed herself to protect her secret, dedicating her life to the cause. How could her heart not ache? Despite her tender years, her spirit remained unyielding. The brawny man mused aloud, expressing curiosity about whether her resolve was indeed stronger than his own. No sooner had he uttered these words than he audibly snapped the other arm of the hapless figure before him. The young girl proved to be more astute than he had anticipated. He had no intention of reasoning with her further. Was it futile to eliminate him? The brawny man nodded, contemplating the fate of Su Shi. Observing the glint of fear in Feng Miaojun's eyes, he silently deemed this reaction appropriate. The girl, caught in a tempest of tears and screams, revealed little genuine terror to him until now, when he had seized upon her vulnerability. If you cannot divulge what I wish to hear, I shall extinguish Su Shi's life, he pronounced with chilling clarity. She resides at the eastern edge of the village, and I can reach her in less than 10 breaths. Suddenly, Feng Miaojun's tears ceased to flow. She fixed her unwavering gaze upon him, then, with a swift motion, wiped her face with her sleeve and declared in a firm voice, I must first know who you are. In the span of a heartbeat, she transformed from a picture of delicate despair to one of composed resolve, her tone laced with an unsettling chill, shedding any semblance of panic. Indeed, she was adept at feigning her emotions. The burly man's expression darkened, poised to issue a threat, yet she interjected. You dare scale the wall to intimidate women and children, yet lack the courage to reveal your name? If my words were to reach the ears of a scoundrel and spread, both my daughter and I would meet our demise, enduring great suffering before our end. It would be far preferable to be struck dead by your hand right here. With each word, her resolve grew stronger, her tear-streaked eyes shining ever more brightly, making it clear that this was her ultimate boundary. To imply that he should disclose his identity was, in fact, an acknowledgement of his worth in her eyes. The burly man, enraged upon his arrival, now found the absurdity of the situation almost laughable. He raised his thumb and lightly tapped his chest twice. Dejin. Miaojun. Succinct and to the point. He merely stated his nation and name, leaving Feng Miaojun bewildered. Just as she was about to inquire further, she heard Peng Bai on the ground inhale sharply, as if fearing for his breath. His voice was laden with astonishment. You are truly Miaojun? You are indeed Miaojun. The burly man scoffed disdainfully, uttering no more words, yet the answer was evident to all. Is he truly renowned? Feng Miaojun sought enlightenment. Before she could pose her question, Peng Bai turned to her. Miss, Miaojun is the Grand Master of the Jin Kingdom. Grand Master? She rummaged through the remnants of the original's memories, eventually unearthing a vague notion that indeed suggested he was a figure of considerable stature. Even before the fall of Xia, Princess Chonglu had glimpsed the Grand Master of her nation. However, Feng Miaojun, having spent the first 9 years of her life in innocent play, lacked the precociousness to possess a clear understanding of what a Grand Master entailed. She was utterly perplexed. With such a dignified and imposing title, one would expect a venerable elder with flowing robes and a white beard, rather than the robust figure of a martial commander, feasting and drinking heartily on the banks of Jing'an. Her incredulity and reverence in response to the name Miaojun indicated that his reputation transcended national boundaries. She scrutinized the burly man with skepticism, inquiring, Is that so? You claim to be Miaojun. Do you possess any evidence? How does one prove their identity to a stranger? It is a classic conundrum, particularly in a world devoid of identification cards. The man twitched his lips and produced a black iron token, flashing it before her. Take a good look. The token was long and rectangular, adorned with an unrecognizable beast's head as its opening. Apart from its black base and golden edges, it bore no other embellishments. Merely inscribed with 4 powerful characters, Feng Tian Qingyun. Each character resonated with vigor and authority. She maintained her impassive demeanor, replying, I cannot comprehend. Just because he brandished a token with writing, did he expect to validate his identity as Miaojun? It was absurd. She could just as easily wave a mooncake mold in the kitchen and declare herself the sovereign of the Great Way. The burly man fell silent, suppressing the urge to strangle her with his own hands. The teleportation array on the embankment was personally arranged by me. Known as the mountain moving array, capable of transporting an individual several hundred miles away, but can only be utilized once. After a pause, he added, in this world, there are no more than 3 individuals capable of drawing the mountain-moving array. Chapter 22. Heart-eating ants. How many national masters exist in the present world? 6. Each nation has but one. This implies that the majority of national masters are not present, correct? The logic seems to hold some truth. So, upon witnessing the formation, that handsome gentleman was able to deduce your identity? The burly man remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the implication. Peng Bai murmured from the side. The esteemed Master Imo has sworn an oath never to harm a child in this lifetime. This is widely known. Thus, ever since this individual made his appearance, taking Hu Ping's life and breaking Peng Bai's arm, despite his fearsome demeanor, he did not lay a finger on her. This was due to his vow to spare children? In truth, from the moment he revealed his identity, Feng Miaojun believed him to a significant extent. After all, one's bearing cannot be feigned. And even a bandit storming in with threats of murder would not possess such an air. She fell silent for a few moments, then inquired, So, Master Imo specifically came to my home to intimidate a child? In the next instant, Feng Miaojun asked earnestly, "Can Master Imo guarantee that my words will not be overheard by a fourth party?" Imo Taizun scoffed lightly. I had already established a barrier before entering. Everything occurring in the courtyard is unknown to outsiders. No wonder her cries and Ping Bai's wails elicited no external response. It turned out they had been isolated. And the Su family and their servants were entirely oblivious. Very well. Feng Miaojun bit her lip, seemingly resolute, and stated, "I must tell you this. In truth, you have killed the wrong person." Imo Taizun retorted sharply, "And what of it?" She lost her footing, sliding down the slope, and then she simply vanished. Feng Miaojun stammered, "I went down to part the grass, but I could not find her shadow. I initially thought she had fallen off the embankment, and I searched the vicinity for a long time without success. Little did I know, after a few days, she reappeared. In her heart, she silently uttered an apology to Hu Ping, yet the loyal cook had perished while protecting her. She could not betray Hu Ping's goodwill. And then, she recounted to me how she had tumbled into the deep pool and, after much exertion, managed to emerge. Timidly, she raised her gaze to meet Imo Taizun's eyes, revealing that the very person he sought was indeed her, and yet he had mistakenly taken her life. Imo Taizun listened impassively, then suddenly smiled. "Are you implying that it was Hu Ping who fell into the moving mountain formation, and it was also Hu Ping who was transported to the deep pool?" With a swift motion, he shattered the courtyard door into fragments, scoffing at the notion that I would believe the words of a child. She spoke softly, "I speak the truth. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential, given her plight. What do you have to fear in revealing it? Do you truly believe it would implicate both you and your daughter?" Yet Imo Taizun remained unperturbed, darkly insinuating, "I see you truly wish to forsake Su's life." Before she could respond, he produced a crimson walnut from his pocket and laid it in the palm of his hand. "Swear on this that your previous words were all true, and I shall trust you." She scrutinized the walnut with caution, noting its blood-red hue, riddled with countless tiny holes. "What is this?" "An ant nest," Imo Taizun replied, tapping the walnut, and soon a dozen minuscule ants emerged from the tiny openings. Each was as small as a speck of dust, yet bore pincers disproportionately large. Nearly half their body length, they were known as heart-eating ants. Do not underestimate their size. They could consume an adult's heart in merely 5 or 6 breaths. And he assessed Feng Miaojun with a glance, estimating that for a child of her stature, it would take no more than 2 breaths. Feng Miaojun stared in terror at the ant. Her inherent fear of death was exacerbated by the notion of such a gruesome and agonizing demise. "I do not harm children, but should you break your oath, these minuscule creatures shall mete out divine retribution upon you. That will be beyond my concern." Imo Taizun flashed a grin, his pearly white teeth glinting coldly. "Make a vow, and if you succeed tonight, all shall be well. What do you say?" Her lips were sealed tighter than a clamshell, her expression somewhat despondent. In this realm of bizarre forces and chaotic spirits, one might indulge in erratic feasting. Yet oaths must not be frivolously uttered, for their potency is indeed formidable. With a heavy heart, she finally conceded, "Very well, you have triumphed." She struggled momentarily, so she did not feel particularly dejected. His expression twitched. Was this little imp truly unable to get past the slope? It seemed she had stumbled into the mountain-moving array, only to be transported 400 miles away. He was quick to respond. "She looked particularly innocent, you already know. Yet you still inquire." Imo Taizun, furiously amused, retorted, "Do you think I am so casual? The mountain-moving array, which I meticulously arranged at great expense, cannot be traversed by just anyone. What nonsense. It requires specific incantations to activate. Otherwise, although that desolate embankment is remote, it would not be unusual to see a passerby. Perhaps a wild pheasant or deer. Would they simply be teleported? Huh. The value of those 4 purple spirit stones is sufficient to purchase dozens of gathering places. Even someone as wealthy as I would not squander funds so recklessly. No, stones of that caliber cannot be bought with mere money." With that thought, his heart ached anew. Feng Miaojun maintained an unruffled facade. "Are you suggesting that I first activated your teleportation, the mountain-moving array, and then transported myself 400 miles away? Pray tell, how many individuals possess such knowledge?" "No more than 3. These words escaped from between his teeth. When Imo Taizun covertly directed his suspicion towards her, he had already conducted a cursory investigation into the Feng family, finding no apparent flaws in Feng Miaojun's background. This suggested that she was either indeed an ordinary merchant's daughter or remarkably adept at concealing her true identity. Nevertheless, It was inconceivable that she could have learned the incantations necessary to activate the formation. Apart from himself, he recognized the other two remaining individuals of that era. This young lady was entirely unrelated to them. It was an inexplicable deadlock, yet not the focal point of his inquiry, thus he could only remain silent, his eyes glinting with menace. Chapter 23. Deceiving the situation. Upon hearing that Yun Lai had cleaved open the Aoi fish's skull to extract the dragon pearl, he remained silent for a considerable time before asking, "Did you observe closely? Did he swallow the pearl?" "Yes." "What did the pearl look like?" "It was distant, so I couldn't see it clearly. After being washed in the rain, it became translucent and somewhat resembled a pearl." She pondered for a moment, gesturing with her hands to indicate its size, about this big. Having not only seen and touched that object but also consumed it, her description aligned perfectly with what he knew, causing Taizhan's shoulders to sag in despair. Although his expression remained impassive, Feng Miaojun could sense the frustration radiating from him. His gaze turned vacant as he casually inquired, "How did you leave the Shenglong Pond?" Despite Taizhan's astuteness, as a formidable being who traversed mountains and valleys with ease, he had never experienced the intricate and convoluted pathways beneath the water reservoir. Without further ado, the lengthy, half-mile-long waterway, shrouded in impenetrable darkness, was certainly not a passage that a pampered young lady could traverse unscathed. Yet, at this moment, he was absent-minded, entirely devoid of such contemplations. Instead, he merely gestured toward the ant nest upon the table, swearing an oath. Feng Miaojun immediately directed her vow toward the menacing colony of red ants, declaring, "I, Feng Miaojun, swear to the heavens that my previous words to Master Dagwo were entirely truthful, without a single word of falsehood. Should I violate this oath, let me perish at the hands of the heart-devouring ants." With that, she fixed her gaze unwaveringly upon the ants. No sooner had her words left her lips than the heart-devouring ants surged forth with fervor, their long legs propelling them toward her. Previously, only the sentinels had stood guard outside the nest, but now the entire swarm erupted forth, blanketing the dark tabletop as if adorned with a fresh, blood-red velvet covering. Feng Miaojun felt her blood run cold. What madness had seized this colony of ants? She could not help but exhale in relief, glancing at Taizhan, who wore a perplexed expression, yet remained immersed in his own thoughts, seemingly indifferent to her plight. To him, her life might well have held less significance than that of a heart-devouring ant. Nevertheless, the fact that the ants did not descend upon her indicated that she had indeed spoken the truth. In fact, her previous assertions to Taizhan were entirely accurate. She had merely concealed the tales of the Ao fish spirit and the second dragon pearl. Taizhan had never considered the existence of these two entities. How could he investigate their reality? Moreover, her escape from the deep pool had genuinely involved traversing the waterway, albeit with her embrace of a large fish controlled by the spirit of the Ao fish guiding her exit. Just a trivial wordplay. And surely the heavens could not deem her a liar. After she swore an oath, the last glimmer of hope in Taizhan's eyes faded away as he straightened up. Feng Miaojun suddenly understood. "You wish to confirm whether the pearl had indeed been devoured by the handsome brother." Taizhan did not deny it. His ambition for the dragon pearl was fervent. He had expended considerable resources to set up the mountain-moving formation, only to find his plans thwarted by a country girl's unexpected intrusion. By the time he arrived at Shenglong Pool the following morning, he encountered only the carcass of the Ao fish, with the dragon pearl nowhere to be found. From the wounds left on the fish, he could surmise the identity of the first to arrive. Upon meeting Yun Lai at Zhupingxiang, his heart sank further, yet a sliver of hope remained. Had Yun Lai already consumed the dragon pearl, leaving him no chance? Was Yun Lai still in pursuit of something, perhaps related to the dragon pearl? Feng Miaojun suddenly interjected, disrupting his train of thought. "So it turns out you were afraid of the handsome brother and dared not provoke him, hence your trouble with me." Observing Taizhan's intense demeanor, she felt a pang of fear. After all, she too felt guilty and wished to divert his contemplation. Taizhan indeed shot her a fierce glare. "Who told you that I dared not confront Yun Lai?" Feng Miaojun scoffed. "Just a few days ago, you both were here. Why did you not directly seek confirmation from him? Instead, you resorted to stealthily attacking my cook, injuring my guard, and coercing me to uncover the truth?" Taizhan was momentarily taken aback. He held a deep-seated apprehension towards Yun Lai. Moreover, even if he were a powerful national master, confronting such a formidable adversary openly within Wei's territory was hardly a prudent course of action and could even provoke conflict between the two nations. However, the intricate web of complex interests presents a daunting challenge for him to elucidate to an 11-year-old girl. Is it worth his effort? Taizhan, visibly disinterested, thought to himself, why waste words on you? Just as he was about to depart, a clear and melodious voice resonated from the front. Since Brother Imo has graced our country with his presence, why not pay a visit to Master Yun? It would be quite impolite otherwise. The speaker possessed a delightful voice, enchanting and languorous, imbued with a magnetic quality that compelled one to listen endlessly, as Feng Miaojun remarked. It was enough to make one feel as if their ears were about to conceive. Yet, both she and Taizhan were momentarily taken aback. Was this intentional? Taizhan chuckled softly and strode out with determination. He was reluctant to confront Yun directly, yet he remained undaunted by the other's approach. With his departure, Feng Miaojun exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground, drenched in perspiration. She felt akin to a sparrow before an eagle, mirroring the anxiety she had experienced in Taizhan's presence. In the face of such a formidable presence, her survival seemed precarious, and even the thought of demise felt uncertain. All she could do was muster every ounce of her focus to navigate the encounter while carefully concealing her vulnerabilities. Chapter 24. Master Yun of the Great Nation to speak candidly. In her previous life, she was merely an ordinary person with a quick wit, never having undergone formal psychological training. Achieving this level of composure had stretched her capabilities to their limits, nearly exhausting her mental fortitude. Wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, she crawled over to Ping Bai and said, I will go summon help. Do bear with it a little longer. Despite her relentless efforts to uncover Yun's true identity, even seeking confirmation from Xiao Yan, she had never broached the subject in front of Peng Bai. However, since Peng Bai is aware of Modizan, it stands to reason that Yun Kai, her devoted guardian, would also be cognizant of him. A wise individual engaging in foolish actions, she is indeed forsaking the essence for the trivial. Perhaps the very name Yun Kai has become a curse for her, a taboo she is reluctant to utter. Yes, Feng Miaojun silently recited this name in her heart, feeling a persistent discomfort. Did he just enter Feng family village? If Yun Kai could precisely locate Feng family village to intercept Modizan, then she would truly be doomed. No. Bai shook his head. It seemed near, yet in truth, Yun Kai was far removed. Yun Kai was unaware of his location. He merely employed this divine power to declare war on Modizan. As if to affirm his words, a few distant rumbling sounds akin to thunder resounded, causing the very ground to tremble. She strained to discern, sensing it occurred 7 or 8 miles away, thus having no connection to Feng family village. Had the battle escalated to a level reminiscent of a superhero confronting a monster? Reflecting on this world filled with deities and monsters, nothing seemed truly astonishing. Who is Yun Kai? What manner of person could provoke such a proud grandmaster as Modizan to regard him as a formidable rival? He is the national master of the Wei Kingdom. Feng Miaojun was taken aback. She had suspected Yun Kai to be extraordinary, yet she had not realized the extent of his esteemed status. Only one individual holds such a position within a nation, and he has claimed it. To attain the role of national master at such a young age, I had thought this position would be filled by someone far more venerable, rather than a prodigiously handsome youth. Very well, she conceded her superficial judgments based on appearance. Peng Bai wore a solemn expression. 5 years ago, the Kingdom of Wei unexpectedly appointed Yun Kai as the national master, a figure previously unnoticed by anyone. However, after taking office, he accomplished some astonishing feats, the most renowned being. At this point, he swallowed hard, his throat constricted, before continuing. Which was the challenge against our national master, when Boyong of Anxia, culminating in a direct confrontation resulting in his demise. Images of an aged face surfaced in Feng Miaojun's mind. The features were quite blurred, barely distinguishable in outline. This was the visage of the national master of Anxia from the original owner's memory, revealing that this individual had perished at the hands of Yun Kai. The national master upholds the fortunes of a nation. With Wen Boyang's death, the fortunes of Anxia swiftly declined, becoming ever more feeble. Subsequently, at this juncture, Peng Bai fell silent. She was well aware of the events that followed. The king of Anxia and his heir both perished in loyalty to their country, leading to Anxia's annexation by Wei. Throughout this entire ordeal, it was likely that Yun Kai had exerted considerable effort. She furrowed her brow. 5 years ago? How old was Yun Kai at that time? Judging by his appearance, he seemed barely past adolescence. 5 years ago, he would have been around 15. Yet he was capable of safeguarding the fate of a nation? Uncertain. Peng Bai's complexion grew increasingly pallid from pain. Wen Boyang's disciple had once seen him, marveling at his brilliance. All these years later, he appeared scarcely changed. Where did this person emerge from? Surely, he couldn't be a transformed spirit? The position of national master is not one that mere mortals can assume. The king of Wei must have thoroughly investigated his background before bestowing such a significant role. Indeed, one must undergo rigorous scrutiny before assuming office. It was not her place to worry over such matters. Suppressing her myriad doubts, she poured water for Pang Bai to drink. Before long, the doctor arrived to tend to Ping Bai, applying medicine and prescribing a remedy. In the small town of Juping, where everyone is interconnected, this physician had been a childhood companion of Lord Feng. When Feng Miaojun implored him to keep Peng Bai's injuries confidential, he readily acquiesced, departing with the silver bestowed by Miss Feng. On the very night that Yun Lai invited Mo Taizhan to battle, her guard had his arms broken. Should this information circulate, it might arouse suspicion regarding Mo Taizhan's whereabouts that evening and the reasons for his presence. She was resolutely unwilling to entangle herself even slightly with the two esteemed national masters. Accompanying the doctor was her adoptive mother, Su. Feng Miaojun recounted her earlier conversation with Mo Taizhan, and upon hearing it, Su fell silent for a moment, her delicate complexion paling subtly. Seizing the moment, Feng Miaojun suggested, "This place is no longer suitable for us. We should take our leave." After some arrangement, Ping Bai's condition improved, and he chimed in. Since the young lady is embroiled in the conflict between him and Mo Taizhan, it would be prudent to depart from Ji County at the earliest. Given Feng Miaojun's sensitive status, she could not withstand scrutiny from such prominent figures. They must avoid the flames of misfortune that could ensue, leaving them without recourse. Su pressed her lips together in contemplation. Deep down, she was aware that her foster daughter spoke the truth. However, the Feng family's ancestral business was rooted here, cultivated over generations to achieve its current standing. The thought of abandoning the foundation that her late husband treasured most to seek refuge elsewhere was unbearable. Having spent the past few days observing Su's character, Feng Miaojun lowered her voice to remind her, Feng Ji has faced legal troubles here, and everyone is aware of it. Hasn't business been difficult these days? The case of Wang Pa has stirred considerable turmoil, not only leading to its trial in the county, but also capturing the attention of Prince Xiao Yin and countless others. Although the perpetrator ultimately apprehended was Zhao Dazhao, the public harbors sympathy for the innocent Su mother and daughter ensnared in this tragedy. Yet, upon merely encountering the signboard and merchandise of Feng Ji, associations with a lost life immediately spring to mind. Chapter 25. Successful withdrawal for a brand. Such a negative impression is exceedingly difficult to dispel. Even worse, had Feng Ji engaged in a different line of business, it might have been more manageable. However, they are involved in the grain trade, linking consumables with a grisly murder case, which inevitably leaves a bitter taste. This is a manifestation of human subconscious, unrelated to preferences and insurmountable. Consequently, Feng Ji's business has plummeted since the incident, causing Su to suffer from persistent headaches for several days. Nevertheless, human forgetfulness is profound. In a month or two, the Wang Pa case will fade from public memory, and Feng Ji's business may flourish anew. Yet, as Feng Miaojun aptly stated, they likely do not have the luxury of time to wait. Moreover, this pales in comparison to the troubles they currently face. Su raised her gaze, scrutinizing her adopted daughter's features, and suddenly sighed. I have been foolish, solely focused on preserving the Feng family's business, neglecting the fact that you are growing up. Feng Miaojun appeared perplexed. What man in this place could possibly be worthy of maiden? Su chuckled, her expression revealing a sense of self-clarity, asserting that any man capable of marrying an should indeed be a figure of divine quality. I must say, the demeanor and grace of this esteemed master from Yunnan are quite impressive. However, his frail constitution raises concerns. What if, after becoming my son-in-law, he were to encounter some misfortune? What would become of my dear Inen? As these thoughts crossed her mind, a frown took form upon her brow. Regardless, she once belonged to the royal lineage, and this young lady had been a princess. How could she allow her beloved adopted daughter to languish in this humble rural setting, destined to lead a life of mediocrity alongside a coarse man, merely existing as an ordinary woman? You are right. We ought to seek a more favorable environment. On the sidelines, Ping Bai remained silent, while Su Shi found herself momentarily stunned. What did you call me? Surely, she must have misheard. For the past 2 years, since Princess Chang Lu had acknowledged her as a foster mother, even in the presence of servants, she had never referred to her as mother, and in private, she had addressed her at most as Madame Su. She had never anticipated that Feng Miaojun would one day change her address. Mother came the familiar yet unexpected term. Feng Miaojun's demeanor was natural, and seizing the opportunity while Su Shi stood in shock, She quickly embraced her, only to release her just as swiftly. I am hungry. It seems I can smell the aroma of dinner. In typical households, meals are served twice a day, breakfast and lunch, while the wealthy families often prepare extra meals for their growing children. Feng Miaojun had been cherished by her parents since childhood, and thus, the custom of having dinner had always been upheld in her home. Su Shi treated her exceptionally well. It was only fitting for her to change her form of address. Although Feng Miaojun herself found it difficult to lower her guard, she was willing to do so for Su Shi. However, she seldom grew close to others, and this brief embrace marked her limit. She dared not seek assistance for her relocation, fearing that too much commotion would attract attention. Instead, she directed a few loyal maidservants to pack up the delicate belongings and essential items, preparing to depart with minimal baggage. Feigning a leisurely trip to first pick up her adopted daughter in Jiangxiang, and then making her way to Yaocang, located several dozen miles away, before continuing eastward. Inheriting her husband's estate necessitated her constant travels, and Yaocang also housed a branch of the Feng family, making the actions of Su and her daughter not seem out of place. After meticulously managing every detail, she estimated that it would take at least 2 days to set off. Feng Miaojun had long since made her preparations, discarding many beautiful yet cumbersome garments and packing all essentials into a single bundle that she could easily carry with one hand. After dawn, she ventured to the site of the conflict, which was a few miles away, only to discover that it was the Zhang family's grain-drying yard. The once meticulously leveled ground had become a scene of devastation, with numerous mysterious deep pits exhibiting radial cracks along their edges, the cause of which remained unknown, as did the nature of the creature that had unleashed such destruction. The bottom of these pits revealed some charred remnants, the size of eggs. As for Hu Ping, her remains were nowhere to be found. Having no relatives in the area, no one inquired about her fate. Feng Miaojun instructed Peng Bai to ensure that 200 taels of silver were delivered to her distant relatives. 3 days later, the Su mother and daughter arrived in Yaocang, the easternmost outpost of the Great Wei Kingdom, beyond which lay the borders of the Yao Kingdom. Their journey had been remarkably serene up to this point, allowing Feng Miaojun to breathe a sigh of relief, while Su's lingering nostalgia for her homeland gradually faded. She was not overly concerned about the safety of her caravan, for she knew that Queen Anxia had left a contingent to discreetly protect Princess Changle, who was undoubtedly accompanying the Feng family's convoy at this time. Compared to other business travels, they are considerably safer. Feng Miaojun, elated to distance herself from Jiangxiang, sensed that she had inadvertently left an impression on both Xiao Yin and Yun Lai, making Jiangxiang unsuitable for an extended stay. The caravan made a brief stop in Yao City before continuing eastward across the border, taking a day and a half to reach Tianshui. This marked their entry into the westernmost city of the Yao Kingdom. Rather than a city, Tianshui resembled more of a county town. However, the Yao Kingdom stationed troops here, making it a crucial stop for travelers. Wei and Yao established a customs market here to facilitate trade, taking advantage of the geographical benefits, which contributed to its bustling prosperity. As the Feng family caravan traversed the busy streets, Feng Miaojun observed the throngs of people and the struggles of horse-drawn carriages, her eyes widening in astonishment. The further east they traveled, the warmer the climate became. Having crossed 2 large mountains from Jiangxiang to this location, it felt as if they had stepped into summer. Even after changing into lighter silk garments, she found herself sweating profusely in the carriage. Chapter 26. A dark and windy night. All the inns were fully booked. The Su family preferred to keep a low profile and, while traveling, wished to avoid ostentation. They intended to find a clean, mid-range inn, yet discovered that several establishments had no vacancies. Ultimately, they headed towards the city center and found a rather grand establishment, Ganlu Inn, which had rooms available. Following the innkeeper's request, the steward from the Feng family promptly requested 2 upper rooms and was about to pay the deposit when someone forcefully pushed past him, shoving him into a corner while exclaiming, "Young master, he requires 5 upper rooms. Hurry." The innkeeper, with great caution, remarked, "Having just booked 2 rooms, only 2 remain available." The middle room, however, at that moment, a man gestured dismissively to the side, stating, "If you cannot provide 5 rooms, you ought to abandon this endeavor." His gaze swept over the steward of the Feng family, and he scoffed, "He hasn't even paid the deposit. It cannot be considered confirmed." The steward, irked, retorted, "Do you not understand the principle of first come, first served? I requested the rooms first." Noticing several elegantly dressed individuals nearby, one of whom was the visibly displeased young master, he The innkeeper could only manage a wry smile toward the Feng family steward, saying, "We are merely a small business, and we must ask for your understanding." As they had yet to pay the deposit, he pleaded, "Please do not make things difficult for us." The Feng family steward, however, was unyielding. Just then, Su Shi entered, arm in arm with Feng Miaojun. Her discerning gaze quickly grasped the situation, and she interjected, "If you must yield, then let us depart. Outside, one must prioritize harmony." Having independently managed her business for 2 years, she had thoroughly comprehended this principle. With a few more years of growth, she would undoubtedly blossom into a striking beauty. The younger ones were delightful, and the older ones would surely not disappoint. Among the wealthy young men, one of tall stature leaned slightly, smiling at Feng Miaojun. "How about I relinquish a room to you? I can have a candlelit discussion with young Master He." He was handsome, impeccably dressed, and exuded a gentle demeanor, particularly with his bright eyes, making him the most outstanding among the group of 4 or 5. Feng Miaojun huffed. "We don't need your charity." Shaking Su Shi's hand, she declared, "Mother, this place is a chaotic mess, teeming with unpleasant characters. I refuse to stay here." The little princess, expressing her disdain, prompted Su Shi to lead them out. "Very well, we shall not stay." The last words that Feng Miaojun heard were He Xiao's triumphant praise. "You have a discerning eye. What rare treasures does this Wuqiu family lack? However, my younger brother can assure you that this fruit, larger than a person, is something Brother Xiao has certainly never encountered before." After veering off the main road into a narrow path, the Feng family's caravan nearly traversed the entirety of Sweetwater City before finally locating a modest inn in the western corner of the city. The location was secluded, and the conditions were naturally far inferior to those of the central main street, yet the prices were not significantly lower. The guest rooms were situated right next to the stable, the unpleasant odor permeating the air, and the innkeeper wore a sour expression. "If you like it, stay. If not, there are plenty of others who will arrive late, and you may truly find no place to rest." Su Shi still wished for her adopted daughter to have a more comfortable stay, and thus arranged for Feng Miaojun to have a private room. Once the arrangements were made, they took the steward out to enjoy the festivities. Peng Bai also settled here, but his injuries on both arms had yet to fully heal, so he could only remain in the inn, remotely ensuring the safety of the little princess. Jokes had long circulated that anything bearing the word melon grown in Sweetwater is at least twice as sweet as those from elsewhere. Of course, sweet potatoes do not count, as they are referred to locally as red and white potatoes. The clouds in the sky were thick, often obscuring the moonlight. A gust of wind swept through Sweetwater City, causing the trees throughout the village to rustle, leaving Feng Miaojun restless in her slumber. Time passed unmeasured until suddenly, a faint sound from the window pane broke the stillness. Nearly inaudible amidst the wind, yet somehow it managed to awaken her. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, Feng Miaojun suddenly noticed a large, dark shadow occupying the wooden chair beside her bed. In the darkness, a pair of bright eyes was fixated upon her. A thief had entered her home. Her eyes, which had been narrowed into slits, widened in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, she let out a sharp scream and instinctively shrank back, preparing to leap off the end of the bed. In that single motion, she found herself unable to scream or struggle. The shadow raised a finger to his lips and softly hissed, "It's me." The voice was not unfamiliar, and just then, the clouds parted to reveal the moonlight cascading down, illuminating the familiar stubble on his chin. Mo Taizan. How could this wretched figure still haunt her? She had already traveled over 100 miles, yet here he was. They often say that the dark and windy nights are the perfect backdrop for murder. What could this deity possibly want by sneaking into her boudoir? Chapter 27. Revelation. Could it be that the esteemed Master Mo harbored a penchant for pedophilia? The thought of his vow to spare children sent a shiver down her spine. Unbeknownst to Mo Taizan, his image in her mind had been grotesquely distorted. He lowered his voice and said, "If you refrain from shouting, I will let go." Feng Miaojun rolled her eyes at him and nodded. She shook her head. "Mother took me out for a stroll." He smirked. "Do you need to hide gold to go for a simple outing?" It appeared he had noticed the 5 taels of gold concealed within her bundle. Aside from her jewelry, it represented her entire fortune. Feng Miaojun maintained a stern expression. A gentleman and lady should not engage in close contact. What insights does the esteemed Master Mo seek by encroaching at this hour? The young girl's words reminded him to be mindful of his status and the time. Mo Taizan leaned back against the chair. "I intend to stay here for a few days." "What?" Feng Miaojun was taken aback. "That is unacceptable." Mo Taizan's expression darkened immediately. His noble status rarely faced such outright rejection, especially from a mere commoner. Feng Miaojun also came to this realization and let out a dry laugh, saying, "How could Master Mo, who is burdened with countless responsibilities, afford to waste time here?" Upon taking a closer whiff, she sensed a faint metallic scent in the air. Was he injured? She had hemostatic medicine at hand, but had no intention of servilely offering to bandage him. Let it flow. It is beneficial for circulation. The master likely seldom had the occasion to bleed. Indeed, you could not possibly have bested Yun Kai. Nonsense. Miaojun glared with wide, fierce eyes. You have not even seen Yun Kai. How can you claim he's unscathed? Feng Miaojun then noticed his countenance was as dim as the moonlight on a somber night, appearing worse than it truly was, evidently. His injuries were more severe than they seemed. Furthermore, the space between his eyebrows was darkened, while faint red veins crawled around the corners of his eyes, suggesting he might also be poisoned. She tilted her head slightly. Is your wound more serious than his? So Yun Kai actually resorted to poison? At that moment, he finally understood why this young girl was so unpopular. Her every word seemed to pierce the heart like a dagger. I have sustained some injuries, but there is a method for quick recovery. However, while employing the Nirvana technique, I will lose all 6 senses, becoming silent and motionless, akin to a living corpse, until 20 hours later when my cultivation returns to its original state. So, he intended to hibernate in a safe place for 2 days? Was this merely a minor injury? This injury was nearly life-threatening, prompting such a desperate gamble, was it not? Feng Miaojun's expression turned peculiar. Can't you just dig a hole in the wilderness and bury yourself for 2 days? Dig a bit deeper, even if you are gravely wounded, as a dignified master. Wouldn't it be easier for you to dig a hole than for others? He gently shook his head. It is impossible. There are mountain spirits and water deities tracking my whereabouts, reporting my actions in the wilderness. To put it in more relatable terms, these are akin to the earth god and the river spirit. Originally, these were small supernatural beings with their own powers who, upon encountering fortuitous opportunities, were enlightened to enjoy the offerings of humanity, but in return, they must protect their designated locales. There exists a mountain deity temple behind Fingjia village. And Feng Miaojun had heard many legends, yet it was only tonight that she realized the national master could command these mountain spirits and water deities as well. It is fitting to ponder. Their ability to operate openly in human territory suggests they have accepted an invitation and thus must labor for mankind. So, is it any wonder that Miaojun finds himself in such a predicament before Yun Kai? Feng Miaojun was on the verge of losing her temper. In this world where travel is arduous, she had painstakingly evaded for over 100 miles, even changing her capital, believing she could finally soar high and free. Who would have thought that Miaojun would bring the formidable Yun right to her doorstep? What sins had she committed that she could not escape such a fate? What heinous act had she perpetrated that compelled Yun Kai to relentlessly pursue her? Miaojun rubbed his nose and continued, finding a place to rest and lodging. Is that a concern for me under normal circumstances? Yet, at this moment, I find myself in shallow waters, nearing my end. And the last thing I desire is to be remembered by others. I commandeered a merchant cart to arrive, remaining concealed throughout. He understood her fears. His dilapidated cart moved at a painfully slow pace. Otherwise, he would have arrived much sooner. It was merely a coincidence that he spotted her as he entered the city. Miaojun's complexion grew increasingly ashen, yet he managed to smile. If you are unafraid of risking your life, then feel free to report me. Feng Miaojun cast a glance at his collar. Are you trying to use the ant nest to threaten me again? This indeed is a clever tactic. Miaojun appeared momentarily taken aback, expressing gratitude for the reminder. She yearned to slap herself for speaking unnecessarily in the dead of night. Miaojun exhaled a long breath, slightly closing his eyes. Your past is hardly pristine. You dare not betray me. Oh? She did not blink. Is that all? Not sufficient. It turned out that Hu Ping had committed suicide out of loyalty. The thought saddened her. How is that insufficient? Miaojun chuckled softly. Since Hu Ping was in your employ, her actions within the county office amounted to perjury, casting doubt upon Wang Po's death. After you toppled her in Feng's village, you likely carelessly revealed your own secret, leading to your subsequent urgency to silence her. Am I correct? He regarded Feng Miaojun with a relaxed expression, saying, What? I was present at the trial in Zixin as well. It seems probable that the other woman who provided testimony may have unveiled the truth. He smiled wryly. Thus Zhao accused you of being a remnant of the Anxia kingdom, and it appears he was not mistaken. If you wish to implicate me, consider carefully how you will explain my presence in Feng's village. She, being entangled with the Anxia kingdom, would certainly wish to avoid dealings with the forces of the Wei Kingdom to avert disaster upon herself. Feng Miaojun even softened her breathing. Damn it. Chapter 28. The Exchange of Conditions. This individual truly lives up to his reputation as the national teacher of Jin. Even if his body falters, his mind remains astutely sharp, piecing together the truth from mere strands of evidence. What to do? She harbored a strong desire to eliminate him to secure her silence. Perhaps Mo Taizhan sensed the surging murderous intent within her heart, unhurriedly raising his index finger. I previously mentioned that if you guard me for 20 hours, I shall repay you handsomely. You may propose any condition within the bounds of my capabilities. If you refrain from offering an enticing reward, this young maiden would undoubtedly seize the opportunity during his moment of weakness to erase all traces, wouldn't she? The promise of the state master of Jin. Any request could be made. At his esteemed status, he would not stoop to being untrustworthy. Thus, such a tremendous temptation was something that both Mo Taizhan and Feng Miaojun understood she could not refuse. Feng Miaojun's gaze flickered. Just one? It hardly seems sufficient. Little girl, do not push your luck. Mo Taizhan's voice was hoarse, his eyes gleaming with a wolfish intensity. We are but two insects on the same thread. Her delicate, fair fingers lightly tapped the table 3 times, a habit brought from another world. 3, or else it would be a case of mutual destruction. For Hu Ping's sake, she must not allow him to feel at ease. Mo Taizhan's gaze was as cold as ice. She could see clearly, under the threat of a seemingly innocent child like her, even if he could keep his promise, he would do so begrudgingly. She intended to retain a condition for her own safeguard. Her mistrust of him was glaringly evident. After a prolonged silence, Mo Taizhan finally murmured, 2. That is my bottom line. Otherwise, it shall be mutual destruction. At such a tender age, you possess such an understanding of human nature? He narrowed his eyes slightly. She, too, did not wish to provoke this formidable figure into a frenzy of indiscriminate slaughter. Though their time together had been brief, she was certain that the esteemed national master was inherently ruthless. Very well, it is settled. Furthermore, you have taken the life of my cook. This matter must be resolved as well. Mo Taizhan let out a soft sound. Good. Unbeknownst to where he procured it, he plunged a dagger into his shoulder, blood gushing forth profusely. The blade was embedded deeply, yet his expression remained unchanged, as if the wound were inflicted upon another. This sacrifice was made for her. The swiftness of his actions left Feng Miaojun momentarily speechless before she asked, Are you intending to fall asleep now? The sooner, the better. She tilted her head. Does Yun Song know the severity of your injury? Yes. Is he aware of your nirvana technique? He likely does not. This is a secret life-saving skill, not something to be divulged lightly. Revealing it to Feng Miaojun was a last resort. He harbored a desire to eliminate this sole confidant. With one final inquiry, she extended her hand. To guard against unforeseen circumstances, you must grant me a life-preserving treasure. Mo Taizhan regarded her, uncertain if her demeanor reflected careful consideration or an attempt to exploit him, or perhaps a combination of both. However, as time progressed, the weight of his injuries grew heavier, compelling him to seek rest. He casually retrieved an ant nest from his pocket, gently caressing it. Feng Miaojun sensed he was tapping the nest in an unusual rhythm, akin to a code. Then he cast the ant nest onto the table. Drop your blood upon it, and the queen ant shall recognize you as its master. Thereafter, obeying your command. These diminutive creatures struck with lightning speed, a fact she had witnessed firsthand, prompting her to swiftly pierce her fingertip. At that moment, a plump, pale figure emerged from the nest. Though still small in her eyes, it was tenfold larger than the other heart-eating ants, unmistakably the queen. She rose from the bed, approached the table, and offered her blood to the queen ant. She had just finished drinking when other heart-eating ants climbed up to wipe her mouth, and a peculiar sensation blossomed within Feng Miaojun's heart. It was as if she shared a realm of perception and sentiment with the ant queen. Despite her mind being a blank canvas devoid of joy, anger, sorrow, or delight, with a mere thought, the ant queen complied with her wishes, nudging her finger gently with its head. Indeed, it was remarkably obedient. She reveled in the delightful interaction, while Mo Taizhan appeared visibly fatigued. Unable to resist a yawn before turning over to rest on the bed, he fell asleep. After a few moments, silence enveloped the room. Feng Miaojun waited a while longer before approaching the bedside to observe. Mo de Guoxi's cheeks were flushed as if he had indulged in wine, yet his breath had ceased, and his chest showed no sign of rising or falling. Over the course of the next hour, his body temperature plummeted, becoming increasingly cold. and were it not for the softness of his muscles, he could easily be mistaken for a corpse. Being away from home, Feng Miaojun resolved not to shoulder this burden alone. The following morning, she discreetly informed Peng Bai and the Su family. Both were taken aback, only to quickly recognize the potential advantages. Mo Taizhan's esteemed status was unparalleled. Under ordinary circumstances, they would seldom even catch a glimpse of the national master, let alone have him owe them a favor. The worth of such a favor could not merely be quantified in gold and silver. It represented a rare opportunity for Feng Miaojun. Su family members further pondered their own situation, having left their homeland to start anew, and were not averse to the idea. Though the foster daughter had become increasingly astute and assertive since the Wang incident, managing to take the lead in such significant matters, it seemed that the Feng legacy was in capable hands. The old master, resting in the netherworld, would surely find solace in this realization. After much deliberation among the three, they ultimately resolved to remain in Tianshui for an additional 2 days, awaiting the awakening of Mo Taizhan. The journey would undoubtedly be jarring, and they were uncertain how it might affect the arcane art he had undergone. Moreover, Su expressed a keen interest in the fruits of Tianshui, seizing the opportunity to conduct an exploration of sorts. Although Tianshui City is modest in size, it boasts an impressive network of wells, with an estimated total exceeding 870. The water from these wells is not sweet. Rather, it possesses a slight saline taste, yet it remains palatable. Intriguingly, it has a remarkable property. Immersing freshly harvested fruits in this water significantly prolongs their freshness, with cherries remaining preserved for up to 15 days, and other varieties of fruits and vegetables faring even better. This quality greatly facilitates the transportation of produce, and due to its exceptional quality, the fruits and vegetables from this region are often specially supplied to the capital of the Yao Kingdom. Incorporating this aspect into Feng Ji's business could prove advantageous. Meanwhile, Feng Miaojun, having been usurped yet still tasked with guarding the premises to prevent any leakage of Mo Taizhan's whereabouts, found herself in a rather precarious situation. Fortunately, despite the bustling activity outside, no significant troubles had arisen. As time passed, the afternoon of the 3rd day approached, with less than 2 hours remaining until the anticipated awakening of Mo Taizhan. Just as Feng Miaojun felt a sense of satisfaction, anticipating the favorable outcome of her efforts, an unexpected knock sounded at the door, too long, followed by 2 short raps. This was the agreed-upon signal with her subordinates. She promptly lowered the bed curtains to ensure the occupant within was adequately concealed before opening the door. Standing outside was a solemn-faced Peng Bai, accompanied by a youth of around 16 or 17 years of age. They entered to converse. Peng Bai's arm had not yet healed, but it did not impede his ability to walk. Upon entering, he instructed to close the door. "This is our man, Chen Dachong. I have sent him outside to gather intelligence." The young Chen Dachong bowed respectfully and continued. Suddenly, a large contingent of military guards arrived. They first sealed the city, prohibiting entry and exit, and then divided into several groups to search homes and inns. It is rumored that rebels have infiltrated the city. After assassinating the county magistrate in a nearby large town, they fled here, prompting the garrison stationed on the outskirts to dispatch troops to conduct house-to-house searches based on the provided likenesses. Chapter 29. Li Dai Tao Jiang. Feng Miaojun felt a pang of anxiety. Could fortune truly be so cruel? "Have you seen the likeness?" she inquired. "Yes. They are being posted throughout the streets and alleys within the city." Chen Dachong, evidently possessing a good memory, appeared to be around 40, with round eyes, a mole on his forehead, and a full beard, presenting a rugged appearance. Indeed, luck seemed to be running out. This likeness must have been drawn based on Mo Taizhan, right? It matches perfectly. How much longer until they arrive here? The soldiers had split into several directions. Chen Dachong estimated the time, stating that they were currently at the eastern end of the main street and could reach this location within an hour at most. An hour? It would not suffice. Mo Taizhan would still require 2 hours to awaken. What could be done? As the saying goes, good things are often fraught with difficulties. And she knew that the favor of the national master was hard to come by. Noticing her furrowed brow and deep in thought, Peng Bai glanced out the window. There were numerous wells in the city, and a well was located behind the inn. His implication was rather sinister. Did he suggest concealing the esteemed national master within the well? Such an idea seemed morally questionable, especially since that well was intended for livestock. If Feng Miaojun were not burdened with heavy thoughts, she would likely laugh aloud. Chen Dachong interjected, "They are searching wells, sending people down regardless of whether there is water. Not even the wells are spared." Both Peng Bai and Feng Miaojun's expressions darkened. Should they abandon all humanity and cast Mo Taizhan out to fend for himself? However, the atmosphere was tense, and the inn was already bustling with guests. With so many eyes around, a nearly 200-pound living man like Mo Taizhan would inevitably be discovered before he could escape, and they would still be implicated. Were they to simply await capture? Feng Miaojun clutched the back of her chair, murmuring, 2 more hours, only 2 more hours. If we can endure these 2 hours, Mo Taizhan will awaken and be able to navigate the current predicament. But how could she achieve this? It was nearly impossible to move Mo Taizhan. And this small room offered no hiding places. Should pursuers enter and conduct a search, they would be found out. What to do? Chen Dachong suggested softly. What if I created a version to lead them away? That would not work. Peng Bai shook his head. They were aware of such tactics and would not fall for it. That may not be the case, as long as we execute it properly. Feng Miaojun's eyes gradually brightened. There was only one squad of guards searching in this direction, and if they could delay them for 2 hours, they would be in the clear. She turned to Peng Bai and asked, do we have anyone among us who already has a beard? The thicker, the better. And he must be agile and swift. Peng Bai and Chun Dachong exchanged glances. Yes, he originally hails from a bandit background, though his beard has not yet reached his jawline. It's not difficult to find someone with a full beard among the crowd. Peng Bai discerned her intentions and hesitated, pondering where to procure more facial hair. If it were to be cut from the head, time would be insufficient. Feng Miaojun smiled, revealing her pristine 8 small teeth, and said, why look for hair? We have a ready supply. Peng Bai followed the direction of her pointed lips, which were directed towards the bed. Could it be as he imagined? No. Under Peng Bai's astonished gaze, Feng Miaojun took matters into her own hands, applying a layer of soft adhesive evenly across Mo Taizhan's chin and cheeks, effectively concealing his bushy beard. The esteemed master Mo remained blissfully unaware, allowing her to manipulate him at will. After a brief wait, the adhesive dried thoroughly. She turned to inquire of Chen Dachong, do you have a dagger? Let me see your skills. Have you ever shaved someone else's beard? No. Chen Dachong replied honestly, recounting how he had once cleaned a pig back in his hometown. Well, it's all the same, thought Peng Bai, somewhat incredulous. Feng Miaojun pointed at Mo Taizhan, commanding, shave this man's beard close to his skin, and ensure it is complete, utterly complete. Chen Dachong paid no heed to the identity of the oblivious man. The princess's commands were sacred and could not be defied. Thus, he drew forth his dagger and meticulously began to shave the beard of the esteemed Master Mo. The latter's skin was remarkably resilient, impervious to blade and harm. Yet, Chen Dachong was discerning, and he couldn't help but regard the man on the bed with newfound respect. He was no fool. Upon lifting the curtain, he realized that the guards were hunting down someone who was being sheltered by none other than his own princess. However, his only obligation was to assist her in her endeavors. The reasons behind them were of no concern to him. Once the beard was shaved, the soft gel transformed into a transparent, supple skin, adorned with a dense growth of hair. Peng Bai summoned one of the bandit's subordinates, dividing the false beard into several pieces to affix onto his face. After a brief trim, he astonishingly resembled a man with a full beard. Feng Miaojun, comparing him to the original, took out vermilion to accentuate the corners of the false beard, followed by a brush dipped in ink to render it black. This was meant to capture Mo Taizhan's facial features, as recognition was imperative. At first glance, this individual bore a striking resemblance to Mo Taizhan, although his height would remain an enigma beyond the reach of any portrait. As for the roundness of his eyes, that was truly a matter of personal perception. Where was the guard now? Chen Dachong calculated mentally. They must be nearing the center of the street. Thus, Feng Miaojun instructed the man with the beard a few words. He nodded, donned his hat, and set out with a water pouch in hand. With numerous merchants traversing the town, a person wearing a hooded hat was hardly conspicuous. Peng Bai remained at the inn while Feng Miaojun said to Chen Dachong, let us go see the commotion. Sitting idly here only breeds anxiety. It is better to venture out and adapt to circumstances, for then we may devise strategies should the need arise. Chen Dachong led her towards the main street. Both were slight of build, weaving through the crowd with surprising agility. Feng Miaojun's destination was the Ganlu Tavern on the main thoroughfare of Tianshui City. Although mealtime had passed, the tavern was bustling due to the influx of visitors in recent days, with nearly half of the hall filled. Feng Miaojun stepped inside, ordered a bowl of licorice fruit, and settled into a window-side seat to savor her meal, while Chen Dachong, clutching his stomach, retreated to the rear. The local well water is particularly suited for soaking fruits and vegetables. It not only preserves their freshness, but also enhances their flavor. When combined with licorice and several other herbs to create a broth for marinating the fruits, a delightful mlang of sour, sweet, and salty flavors emerges. Feng Miaojun. Having paid an extra 6 coins, indulged in 2 small blocks of ice, which rendered the dish even more refreshing on a scorching summer day, seemingly quelling the heat within her. After savoring it, she could not help but sing its praises and requested another bowl. At that moment, she caught sight of Qin Dachang's figure flitting by the window. He quickly winked at her before turning away, prompting a smile to break across her face as a weight lifted from her heart. Chapter 30. Comprehensive search so far. Everything is proceeding as anticipated, splendidly. Just as she was halfway through her second bowl of licorice fruit, a commotion erupted outside, with voices hoarsely shouting, "Rebels! The rebels are here!" Following that, a cacophony of hurried footsteps approached. Feng Miaojun glanced out the window, just in time to see a man in a false beard rudely pushing through the crowd, striding purposefully towards the entrance of the Ganlu tavern, hesitating momentarily, as if contemplating whether to enter. However, Feng Miaojun understood that this action was intended to draw the attention of more witnesses. This fellow truly knew how to play his part. As she raised her spoon, a slight smile crept onto her lips. The sound of whistles resonated from all directions, varying in pitch, yet growing increasingly closer, clearly indicating that the ruckus caused by the man had alerted those who needed to be. Just as he vanished from view, a troop of well-armored soldiers emerged from the distance, their leader bellowing, "Where is he? Where have the rebels fled?" The throng's accusatory finger pointed squarely at the Ganlu tavern. The captain waved his hand, and over 20 subordinates dispersed to encircle the Ganluan. He then led his men into the front hall and declared in a resonant voice, "Our camp has received orders to apprehend the traitors. The inn is hereby sealed. No one is permitted to enter or exit. Those who obstruct our duties shall face equal punishment." He pressed the command token onto the counter for the innkeeper to scrutinize, saying, "My apologies, old Liu." The innkeeper's expression soured, yet he was well aware of the temperament of these soldiers and dared not defy them. Instead, he dispatched several young attendants, instructing them to accompany the soldiers and provide a thorough explanation to the guests. Ganlu Inn was the largest establishment in Sweetwater City, with the stable alone occupying an expanse that rivaled the entirety of other inns. It boasted over 50 ordinary guest rooms, with a row of red brick buildings at the back designated for premium accommodations. The heat of the day made many prone to drowsiness, and numerous patrons were awoken from their stupor, their tempers flaring. Feng Miaojun sat in the main hall, observing the chaotic scene unfolding at Ganlu Inn. However, the abundance of rooms became a burden for the soldiers, who knocked on doors one by one, and, unable to wait, barged in to inspect. The sounds of women's shrieks often echoed from the guest rooms, accompanied by the irate shouts of patrons. This area was situated on the border, and many wealthy traders were not from the Yao Kingdom, showing little inclination to treat the soldiers with respect. By the time the room inspections were complete, a quarter of an hour had passed, and the inn was in disarray. Many guests, unable to rest, descended the stairs in search of a place to sit, yawning. Feng Miaojun noticed the displeased expression on the face of the young master who descended alongside his companion, Brother Ziyao. She beckoned for a pot of citrus tea. The other soldiers similarly proceeded to search the back. It was not long before several passers-by remarked that the bearded traitor had headed in that direction. "Search again." He withdrew a portrait and cast a glance at it, instructing the guests to undergo another round of questioning. Do not merely fixate on the beard. Pay particular attention to the mole on his forehead. A beard can be shaved, but such distinctive facial features are not easily altered. The guests' quarters had already been searched, and now they were to undergo a facial recognition check to pass through. Those with fiery tempers promptly objected. Feng Miaojun, curled up in a corner, remained remarkably composed. As a young girl, she was swiftly dismissed as a suspect and became the most relaxed observer at the scene. The gentleman, Yao, sipping his tea, appeared equally unperturbed, his gaze drifting towards the entrance where it briefly met Feng Miaojun's. He offered her a slight smile, clearly recalling her presence. However, she frowned, displaying her disdain, and averted her gaze. As time inexorably progressed, there was still no sign of the elusive thief. The captain of the guards, unwilling to relent, led his team through the front hall before personally venturing into the back room, meticulously searching each area. Since witnesses claimed that the thief had fled into this location, it became the focal point of their investigation. Naturally, the kitchen, pantry, and latrine were also included in their scrutiny. Although the corridor was termed a hall, It essentially served as a storage area for merchants' goods. A row of 11 or 12 rooms stood ajar, with guards rummaging through every box and cabinet, as the owners hastily arrived to prevent their belongings from being seized amidst the chaos. Yet, the room in the corner remained securely locked. The captain shot a glance at his subordinate. Was this not checked earlier? It was, but the door was open then. The utility room featured a small window, barely the size of 2 palms. He leaned against the window to peer inside, but just then the light in the courtyard dimmed, and he could only vaguely discern a massive, shadowy figure. With a grave expression, he murmured, "What could be inside? Open it." He had no choice but to call for someone to unlock it. "Where were you just now? Were you not supposed to guard this place?" The captain's face darkened. "Is it not your merchandise? Can you not unlock your own lock?" The inn merely provided the venue. The locks were to be supplied by the merchants themselves, with each securing their own goods. The attendant hurriedly made another attempt, but the more anxious he became, the more stubborn the lock appeared. With a distressed expression, he replied, "Sir, this truly is not our lock." "How strange. Could it be that while I was in the restroom, someone switched the locks?" "What nonsense!" The captain, furious, laughed scornfully. "If it's not your lock, then whose could it be? Bring the axe, we shall break it open." A soldier brought a heavy axe, and with a few powerful strikes, the wooden door was shattered. This was the most spacious storeroom of the inn, easily accommodating 2 4-horse carriages side by side. Yet now, it contained only a specially designed freight vehicle, upon which rested an enormous melon, nearly filling the entire room. The space was so crowded that not even a dog could squeeze in without being seen clearly. The captain, burdened with thoughts, was taken aback by the sight of the melon, so large, taller than a person. Chapter 31. Adding insult to injury, a giant pumpkin was not particularly unusual, as Sweetwater City was known for its cultivation of various fruits and vegetables. However, this one was comparable to a small room, undeniably peculiar in size, and its shape was remarkably regular and square. Mr. He beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Indeed, this year, my family is certain to win first prize." The size of a melon is not the sole criterion for its quality. Its aesthetic form also plays a crucial role. Their family cultivates melons according to rigorous evaluation standards. Little did they anticipate the captain's subsequent remark, which took a surprising turn. With a melon this large, not just one person, but even 2 or 3 could be accommodated within. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Come on, break the melon open for me." He Deshao, momentarily taken aback, quickly seized the captain's arm and pressed a gold ingot into his hand, pleading, "Please, exercise restraint. Without this melon, how can my family compete? My father would surely have my head." The captain snatched the gold and hurled it at his nose, rebuking him. "Openly bribing an officer and obstructing my efforts to eradicate traitors. Do you wish to bring instability upon your family? What a fool, to dare stuff himself with gold under the watchful eyes of so many." The captain shuddered at the thought of the higher-up seriousness regarding this hunt for traitors. Calling them mere traitors felt mild. Reports indicated they were targeting rebels. "Zhuqiu Yuan." The captain paused, puzzled. "Which Zhuqiu?" He Deshao straightened his posture, asserting, "How many Zhuqiuis could there be in the great Yao kingdom? Is he truly here?" "Indeed, he's in the front hall enjoying tea." The captain pondered briefly. "I shall remain here. You go and invite him for a meeting." Certainly, the orders from above were paramount, yet Zhuqiu was not someone he could easily offend, nor was he someone his superiors could disregard. As the leader of the soldiers hurried to the back hall upon receiving reports from his subordinates, it was not long before he Deshao followed suit with his entourage. Feng Miaojun sensed that the climax of the unfolding drama was about to commence. Yet she harbored concerns for the safety of her own people. She momentarily forgot that she was a beautiful young girl from a distant land, unaccompanied by any adult guardians. At this moment, a middle-aged man approached with a broad smile, intending to occupy the chair opposite her. "Little girl, who are you waiting for?" he inquired. As she lifted her gaze, her dark eyes sparkled, and with a playful grin, she responded, "Uncle." This young girl displayed remarkable vigilance. Was she attempting to deter him? Nevertheless, the middle-aged man settled into the chair, promising, "Uncle will buy you some candy soon." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly received a kick to the rear, causing him to tumble to the ground in a most undignified manner. "Get lost," he barked. Yet, Feng Miaojun chuckled with delight. "Have you been away for quite some time? Are you well?" He nodded in response. It was evident that he was one of her bandit subordinates, though he had now shed his disguise, even remembering to wash away the false mole from his forehead. Upon seeing him, Feng Miaojun felt a genuine sense of relief. knowing her plan had succeeded. With less than a quarter of an hour remaining until the appointed 20-hour rendezvous with MOT, it was now impossible for the guards to apprehend him before he regained consciousness. Her gaze inadvertently swept across the room, and she suddenly sensed something amiss. Someone was missing. The young man, Xiao, who had been seated at Hidashao's table, was nowhere to be found. He had been leisurely sipping tea just moments ago, but as the middle-aged, sleazy man had approached to bother her, he had conveniently blocked her line of sight, and she had been oblivious to his departure. Her keen observation skills had always been sharp, and now she noticed that the assorted fruits on Hidashao's table had all been consumed, leaving only a teacup and a pair of chopsticks behind. Intriguingly, it appeared that the grand performance at the Ganlu restaurant today was not limited to a single act. She gently stroked her chin, indifferent to the notion that such an action might appear overly mature to those around her. The soldier, growing impatient, exclaimed, "Where is anyone?" The two soldiers, led by him, had circled around aimlessly for quite some time, yielding nothing, and could not help but express their anger. "Are you toying with us? It is evident that the table holds only your utensils. Where could a second person possibly be?" It was at this moment that he, the young master, noticed the state of the table, and his complexion turned pale. Even in his ignorance, he now sensed that something was amiss. The soldier happened to stand beside Feng Miaojun and, lowering his head, inquired, "Little girl, did you see two individuals seated at that table?" Feng Miaojun glanced in the direction he indicated, contemplated for a moment, and then shook her head. "I didn't pay much attention. Were there indeed two people seated there? I believe I only saw this young master." The soldier's expression darkened instantly. Young master, he recognized her as well, and, pointing an accusatory finger at her, he exclaimed in exasperation, "You are seeking revenge on me. No, wait, is this all connected to you? Such a young age, and yet your heart is so malicious." Naturally, no one was concealed within the enormous pumpkin, and thus, after confirming this by cutting it open, the soldier lifted the blockade on the Ganlu tavern and continued his search for the rebel towards the western part of the city. At this juncture, the last vestiges of sunlight vanished behind the rooftops across the street. Time had elapsed. She had successfully navigated through 2 hours, fulfilling her duty of safeguarding Motogen. By now, if the Grand Master had not awakened, it would surely be the will of fate to play tricks on him. As she departed from the Ganlu tavern, her gaze swept past the table occupied by young Master He, a lingering doubt remaining in her heart. How peculiar. Where had that person gone? That individual had indeed existed. She was not merely imagining things. However, during the lockdown at the Ganlu Inn, how could he have vanished? Never mind. This matter has nothing to do with her. She already has enough troubles of her own and ought not to harbor any additional curiosity. Peng Bai mentioned that the man woke up on time, threw a tantrum, and then left. A tantrum? She found it perplexing. I saved him, so what could he possibly be angry about? Peng Bai instinctively touched his jaw, reminding her, his beard is gone. He would never forget the look on Moti's face upon realizing the absence of his facial hair. It was truly indescribable. Chapter 32. The conditions set by Feng Miaojun, the esteemed master Mo refrained from demolishing the inn in a fit of rage, which attests to his remarkable composure. Feng Miaojun remained indifferent. It was merely a loss of beard, not a loss of intellect. If he had utilized his beard wisely, his head would have been long gone. What is so special about a beard? She had never grown one. Off to attend to urgent matters? Feng Miaojun scoffed. Most likely off to seek revenge instead. Recently, her adoptive daughter had become increasingly amiable towards her, no longer shrouded by the tangible and intangible barriers that once existed. Su Shi, either intentionally or unintentionally, had noticed this change and approached her with greater ease, no longer needing to constantly remind her of her adoptive daughter's royal status. Su Shi couldn't help but chuckle, while Peng Bai added, "I have always said that the young lady would return safely." Just moments ago, Su Shi, in a fit of impulsiveness, had attempted to rush to the Ganlu Inn, and he had desperately restrained her. He had not anticipated Su Shi's strength, which had left his ribs aching. Remembering her own recklessness, Su Shi felt a flush of embarrassment and instinctively wiped away her tears. Is everything settled? Both she and Peng Bai unconsciously placed immense trust in the little girl, as if her assurance that things would be accomplished meant they would indeed be done well. It was settled. Feng Miaojun smiled warmly, and once the guards had thoroughly searched the inn, she would dine with her mother. Exiting the main room, she instructed the steward to procure some appetizers to accompany their drinks. Perhaps she was aware that Feng Miaojun and Mo Taizun had an appointment. In the face of this esteemed national master, everyone in the inn felt utterly defenseless, and thus she no longer adopted a protective demeanor. Her adoptive mother was a wise individual. Feng Miaojun sipped her fruit wine and let out a gentle sigh. The wait stretched until the moon reached its zenith. Being young, she could hardly endure the night, and after stifling numerous yawns, she heard 2 knocks on the window, followed by someone climbing through. She glanced at the window, and then at the figure, perplexed at how such a burly man could squeeze through such a small opening. Did he possess the skill of contortion? Unable to resist, she rubbed her eyes. Staying up too late would hinder my growth. Children find everything inconvenient. She was eager to mature. He indeed carried the distinct chill of a long journey, prompting her to give a thumbs up. Truly, Master Mo is a trustworthy individual. With keen insight, she cleared away the remnants of their meal and replaced it with a fresh spread. She led a life of refinement, having brought an entire set of specially crafted cooking utensils on the carriage. The small stove in the room had been transported from the vehicle, upon which rested a specially designed 4-compartment food box. The bottom of this box could be opened to allow steam to circulate. By carefully tending to the heat, it would maintain warmth. From the food box, she retrieved a plate of braised beef, which instantly piqued Mo Taizhan's appetite. This is the exquisite offering from a renowned establishment nearby, reputed to have perfected its braised broth over 3 decades. She instructed the steward to procure the finest cut, sourced from the prized brisket of yellow cattle. After being marinated in the aged broth, the meat is sliced so thinly that light passes through, revealing marbled tendons within that provide a delightful and elastic chew, devoid of any gristle. Following this, a dish of pineapple chicken balls, a steamed winter melon with ham, and a pot of milky white crucian carp soup grace the table. While not extravagant, each dish is tantalizingly appetizing. Additionally, there are 2 jars of what is claimed to be the strongest aged wine from Sweetwater City. Mo Taizhan, having traveled through the night, is instantly awakened by the fragrant aroma, his hunger stirring, prompting him to unceremoniously pick up his chopsticks and begin to eat. He admires Feng Miaojun's keen understanding of his palate. Though the selection is modest, it is entirely satisfying. Such a young lady, adept at gauging the hearts of others, may find herself in both fortunate and perilous situations in the future. Feng Miaojun rests her chin in her hand, observing him as he devours the meal with great gusto. Mo Taizhan appears invigorated, seated closely enough for her to sense the vitality coursing through him, his weariness from the long journey entirely absent, and his eyes sparkling as brightly as when they first met. Clearly, the art of rebirth has proven effective, restoring him to his former state. The miraculous powers of this world are truly remarkable, capable of achieving such incredible feats. After consuming a modest portion of the beef, Mo Taizhan inquires about the compensation he desires. She has fulfilled her duty, safeguarding him for 20 hours. Now, it is his turn to respond, but he should ponder carefully. He spoke slowly. If you seek wealth, I can provide you with treasures of gold and silver that could last for 10 lifetimes. If you desire a position, the state of Jin also has female officials, and I can secure you a place in the court. It may not be significant, but it would certainly be stable, enough to protect the Feng family. What, then, is the decisive factor? Is it money or power? This dilemma is quite commonplace. Yet both Mo Taizhan and she understood its deeper implications. This represents the pinnacle of worldly pursuits attainable by an ordinary person. All other spiritual aspirations stem from this, whether base or noble, obscure or luminous. However, to live again, especially in such a world, should she merely settle for her previous ambitions? Now, Feng Miaojun stood at a crossroads. If she were to heed Mo Taizhan's suggestions and accept these 2 offerings, she could essentially fulfill her initial desire upon entering this realm, to survive and to thrive better than most. Yet, is this still what she truly wants? Mo Taizhan noticed a radiant glimmer in the young girl's eyes, a brilliance that was startling for a moment. Then, he felt an ominous premonition. Feng Miaojun smiled at him. I have made up my mind. What do you desire? I have heard that all questions in the world can find answers at Yan High Tower. He scoffed. How naive. Which fool told you that? It was the second prince of Wei, Xiaoyan. Mo Taizhan retorted with irritation. If it could truly answer all questions, the state of Jin would have long since unified the realm and restored the grandeur of the Haughty. Chapter 33. To deceive or not to deceive, she replied sulkily. The machinations of emperors do not concern me. The endeavor to unify the realm must align with the prevailing circumstances. It is not merely a matter of reading books. He pondered for a moment. The esoteric arts and historical accounts indeed contain a wealth of knowledge. Very well. My condition is that I wish to access the Yin High Tower for reading. Feng Miaojun paused briefly, then added, You must ensure that I possess the right to enter the Yin High Tower to read at any time. This condition was truly a stroke of genius, leaving even Miaojun momentarily bewildered. What? Whenever I desire to enter the Yin High Tower to read, I shall be permitted to do so. She reiterated. Can the esteemed Master Mo guarantee that? What are you seeking? He was puzzled. I could simply retrieve it for you, couldn't I? It is said that the Yin High Tower encompasses the entirety of worldly knowledge, and there is so much I yearn to understand. She displayed her most sincere expression. Hence I wish to peruse it myself. Her motive for entering the Yin High Tower was one shrouded in secrecy, to discover a means to lift the curse of the AOU. This objective must remain undisclosed to anyone, particularly Miaojun. Should he become aware of her connection to Yun Lai, he would not hesitate to take her life. The difficulty of eliminating Yun Lai is matched only by the ease of disposing of her. After all, killing her would effectively rid the world of that great evil, and the so-called vow of not harming children should not be taken too seriously. Master Mo possesses 1,000 ways to have her eliminated by others. Miaojun regarded her with the gaze of one observing a madwoman. The Yin High Tower houses over 17 million volumes. Otherwise, how could it possibly live up to its name? Finding a book within is no trivial task. Miaojun exhaled deeply, his expression betraying his frustration. The young girl seeks neither fame nor fortune. Her sole desire is to immerse herself in books. Is she naive, or does she harbor lofty ideals? Nonsense, to him. It is neither. To put it simply, the entry threshold to the Yin High Tower is frighteningly high. Do you believe that just anyone can stroll in? No. Each entry requires a decree. It is inconceivable that an ordinary person could freely traverse the Yin High Tower. Even he lacks the authority to grant such access. Without that decree, one can expect to be ruthlessly scrutinized. It is a place of utmost secrecy, and even he would not dare to breach its confines. How could the Prince of Jin possibly grant a long-term pass to an ordinary individual? Thus, this situation fundamentally relates to Feng Miaojun's identity. She must possess a close connection with Miaojun for the Prince of Jin to consider such an exception. In other words, Feng Miaojun must enter the prince's awareness, and the complexities of the ensuing interests cannot merely be described as intricate. He understands that this young girl is exceedingly astute, and that her proposed conditions will undoubtedly be anything but simple. Feng Miaojun gazes at him with wide eyes, filled with innocence and trust. She knows well that matters are not as straightforward as they appear. Xiaoyin had merely been dismissive towards her, living up to his name. Yet, how could she possibly wish to trouble the esteemed national master? Once a merchant herself, she is willing to trade a lifetime of wealth and glory for a single opportunity, which only signifies that the benefits of this chance far outweigh the former. Miaojun downed the last drop of strong liquor from the jar, letting out a satisfied burp. Do you know what I was just doing? Killing. When he entered, he exuded a palpable aura of ruthlessness, a sentiment she had also sensed from Yun Lai. As Feng Miaojun gradually reigned in her smile, she remarked, The one pursuing you, leaving you in such a wretched state, is not Yun Kai. Am I correct? You have discerned the truth. Miaojun paused in his actions, a playful smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it was not he. After their battle, he had not pursued her further. The state of Wei is presently reluctant to become our enemy. After all, engaging in such unprofitable endeavors would be ill-advised. Thus, it follows that since the confrontation at Jipingxiang, the conflict between Yun Kai and him had ceased. Feng Miaojun contemplated this and understood. The states of Wei and Jin do not share a border, as there lie the state of Yao and other smaller vassal states in between. The grudge against the national master for the murder is profound at this juncture. Wei has no need to provoke Jin. Feng Miaojun's face revealed her vexation. You have manipulated me. Had he not claimed that the pursuer was Yun Kai, she would have disregarded his fate entirely and fled without a second thought. Miaojun shrugged. A look of self-satisfaction etched on his face. I never stated that the one trailing me was him. Your assumptions were misplaced, and I merely chose not to correct you. It is deception, not a falsehood. If she were to assign blame, it should be directed at her own failure to perceive the truth. After all, she was still a child. How could her thoughts rival the long-term considerations of an adult? Her cherubic face, flushed with indignation, was quite pinch-worthy. Observing this, Miaojun felt an inexplicable lift in his spirits. Indeed, since Miaojun had sustained grave injuries, he had never explicitly attributed that situation to Yun Kai. She was unaware of the comparative strengths of these two individuals, but it was reasonable to surmise that, As fellow national masters, if Imo Taizhan truly wished to flee, who could possibly impede him? As a beneficiary of the Shanglongtan incident, Yun Kai likely did not wish to expend unnecessary effort. One must attain a lofty vantage to gain a broader perspective. Living a life as an inconspicuous commoner, one can only contend with the mundane trifles of daily existence. Furthermore, she had previously conveyed to Imo Taizhan that her messages were not deceitful. She merely concealed the truth without uttering falsehoods. Imo Taizhan returned her words unchanged. What was there for her to be vexed about? Upon realizing this, she ceased her inner turmoil and instead inquired, "Did you eliminate your pursuers tonight?" "Huh." This little rascal attempted to deny his fate after I apprehended him. It was only after I had severed his hands and feet that he confessed, desperately pleading for a swift demise. Could I grant him such a wish? I cut his vocal cords and discarded him by the nest of the Black Army ants. If fortune smiles upon him, perhaps he will bleed out before the ants consume him entirely. Imo Taizhan spoke with chilling clarity. Indeed, this traitor was my third disciple. After his battle with Yun Lai, he returned, and my third disciple came to the borders of the Shaohua to escort him, caring for him with unwavering attentiveness. Having sustained some injuries in battle, he focused solely on recuperation, failing to remain vigilant. Little did he know that this rebellious disciple had tampered with his drinking water, leading to the subsequent betrayal. The temperature in the guest room seemed to plummet suddenly, causing Feng Miaojun to rub her arms in discomfort. It appeared that Imo Guasher had a peculiar fondness for ant nests. She hastily changed the subject. To slay one's master is a grave offense. He must have been incited by others, correct? Such insubordination is intolerable. Given the illustrious title of the national master's disciple, why burden oneself with such an oppressive moral weight, unless it is for vengeance or the pursuit of greater gain? My adversary. Chapter 34. Revelation. Feng Miaojun's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. I thought you wielded immense power in the court, yet it appears you have rivals. How could one not have adversaries? He replied with a sardonic smile. Do you truly believe that Yun Lai can dominate the Wei kingdom unopposed? Even if he has become a frail shadow of himself due to his pursuit of celestial secrets for the Great Wei, there are still many who find him intolerable and are eager to challenge him. She recalled Yun Lai's pallid complexion, his occasional cough, and the fact that Gongzi Yin had specifically sent him back to the capital. So he truly is unwell? A sense of discomfort washed over her, as if she were grappling with an unsettling truth. Wait, could it be that he is afflicted with a terminal illness? Please, let it not be so. What ailment does he suffer from? Heart disease, they say, is a malady that eludes even the most potent remedies. Feng Miaojun felt darkness envelop her vision, instinctively holding her breath. No, not this. Imo Taizhan certainly did not overlook the distress etched on her face. Are you afraid of him, or do you harbor feelings for him? He inquired. This girl appeared utterly horrified at the mere mention of Yun Lai, and he had assumed she feared him to her core. Yet now, it seemed that her emotions were more complex than mere fear. How long could he endure such a state? She had not yet lived enough. She did not wish for death. He can endure for quite a while. Imo Taizhan sneered coldly. The AOU is a creature of the dragon lineage, possessing a vitality that far surpasses that of ordinary demons. He consumed the dragon pearl. His heart ailment should have improved significantly. Yun Lai had grown even stronger. In this encounter with Yun Lai, he was convinced that the dragon pearl had indeed been consumed by him, leading to his enhanced abilities. Oh, thank goodness, she sighed in relief. Perhaps having suffered from a grave illness in her past life, deeply tormented by pain, she felt an unexpected kinship with Yun Lai. How can you be concerned about his well-being? Imo Taizhan expressed a peculiar look. Are you not a subject of the fallen nation of Anxia? What if he is handsome? She spoke carelessly. Beauty and repulsion are but natural human sentiments, are they not? This bears no relation to my identity or my stance. To Imo Taizhan's surprise, he nodded in agreement. That is indeed reasonable. I have observed that the exiled often become blinded by hatred, so it is commendable that you can perceive this clearly. Feng Miaojun, feeling somewhat guilty, touched her nose. So, it seems that playing the infatuated fool can earn one praise? She then heard Imo Taizhan swiftly change the topic. Young lady, you seem rather naïve. Do you know how old he is? I do not. She estimated. Perhaps 18 or 19. He burst into laughter. Then how old do you think I am? Guessing someone's age is generally a perilous endeavor, particularly as it can easily offend. With a request still lingering in her mind, Feng Miaojun decided to soften her approach. 3. 10? Strangely enough, after he had shaved, it appeared as though he had also wiped away the years of hardship. making him look 20 years younger, exuding only the composure of a mature man. Besides, his features were originally quite striking, with strong lines and a resolute profile. He smiled wryly. My great-grandson is older than you. He just completed his coming-of-age ceremony this year. Great-grandson? This revelation truly astonished her. From Mo Taizhan's lineage, he had already reached the 4th generation, and with a great-grandson of over 20. This implied he must be at least 70, if not in his twilight years. Despite being nearly a century old, he now appeared to be barely in his 30s. Amidst her astonishment, she remembered her manners. Sir. Ahem, I meant, esteemed gentleman, how old is Yun Lai? Moti's satisfaction with her bewilderment was palpable. How can I know? His origins remain a mystery, and so do his years. However, the lifespan of humanity is no longer what it once was, and we cannot escape this fate. With a sigh, he mused, what was it like in the past? Before the haughty empire, the world brimmed with spiritual energy. One could easily live for 3 to 5 centuries without any need for cultivation, their visage untouched by time. Alas! He shook his head. Individuals like us seldom exceed 200 years. Feng Miaojun's eyes widened in disbelief. To live for 2 centuries while maintaining eternal youth and vitality seemed utterly unfathomable. Such lofty aspirations. She would be content merely to live a little longer. To avoid an early demise. Leaning forward slightly, she inquired, is your opponent significantly powerful? His gaze remained steady as he replied, not insignificant. Indeed. Formidable adversaries often contend against equally formidable foes. Feng Miaojun, a powerless remnant of a fallen kingdom, could hardly bear such scrutiny. Without hesitation, she nodded. I wish to enter the Yanhai Tower. Given Yun Sung's demeanor, he seemed to draw hatred effortlessly. Even Mot had nearly fallen victim to treachery. How could she hope for Yun Sung to live to 200? Her life, she resolved, was hers to command. Should she perish before achieving her goals, so be it. As for Yun Sung, she would impose upon him the role of her companion in death. She thought bitterly. Having a strikingly handsome figure to accompany her into the afterlife would certainly be a spectacle. Very well, Mot responded succinctly. He laid out the pros and cons for her, having never considered another's perspective in such a manner before. If she was determined to pursue her own path, he would not stand in her way. Only one question remains. Who are you truly? Mo Taizhan's gaze was profound. She was no ordinary exile from Anxia. Beside her stood loyal guards, and she possessed a calm demeanor coupled with exceptional decisiveness. While there may be hidden talents among the common folk, he leaned towards the notion that her lineage was once illustrious. Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, and a rat's offspring can only burrow. This adage holds a kernel of truth. Under Mo Taizhan's penetrating gaze, she articulated each word with clarity. I am Princess Chang Lu. Having resolved to seek refuge in the state of Jin under Mo Taizhan's protection, she understood that earning his trust was paramount. Mo Taizhan was momentarily taken aback. His eyes fixed upon her for an extended duration before he spoke. On the day Anxia fell, the queen perished, clutching her daughter as she drank poison. Chapter 35. The imminent separation. He surveyed the geopolitical landscape of the 7 kingdoms, fully acquainted with the royal families of each. The mere mention of Princess Chang Lu by Feng Miaojun was sufficient for him to discern her true heritage. The one who perished was merely a substitute, not I. She remained composed. My mother sent me away from the palace at an early age, placing me in the care of the Feng family. Evidence, you ask? He chuckled. Words alone cannot substantiate a princess's claim. She retrieved a small jade fish from her waist, twisting its mouth open, revealing the 2 characters of Chang Lu inscribed upon its body. Is this all? The inscription indeed bore the characters for Chang Lu, yet the hue was a blend of green and gold, which upon closer inspection transformed into red. This unique seal paste belonged to the palace of Anxia. Known as Qingli Jin, the seal paste typically employed by the king of Anxia was red. Only in rare circumstances, such as the passing of the throne or marriage, would the Qingli Jin be utilized. Feng Miaojun murmured, this is my personal seal. Is it not sufficient to prove my identity? Mo Taizhan pondered for a long while before inquiring, do you wish to avenge your country and settle old scores? The question was quite suggestive. Yet she did not even blink, perhaps. Feng Miaojun's calm demeanor ultimately pleased Mo Taizhan, who suddenly clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Excellent, splendid. I was previously troubled about how to grant you an identity suitable for entry into the Jin royal palace. But now, what identity could be more fitting than that of a deposed princess? She replied coolly, you may proceed as you see fit. Secrets are not necessarily better kept the deeper they are hidden. At times, they can serve as the most potent weapon and the most compelling leverage. For this reason, she was willing to take the risk of revealing her true identity. Mo Taizhan's assistance in gaining access to Yanhai Tower was, in essence, merely a transaction devoid of emotional ties. She had never placed faith in the notion of personal obligation. How could Feng Miaojun be certain that this esteemed national master would not one day abandon her? After all, the interpretation of contractual spirit can be infinitely varied. Only if he perceives a benefit in her would he invest earnest effort in protecting her. She stepped out to find her adoptive mother, resignedly leaving the room to him. In order to allow her adoptive mother a peaceful night's rest, she chose to inform her of this decision the following day. Fabricating a small lie that Mo Taizhan had taken a keen interest in her talents and insisted on taking her as his disciple. Without a moment's hesitation, Su insisted on accompanying her. We know nothing of the gene state. Why not follow the original plan and remain in the Xiaogua until I have established myself and assessed the situation before making further decisions? Feng Miaojun urged her. The esteemed Master Mo has many rivals in the Jin Kingdom. If they cannot contend with him, what will they do but vent their frustrations on the Feng family? However, Su's perspective diverged sharply. The legacy her husband left her was invaluable, and in her eyes, it was the epitome of worth. Then you must not go. Her tone shifted to one of earnest pleading. And then, the late Queen's wish was for you to lead a life of tranquility, to marry and bear children, and to live like an ordinary girl. All of this is within our reach. Why endure the trials of a foreign land? I have never set foot in the royal court, and I can only imagine it is hardly a place of safety. You, a delicate young girl, might find yourself devoured, leaving not a bone behind. Tears streamed down her face, unrelenting. Feng Miaojun, exasperated by her dramatic outbursts, sighed deeply. How about I leave Pingbai for you to utilize? Please, cease your weeping. Su's sobs momentarily subsided. What use have I for him? I only desire my beloved daughter. Without a man in the household, you would be vulnerable, whether at home or in the marketplace. The troubles with Wang Pua and the Zheng family arose from such vulnerabilities, did they not? Feng Miaojun spoke a few words and, upon glancing at Su's dazed expression, could not help but feel a mix of amusement and pity. Where are your thoughts wandering? I meant to say that you could use Peng Bai as a shield. Many public affairs could be entrusted to him, alleviating the need for you to intervene directly. Peng Bai is adept at managing both minor and major matters, and his loyalty is beyond question. You can rest assured with him by your side. Yet Su's countenance darkened. What am I thinking? You speak so nonsensically, child. Recalling the arduous journey she faced alone after her husband's passing, she could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. Ultimately, she lamented, do you despise your mother for lacking the capability to provide you with a comfortable life? Is that why you are so eager to go to Jin? Feng Miaojun, left with no alternative, resorted to her final gambit. Very well, I shall not go. You can inform Master Mo that I refuse to be his disciple. Su was momentarily taken aback. What stature did Master Mo possess that he would heed her words? Unlike an adopted daughter, no amount of tears would soften the heart of such a man. He was as unyielding as stone. She seethed with indignation. Why must he be so despicable, intent on tearing apart the bonds of kinship? Meanwhile, downstairs, Mo Taizhan sneezed unexpectedly. Who dares to curse me? He muttered, as he sneezed once more. Su, irritated, retorted, what nonsense is this? What kind of foolishness is being spouted by a princess? The esteemed Princess Chonglu is no more. Only in remains. She grasped Su's soft, delicate hand and employed her most endearing tactics. Dearest mother, do you still doubt my abilities? I assure you, I will thrive in Jin, and soon, the Feng family will flourish everywhere. In related news, the first QQ group of our esteemed master has been opened, Survival Group 1. Group number 379-227307. Entry is unrestricted, but verification requires the secret password, Miaojun. Without the password, even if you pound on the door with a brick, entry will not be granted. Please remember to change your group nickname to your username from Chidian or QQ reading after joining, and pay attention to the group announcements. In principle, it is not encouraged for the esteemed members of the Watercolor Super VIP group to occupy the positions of newcomers. You already hold VIP seats in your own domain. Thus, I look forward to a harmonious gathering where we can share our imaginative ideas and engage in creative endeavors together. Chapter 36. The Betrayer. It is a pleasant thought. But preserving your own life is already a commendable feat. I have witnessed my daughter's cleverness, yet Inen is still young and alone in a foreign land. Will she be able to manage? I am beautiful, and naturally, I wish for beautiful outcomes. Feng Miaojun detected the wavering in her tone and quickly added fuel to the fire, stating that the queen had left a retinue for her protection. Indeed, it is true. Su Shi was unaware of how many individuals the Queen of Anxia had assigned to Feng Miaojun, but it was reasonable to assume that the queen, being a loving mother, would not neglect an aunt's safety. With these guardians, her presence would be infinitely more valuable than Su Shi's solitary efforts as a woman. Upon realizing this, Feng Miaojun seized the moment to express further flattering words, thus allowing her to seek out Peng Bai. Peng Bai's opposition was as vehement as Su Shi's. After all, the Queen of Anxia had given him explicit orders to ensure the safety of Princess Chang'e. What did it mean to remain at Feng's to assist Su Shi? Yet, Feng Miaojun silenced him with a single retort. If MOT cannot even protect me, what use are you? Observing the shame-ridden countenance of her loyal subordinate, she recognized the weight of her words and offered a comforting pat on his shoulder. While harsh, it was the truth. The queen has entrusted you with my protection, allowing me to live as an ordinary person. Yet, I find myself restless, thus the fault lies not with you. My biological mother has also stationed individuals in the gene state. In your opinion, are they reliable? Peng Bai immediately comprehended her implication. Loyalty should be beyond doubt. However, the young master is still but a child. Feng Miaojun smiled faintly. Are you concerned that they may underestimate me? Peng Bai hesitated. Adults may indulge children, yet seldom do they place their trust in them. Not only for the Feng family. The rear guard must be under your command. My trust resides solely with you. This way, we can advance or retreat at will, maintaining a harmonious relationship. Feng Miaojun lowered her voice once more, stating that Chun Dechang is quite astute. I shall bring him along to Jean's state. His skills are commendable, and he possesses some cultivation, having accompanied her for several days. Peng Bai vaguely understood that her decision was irrevocable, and he could only helplessly reply, I shall compose a letter for you, containing a secret code. With this correspondence as evidence, the forces we maintain in Jean's state will regard you as their leader and heed your commands. After a pause, I intend to remain in the Yao state, keeping only a few individuals by my side to assist. The remainder I will instruct to infiltrate Jean's state to aid you. Feng Miaojun gazed at the distant figure of Su Shi, who was busily engaged, and gently said, I entrust my foster mother to your care. Please look after her well. Certainly. Before their departure, the atmosphere in Tianshui City, once fraught with tension, had vanished. During breakfast, they heard that the rebel forces had appeared in another county 60 miles away the previous night, prompting the pursuers to hasten there. She cast a glance at MOT, observing that he calmly gulped down a large mouthful of soy milk, as if he had heard nothing. His beard was impeccably shaved, and the mole on his temple had mysteriously vanished. It was unclear what sort of trickery he employed, but to the casual observer, he appeared merely as a handsome man. However, Feng Miaojun understood that the redirection of the pursuers was undoubtedly orchestrated by him. When Master Mo was in good health, few could rival his presence in the world. After the meal, the two swift horses purchased by the Feng family arrived. The moment of parting had finally come. Su grasped Feng Miaojun's hand, weeping uncontrollably. Mo Taizun cast a fleeting glance at them, then mounted his horse, uttering a simple farewell before heading eastward. Chen Dachang assisted Feng Miaojun onto her mount, and she gently kissed Su on the forehead, whispering, Do not worry, mother, await my letter. At that moment, she realized she had formed a bond she was reluctant to sever. Feng Miaojun felt a slight sting in her eyes and quickly closed them, saying, Let us depart. Chen Dachang promptly turned the horse's head and called out to Mo Taizun's departing figure, urging the horse onward. Just as the sun rose in the east, a brilliant golden light illuminated the world, breathing life into its surroundings. After galloping for approximately 30 miles, Mo Taizun led them off the main road onto a narrow path, which became increasingly desolate. Eventually, they found themselves in a wilderness devoid of any trace of wheeled vehicles. It was unclear how he discerned the way. After numerous twists and turns through the woods, they came upon an abandoned hunter's cabin, its door propped shut by a massive stone. He moved the boulder with ease, as if it were but a stalk of straw, and then pushed the door open. Inside, the space was filthy and chaotic, lacking even a single bench to sit upon. On the floor lay a man, half reclined, battered and bloodied, his wounds soaking the ground, and his limbs twisted at unnatural angles. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he cast a glance at Mo Taizun, his eyes brimming with resentment, wishing nothing more than to see him suffer 1,000 tortures. Feng Miaojun scrutinized him closely and realized he was quite young, merely 17 or 18 years of age, with a wheat-colored complexion and well-defined features. He was originally a handsome lad, yet at that moment, his face was contorted with rage, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out. Taizhan, however, chuckled softly, remarking that after just one night, he had regained his spirits. Youth truly was a blessing, allowing him to continue his journey unfettered. "You're captive," he stated. She shook her head, expressing her lack of curiosity about anything else. She was reluctant to become entangled in this predicament. Taizhan understood her sentiments, but sighed, revealing that he had spent the night deliberating whether to take the young man's life, and still had not reached a decision. Feng Miaojun shrugged, saying, "Even a grand national master like you is indecisive. What can a mere girl like me do?" Taizhan ceased to be circumspect and spoke plainly. "Do you desire a more comfortable existence in Jin capital?" "I do." She sincerely wished to avoid being drawn into the troubles represented by this man, particularly upon seeing the captive concealed within the wooden house. The fact that Taizhan had killed his own prized disciple, yet chose to spare this individual, spoke volumes. It indicated that the young man's status was significantly higher than that of Taizhan's third disciple. A disciple of the Grand Master of the Great Jin could not be said to roam freely in Jin capital, but surely he received more reverence than she. A fallen princess. Taizhan pointed at the young man, declaring, "He has already laid eyes upon you." Thus, her desire to remain uninvolved was rendered moot. Feng Miaojun muttered, "He is an accomplice of your third disciple." Feng Miaojun let out a long, drawn-out sigh, casting a gaze of pity upon the young man. For one who wished to take his life, Taizhan certainly would not extend any courtesies. Having narrowly escaped death once, the fate that awaited this youth was predictably grim. Chapter 37. Concerns with such a notion in mind, Taizhan spoke gravely, yet neither he nor my third disciple could be considered witnesses. There existed no correspondence or documentation between them that could serve as evidence. His gaze swept over the young man twice. "Do you know who he is?" Noting the youth's expression of understanding, Feng Miaojun fell silent. How could she not know? The intrigues among the powerful were matters she wished to avoid. "He is the third son of the Right Chancellor of the Great Jin, Li Shilong, Li Yuanfa." Understanding dawned upon her. "You are not on good terms with the Chancellor?" Li Yuanfa, not yet 20, could hardly harbor any enmity towards the national master. "It is the Chancellor who is at odds with me." As soon as the words left his lips, Li Yuanfa uttered a few sounds of protest, seemingly unwilling to concede, yet found himself unable to articulate further. Biting his tongue in frustration, Taizhan did not intervene, merely observing with a smile, "The effects of the softening pill are taking hold. You lack the strength even to inflict harm upon yourself. Perhaps you should concern yourself with how you will eat later." With that, he swiftly dragged the young man outside and tossed him onto the back of a horse. Li Yuanfa attempted to resist, but his limbs were indeed rendered weak and powerless. Time was of the essence. They had to set forth. By nightfall, they had traversed over 400 miles, scarcely pausing except to change horses. Upon encountering a large city, Taizhan procured 2 fine steeds and continued onward without a moment's delay, heading northeast. They galloped relentlessly, and upon reaching this point, the horse was drenched in sweat, its labored breaths growing increasingly audible, revealing its exhaustion. Yet, Taizhan maintained a composed demeanor, as if unaffected by the ordeal. Chen Dachong, with his solid foundation, managed to endure, but Feng Miaojun began to struggle. She was a pampered young girl, unaccustomed to the torment of being jostled on horseback for 6 or 7 continuous hours. Even their rations were consumed while riding, causing her to nearly retch from the motion. Chen Dachong suggested she adjust her posture to sit sideways, adding 2 layers of soft cushions beneath her in hopes of providing some comfort. Nevertheless, after such a long journey, she still appeared pale and weary. Several times, Chen Dachong contemplated requesting Taizhan to halt for a rest, but was thwarted by Feng Miaojun. Time had become the primary factor in their contest. Suddenly, Feng Miaojun twitched her delicate nose. There was water ahead. The air was thick with humidity, imbued with the distinctive scent of mud and grass from the riverbank, suggesting that the water source nearby must be abundant. Taizhan led the trio along a mountain trail. The terrain rising ever higher, beyond the lake lay the realm of Jin, where he could not take Li Yuanfa. This meant that a decision regarding Li Yuanfa's fate was imminent. Chen Dachong turned to glance at Li Yuanfa, who was just stirring from his stupor. Inadvertently catching the tail end of the conversation, his expression darkening slightly, he sat before Taizhan, unable to spit in his face, and could only hawk a loogie forward. "Old scoundrel, I await you on the road to the underworld." Immo replied ominously, in such a hurry to depart. Turning to Feng Miaojun, he inquired, "What do you say? Should I kill him or not? Does my word carry any weight?" She was merely a young girl. Aside from Qindachong, who else could possibly sway her? Immo, ever the calculating strategist, sought her counsel even regarding the fate of such a significant captive. Who would believe that? Upon closer examination of the young girl, in the blossom of her youth, with a stunning visage and eyes reflecting the depths of autumn waters, one could envision the splendor she would eventually unveil. Yet, the world is replete with beauties. What quality did she possess that commanded Immo esteem? As the horse slowed its pace, Feng Miaojun seized the opportunity to converse with him. If you truly wished to kill him, you would not have mentioned him at all. At that moment, the act of killing seemed rather uncomplicated. Immo replied, "Not at all." "Then let it be done." To her surprise, he acquiesced with a resounding all right, his large hand poised to strike down upon Li Yuanfa's forehead. She was uncertain of the extent of his strength. Yet it was evident that Li Yuanfa's head would undoubtedly suffer grave consequences. Having never witnessed blood spattering before her, she could not restrain herself in that critical moment. "Hold on." Immo hand halted in its descent, mere inches from Li Yuanfa's head, precisely suspended. A bead of sweat trickled down the latter's temple. With a tone of exasperation, Feng Miaojun implored, "Do not kill him. We must show mercy to one another, so that we may meet again in the future." Immo expression darkened ominously, resembling an impending storm, prompting her to swiftly add, "Your concern is not merely about whether to spare his life, but rather how to confront Prime Minister Li, is it not? It seems that the esteemed national master, bound by pride, hesitates to inquire directly, opting instead to intimidate Li Yuanfa with fear." Very well, if he wished to hear her thoughts, she would share them openly, without reservation. At last, Immo regarded her with intent. "Continue. I presume you have not disclosed to your disciple the reason for your journey to Xinglongtan?" Immo nodded. What master would habitually inform their disciple of their itinerary? Moreover, his quest for the dragon pearl was a covert operation, unknown even to his kin, let alone someone surnamed Li. This implies that your battle with Yun Lai and the resulting injuries were unforeseen, and neither your third disciple nor the Li family could have anticipated such an event. Furthermore, this incident transpired in the kingdom of Yaogua. Feng Miaojun gradually formulated her thoughts. It appears that the actions of Li Yuanfa and your disciple were indeed impulsive, a case of seizing an unexpected opportunity. Li Yuanfa remained silent, and the three assumed his acquiescence. In just a few exchanges, Feng Miaojun could envision how Immo had been shrewdly ambushed by his third disciple days prior, leaving him gravely injured and inadvertently consuming the corrosive heart poison. The very name of this toxin suggests its formidable nature. Otherwise, a dignified national master would not have found himself cornered by guards, powerless to retaliate. The military intelligence dispatch indicates that there are merely 11 hours remaining until the esteemed national master enters the platform. Today's third update, marking the final release of the new book period, will be unveiled tonight at 2030. Chapter 38, Digging One's Own Grave. This reveals that he indeed harbored genuine affection for his third disciple. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted them with his true abilities so readily. Indeed, Immo pressed against Li Yuanfa's cheeks, prying open his jaw for Feng Miaojun to observe the broken tooth. "Do you see this fractured tooth? It was once filled with a lethal poison, easily broken by a forceful bite. This young man intended to poison himself but was thwarted by my intervention." This action resembled the treatment of a mule, and Li Yuanfa, overwhelmed with shame and indignation, shook his head repeatedly, yet he remained unable to break free. She stuck out her tongue, remarking, "The Li family possesses a fiery temperament. Do they resort to self-destruction at the slightest provocation? If it were me, I would prefer a wretched existence over a swift demise. No one shall dictate the manner of my departure." As Immo released his grip, she heard Li Yuanfa grit his teeth, proclaiming, "My brother met his end at his hands." Li Yuanfa glared at her for an extended moment, and she met his gaze with indifference. After a while, the youth finally spoke, "I am quite clever." Despite his youth, Li Yuanfa exhibited remarkable ingenuity. He had concocted a plan to disguise himself as Immo and brazenly assassinate the county magistrate in broad daylight, ensuring numerous witnesses could attest to his identity. The crime of murdering an official is a grave offense, prompting the authorities to dispatch additional personnel for an extensive manhunt. Mo Taizhan's distinctive beard was a striking feature, making it easily imitable. In this rural locale, who would recognize him as the national master of Jin? They would merely regard him as a heinous criminal. Once the authorities apprehended him, Li Yuanfa and the others could devise a scheme to carry out an assassination. Thus, they would salvage their attempt to eliminate the national master. Feng Miaojun reassured Li Yuanfa, saying, "Though your ruse seems fanciful, the likelihood of success is quite high. Alas, your fate is unfortunate." She was acutely aware of the dire circumstances that had befallen Mo Taizhan during his pursuit, had she not crossed paths with him. This indicated that these two children were even more ill-fated than herself. Moreover, one could argue that this was a case of cleverness leading to one's own undoing. She gazed at him earnestly. "You have ensnared yourself." What does ensnaring oneself mean? Li Yuanfa had already concluded that she was in league with Mo Taizhan and had no intention of engaging her further, yet questions betrayed themselves in his eyes. "I am not particularly well versed in the customs of the Jin state. However, it stands to reason that the act of assassinating officials from other nations is not a matter to be discussed openly." She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and remarked that since you have killed the magistrate of Yao, the king of Jin cannot address this matter publicly in court. A realization struck Li Yuanfa like a thunderclap. He finally comprehended the source of his unease over the past half-day. Her words were indeed correct. He had assassinated an official from Yao. And it was undoubtedly improper for the king to bring this issue to public discourse, lest the news, carried by countless ears and mouths, swiftly reach Yao, thereby souring bilateral relations. This indicated that the affair would be handled discreetly, with the majority of the court officials perhaps remaining entirely oblivious, leaving no opportunity for them to advocate on his or the Li family's behalf. Should he perish now, it would be a senseless death. Observing Li Yuanfa's pallid visage, Mo Taizhan erupted into laughter. Precisely so. This little pup only seeks to extricate the Li family from this quagmire, yet has unwittingly ensnared himself within it. His voice dripped with derision, while the world praised the young genius Li Sanshao for his remarkable intellect. "I find that even a girl not yet 11 has demonstrated greater foresight." Li Yuanfa bit his lip for a considerable while before solemnly stating, "Were time to rewind, I would act in the same manner. However, you shall not be fortunate enough to escape again. When faced with two detrimental outcomes, one must choose the lesser evil. In preserving the Li family over safeguarding myself, I would still opt for the former." At this moment, the two riders ascended to the mountainside, where they beheld a villa emerging ahead. Mo Taizhan remarked, "This is my estate." Hearing the approach of hooves, several individuals emerged from within the villa to pay their respects to Mo Taizhan. The latter cast Li Yuanfa aside, instructing, "Watch over him. Ensure he does not escape or perish, for he is of great significance." He simultaneously handed over 2 vials of medicinal pills, softening tendon pills, advising him to consume one every 2 days, rendering him incapable of lifting a hand. Having spoken, he lingered no longer and departed with Feng Miaojun and Chen Dechang in tow. After another 2 hours of travel, Feng Miaojun's steed suddenly stumbled, violently throwing her off. Amid her exclamations, Chen Dechang managed to support her and leaped out in time to prevent a fall. By this time, dusk had settled, cloaking the surroundings in darkness, and the road was treacherously slick, rendering it ill-suited for further equestrian pursuits. In such desolate wilderness, nocturnal predators like tigers and wolves often roamed. Chen Dechang delivered a decisive blow to the head of the chestnut mare, rendering it incapacitated, and then carried Feng Miaojun onward at a swift pace. Emerging from a thicket of low trees, they found themselves in a vast expanse. Before them lay a shimmering expanse of water, stretching for dozens of miles beneath a hazy horizon. Feng Miaojun settled onto a wooden post, inhaling deeply, allowing the mist to penetrate her weary lungs. "What a magnificent lake," she mused. As she sat, the fatigue coursed through her body, making her limbs feel foreign, each bone creaking in protest. Crossing the lake would lead them to the state of Jin. She overheard Mo Taizhan continue. "Taking the land route would require a considerable detour of over 1,200 miles. We shall traverse the waterway instead, which is swifter." During their journey, she had roughly gleaned from Chen Dechang's descriptions of the terrain between the states of Yao and Jin. Understanding that the border was marked by the towering Baixiang mountain, perpetually beset by wind and snow, where even birds found it difficult to cross. Further south lay the expansive Baixiang Lake, which most could not ascend the mountain to reach, compelling those who opted for the land route to navigate a substantial arc around the lake. its shoreline being exceedingly convoluted. Under the cloak of night, the lake's surface lay tranquil and undisturbed, with several wooden boats tethered to the dock, devoid of any presence. Feng Miaojun furrowed her brow. Is there no ferryman now? Must we row ourselves? Even if Chun Dachong knows how to navigate a boat, he likely lacks the strength. How can we expect him to take charge? As the military news relay states, this book shall be available in 4 hours, and monthly votes can be utilized to urge updates. Shall we contemplate the prospect of securing a solid monthly vote for June? Chapter 39. Once again, setting sail. On June 1st, Defending the National Master will be launched. I reminisce about that fateful night on May 31st, 4 years ago, when Shui Yun anxiously awaited the initiation of her first novel, Ning Xiao Xian Yushin Lu, into the VIP realm. Back then, Shui Yun was a complete novice, a freshman in writing, propelled solely by curiosity, unwittingly breaching the threshold into a new world. After enduring the trials of 4 years, both tempestuous and frosty, I touch my face and find comfort in its youthful resilience, still capable of withstanding the onslaught of new storms. Thus, National Master was born. With 1,500 days and nights devoted to honing my craft, I fortified my inner self. Only upon the completion of Ning Xiao Xian did I dare to declare, this time, we shall explore a more enigmatic realm. This time, we shall navigate through more tumultuous waters. Yet we are also aware that the road ahead is long and fraught with challenges. New ambitions have taken root within me. As I find no satisfaction in past achievements, I no longer revel in the various accolades garnered nor the film and animation rights sold from Ning Xiao Xian. We have once again reached a new starting point, and now we take our first steps anew. This time, we aspire to ascend even higher, to stand even taller, and to truly grasp the essence of seeing all mountains as mere hills. As I, Shui Yun, sit at my desk and type these words, I am once more enveloped by the exhilarating sensation of perspiration on my palms and a flush upon my cheeks. It is not a lack of inner strength, but rather an overwhelming joy that stirs my spirit. For we embark on this journey once again, inspired by the esteemed Grand Master, by Miaojun, by myself, and by the love for Ning Xiao Xian and Chang Tian, the affection for Shui Yun, and the love you will soon hold for Miaojun. I candidly express that legitimate subscriptions are of utmost importance, and monthly votes hold significant value. The vibrant engagement and appreciation from all of you are crucial. Within the realm of online literature, achievements are paramount. They serve as the stepping stones towards a brand new world, valuable enough to shatter barriers. Thus, I humbly seek your support. If writing is akin to setting sail, then I have no desire to dock. Please, allow me to navigate for you continuously. Chapter 40. The extraordinarily noble cruiser having the Grand Master himself row the boat is indeed a matter of prestige. Yet, Mote is unscoffed, remarking that with countless undercurrents in the lake, such a small vessel could hardly reach the center. The work is now available, and updates along with themed events have commenced. Note, activities are exclusively conducted on the Qidian platform. 1. First, let us address the most pressing concern regarding additional chapters, under the premise of a guaranteed minimum of 2 updates daily for every 300 accumulated monthly votes. An extra chapter will be added. A donation starting from 50,000 Qidian coins, or a total donation of 50,000 Qidian coins will also yield an additional chapter for statistical convenience. Donations above 10,000 Qidian coins will be accumulated. 2. Themed phone cases and personalized birthday greeting card distribution. Those who generously contribute 10,000 starting coins may register to receive a themed phone case featuring the esteemed Master Guesher. For those who bestow a remarkable 100,000 starting coins, in addition to the phone case, they will receive a bespoke handwritten birthday greeting from Shui Yun on their special day within 365 days from now. You have the liberty to customize the message on the card. Would you like to hear a whispered secret from Shui Yun? 3. Prize collection method. It consists of 2 steps. For those already in the Super V group, you may maintain your position and directly contact the administrator, M. Tanshish, leaving your contact information, name, address, phone number, and phone model. For the sake of convenience, esteemed bosses in the Super V group, please refrain from joining the Survival group. New members who have yet to join should apply to Master Guesher's QQ group, Survival Group 1, group number 379227307. Joining the group is without threshold, but you must provide the secret passphrase Miaojun during verification. Subsequently, change your group nickname to your starting username, and then contact the administrator Shudai Z, providing your contact information, name, address, phone number, and phone model. A special reminder, for those contributing over 100,000 points, please remember to leave your Gregorian birthday date. Ensure that the address provided is one where packages can be delivered. Important. 4. Gift distribution timeline. The themed phone cases will be dispatched by mid-July 2018, and the personalized birthday greeting cards will be sent out 2 days prior to the birthdays of the esteemed contributors. Please be sure to check your messages in a timely manner. Chapter 41. The secret of elemental force. At this moment, the fish was swimming in the center of the vast lake, surrounded by water as smooth as satin. Only to the west could one gaze upon the distant mountains, resembling a slumbering beast. The cool moonlight. Chapter 42. Strategizing. Chapter 43. Restless nights. Isn't it just a nightmare? One so dreadful it could not be worse. Feng Miaojun steadied herself. Where am I? How long have I been asleep? You are at the residence of the National Master already. Chapter 44. The Smoke Sea Tower. Interestingly, Feng Miaojun shrugged. It seems your visit to the palace last night was quite successful. Indeed, it was satisfactory, having accomplished certain objectives. He battled fiercely with Yun Lai. Chapter 45. The notion of expansion. The cliff was damp, with moss growing in the crevices. She pondered that caves are not suitable for storing books, as the humidity is intense, causing the pages to deteriorate too quickly. This cavern. Chapter 46. The essence of elemental force. Between heaven and earth stood rows upon rows of neatly arranged bookshelves, stretching endlessly beyond the limits of sight. Each row soared 3 stories high, adorned with an array of treasures. Chapter 47. The connection between father and son. Most importantly, people have discovered that elemental force does not contradict the spiritual energy of the universe. Rather, they promote and merge with one another. For cultivators, elemental force can significantly enhance their cultivation. Chapter 48. What exactly is it? Chapter 49. In other words, does the pearl she swallowed contain the power of a curse? Thus, she pondered what the curse truly entailed. Feng Miaojun offered a bitter smile. Chapter 50. The unique tome of Emperor Haughty. So, this is the meaning of supplementation? The Xian-step technique already existed, and Emperor Haughty merely refined it? She closed her eyes and suddenly inquired about the expansion. Chapter 51. The folk version and enhanced edition. It serves as an introductory practice method, gentle yet devoid of attribute requirements, possessing the most basic benefits of strengthening the body, and is practiced by numerous common martial artists, even among cultivators. Chapter 52. Enloya Gathering. Additional chapter. The Jin people cultivate a plethora of flowering trees and fields on the island, meticulously caring for them, dedicating the blooms for the enjoyment of the nobility from spring to autumn. The only means to reach River Hard Island, of course, is by boat. Chapter 53. Familiar Faces. Additional chapter. This remark sounded increasingly courteous, with a hint of amusement evident in the eyes of those nearby. Given Miaojun's relationship with the Prime Minister's residence, what kind words could he possibly utter? Furthermore, Chapter 54. Navigating through the fog. The position of National Master has traditionally been held by those of virtue and capability. Those who consider themselves to possess celestial prowess may venture to undergo trials, and upon succeeding, may challenge the National Master, thereby usurping the position. Chapter 55. Troubles arise. The hierarchy among the nobility is strictly observed, and indeed their modes of transportation differ. Feng Miaojun tilted her head. Which of my vessels is it? The captain produced a record. Chapter 56. The attack from. This occurred in the heart of the river, where Princess Hanwei immediately stood up. Someone, go below deck and investigate thoroughly. No sooner had she spoken than Chen Dachong rushed in, drenched in. Chapter 57. Mutual sensations. Chen Dachong pushed aside the 2 women, exposing himself defenselessly beneath the jaws of the shark. The enormous jaws of the shark closed, dozens of fangs piercing into one side of his body. Chapter 58. The foreign princess. Her voice was as delicate and melodious as a lark, and though tinged with a foreign accent, it possessed an enchanting allure. Oh, Yun Song seemed intrigued. What could be? Chapter 59. Bestowing beauty. Recalling the sight of the beautiful woman beneath him, pleading in a soft, twisting manner, King Wei once again felt invigorated. Chapter 60. Speculations on spiritual power. The heaviness was not merely in her head. Her limbs felt as if they were burdened with leaden weights. She struggled to raise her hand to her forehead. How long have I slept? In Luoya had already been 5 days ago. Chapter 61. Back and forth yet for Modi. Was this not an opportunity to compel Li Shilong to disrupt his own formation? He originally intended to play the role of a cunning pursuer, tracking down those who sought to capture Feng Miaojun, and Chapter 62, Yun Lai. Li Shilong voluntarily requested a demotion and a reduction in salary. So as not to burden the Jin Wang with the matter of the national master being assassinated, Li Yuan's severed leg was, of course, primarily to allow the national master and Princess Han Yue to ease their troubled hearts. Chapter 63, Second Senior Brother. Henceforth, the Wei Wang would likely exercise greater caution towards him. The crown prince was vexed, for the illicit mining of spirit stones was not his sole prerogative. New discoveries were emerging in the mountains and rivers. Chapter 64, Contradicting the Norms, Additional Chapter. The Yin Hai Tower served as the Jin royal family's private library, also utilized by other nobles and royal relatives, thus it could not be solely allocated to her. Therefore, despite her search for books within the Yin Hai Tower. Chapter 65, Borrowing, Not Stealing, Additional Chapter. Although Mo Taizhan had examined her with spiritual energy, being an outsider, he could only ascertain that her dantian was devoid of anything, which was not as thorough as her own introspection. Chapter 66, A New Path. It resembled a fierce beast, untamed and restless upon its arrival in foreign lands, yearning to unleash its fury. However, through a methodical approach, it was artfully contained. Chapter 67, The Support Left by Mother. Feng Miaojun remained oblivious to the impression that she had been labeled as a glutton. The practitioner's vital energy circulates with remarkable swiftness, possessing a powerful digestive capability, and their appetite far exceeds that of an ordinary individual. Chapter 68, Preparing for Rain in Advance, Additional Chapter. Chapter 69, The Princess's Marriage, Additional Chapter. The people of the Wei Kingdom hold him in high esteem, for his numerous public prayers for rain have proven remarkably effective, significantly alleviating the drought. His allocation of primal energy is judicious, as he balances foreign warfare with domestic concerns. Chapter 70, Competition and Struggle. The young Princess Han Yue, still in her tender years, does not contemplate matters of the distant future. After confiding her grievances to Feng Miaojun and sharing some light-hearted moments, her mood finally shifts from a stormy rain to overcast skies. Chapter 71, Coexistence and Contention. However, those ancient and more authentic historical accounts are recorded in ancient texts. Thus, she yearns to cultivate her spiritual awareness to glean information from the jade slips. Chapter 72, An Unexpected Visitor on the Roof of the Cart, Additional Chapter. Only after unraveling this couple's fundamental contradictions does she dare to claim that she has truly begun to glimpse a corner of the world's reality. As the cycle of fate turns. Chapter 73, Trouble at the Doorstep, Additional Chapter. A rough voice abruptly interrupted him. I am Yao Fengxian, the second son of King Yao. On this mission to the Great Jin, I encountered an ambush. I would like to request the lady's carriage to escort me into Caixing City. Chapter 74, A renewed entanglement with Yun Lai. The coachman was swiftly thrown off, letting out a cry of despair before falling silent, most likely having lost consciousness. In the moment when the vehicle was toppled, Chen Dachong also. Chapter 75, The First Encounter. The figure clad in black pursued Feng Miaojun into the woods, witnessing the young girl with disheveled hair fleeing in a most disheartened manner. He hastened forward, his long blade in hand, aiming for her delicate. Chapter 76, A Narrow Victory, Additional Chapter. When one engages in such actions, they invariably close their eyes and shake their heads uncontrollably. The creature was no exception. The outstretched claws of the beast missed their mark, striking only. Chapter 77, Seeking Wealth in Danger, Additional Chapter. If one day Yun Kai were to learn that she borrowed spiritual power to slaughter his subordinates, what expression would adorn his face? She harbored no desire to ascertain. Chapter 78, The Celestial Cone. She displayed remarkable humility, saying, Your Majesty, bestow upon me whatever you wish. I will be pleased with it all. After all, one cannot attain higher ranks or titles, and her enthusiasm for achievements was rather lackluster. True gold and silver. Chapter 79, A renewed request. I received the news only yesterday evening. Merely half a month ago, the Wei Kingdom, under the pretext of hunting two formidable demons, dispatched troops to invade the territory of the Yao Kingdom. Mo Taizhan's gaze was as sharp as. Chapter 80, The Rejection of Fate, Additional Chapter. The first request was to grant her the freedom to enter and exit the Yun Lai Tower to read. This had already been accomplished. Thus, only one demand remained. Mo Taizhan pondered, speaking softly. Chapter 81, Once again clinging to a powerful ally, Additional Chapter. Baluo refers to jackfruit, which is Feng Miaojun's favorite. Upon encountering it, she was taken aback, for she had not anticipated its presence in Jin. However, the bamboos demand a humid and warm environment, basked in abundant sunlight. Chapter 82. Learning without instruction? The following day, Feng Miaojun returned to the Smoke Sea Tower to seek references regarding the star sky cone. She endeavored to comprehend her magical artifact as thoroughly as possible to enhance her proficiency. Chapter 83. Proposal. After 10 days of nurturing, he wished to express his gratitude. Yet the imperial physician forbade him from rising, thus prolonging the delay until now. Chapter 84. A revelation, additional chapter. She had become increasingly spirited in recent days. Already contemplating departure, how could she ever consider marrying in the star-gathering city? Miaojun harbors no affections for you, Your Highness, should you still recall my life-saving grace. Chapter 85. The Chase for Rodents, additional chapter. Chapter 86. The Princess Takes Action. I traverse mountains and rivers far and wide to marry into the distant Yaogua, with not a soul to converse with. Playing with you is 1,000 times more delightful than being amidst those women around him. It is merely a superfluous piece on the board, uncertain when it might prove useful. What harm would it do for Feng Miaojun to accompany her daughter on a journey to Yaogua, though she once held the title of princess? Chapter 88. The Approaching Wolf Pack, additional chapter. To take a step back, even if this individual possesses extraordinary powers. Having calculated the array months in advance to seize the AOU long peril, it merely provided a chance for the AOU. Chapter 89. The Living Target, additional chapter. Colluding in such a manner? These few have already attained a degree of sentience, enabling them to command their pack of wolves to launch reckless assaults. She listened to Tai Xining and couldn't help but reach out. Chapter 90. Intelligence for medicine. This individual had attained remarkable cultivation, rendering Li Yuan's incapacitated legs no match for him. At that moment, he became calm and fixed his gaze, asking, "Who are you, and what do you intend?" Chapter 91. The Closure of Yanhai Tower. No longer needing to rise early for Yanhai Tower, Feng Miaojun longed for a lazy morning. However, she could not indulge in sleep until her natural awakening, as her maid hurried in to report the Mo Kingdom. Chapter 92. Departing from Kaixing City, additional chapter. Are you not also wary of Yun Kai? Otherwise, why do you not personally inquire about his intentions? The reason Yun Kai personally visited Kaixing City is not merely for MOTI's sake. Chapter 93. Maple Sugar, additional chapter. The grand wedding of Yao Jin was indeed a momentous occasion. That night, the princess held Feng Miaojun in her quarters, sharing whispered conversations by candlelight, while the maid outside the door could still hear. Chapter 94. The main character arrives. If Feng Miaojun had already departed from Jin capital, the chances of tracking her down would be exceedingly slim. She could venture anywhere, though she might also be mingling within the entourage of the princess. Chapter 95. Applause. Chapter 96. Momentarily safe, additional chapter. The entanglement of this matter lies in the fact that, although both he and Prince Jin are acutely aware that the assailant of Yanhai Lu, who murdered Feng Miaojun, is likely Yun Lai, they have yet to capture any tangible evidence. Chapter 97. Peaches and Tai Xining, additional chapter. This entirely extinguished the last flicker of hope in her heart, resolutely deciding to distance herself from him by an insurmountable expanse. Those who wield primordial power and govern the fate of the nation, despite their nature. Chapter 98. The Unknown Soldier's Book. Under the watchful gaze of Tai Xining, Feng Miaojun moved a chair opposite him, reached for a piece of fruit, placed it in her mouth, and then closed her eyes with a sigh. Chapter 99. The Dark Knight. Why is he so fervent? Is it merely the affection shared among peers? In the past, although Su Feng Nian and she enjoyed a harmonious relationship, he belonged to the type that only responded when questioned, never initiating. Chapter 100. The Rescue, additional chapter. Perhaps it is merely a figment of her imagination, but Feng Miaojun has always felt that Lady Chui's gaze towards her is laden with discontent. Chapter 101. The Cliffside Cavern, additional chapter. With a glimmer of yearning in her ginkgo eyes, she mused, "You are by his side every day, envied by countless sisters. If you could win Mr. Tai's favor, a promising future would surely await." Chapter 102. The Enigmatic Palace. He surmised that it must have been when he returned the turquoise earrings the other day. Otherwise, how could his little junior sister so obediently endure the scrutiny of a female official in search of something? Chapter 104. Tai Xining takes action, added chapter. The jet-black figure emitted no reflection, its entire body cloaked in a foot-long bristle, both dark and rigid. Chilling to the touch. 16 eyes flickered. Chapter 105. Each one's true face, added chapter. The once expansive abyss, shrouded in a dense web of spiders, now bore a gaping hole dozens of yards wide at its center, revealing a small island beneath. Chapter 106. The mighty fourth entity Feng Miaojun forced out a retort through clenched teeth. What business is it of yours? Such malicious intent in this individual. With a swift motion, they sought to sow discord, observing that Tai Xi and Ning no longer lean. Chapter 107. A hidden realm nevertheless. This prompted the fire spirit to notice another formidable creature upon the wall, immediately invigorating its spirit for an assault, leaving MOT in a state of despair. The Spider King is. Chapter 108. A bargain between life and death, added chapter. Regardless, she would still need to rely on him to escape this place. Very well, but you must guarantee my safety. Otherwise, I shall not comply. Threats are futile against me. Feng Miaojun used. Chapter 109. Racing against time, added chapter. She had witnessed MOTI's incredible strength and was astonished to find Yun Lai equally formidable. The wind howled past her ears. Before she could even blink, she was already airborne, landing beneath the tree. Chapter 110. A misjudgment. Will they still have a chance to survive by then? Feng Miaojun also heard it, stealing her heart as she wielded the golden bell spade to sever dozens of roots, truly intending to excavate the small. Chapter 111. Unwarranted trust. The earlier they unearthed it, the sooner they could seize the initiative. Only a few roots of the fire tree remained tethered to the earth at this moment. At this time, Feng Miaojun. Chapter 112. The world within an inch, additional chapter. Then, there was that pond. 2 water lilies blossomed on the surface, attracting dragonflies to perch, while other pink lotuses pointed skyward. Fish could be seen darting among the lotus leaves. Chapter 113. Chicken dinner, additional chapter. Having said this, Yun Sun coughed softly and gradually sat up straight. His movements appeared rather laborious. At this moment, Feng Miaojun's eyes had also adapted to the dim environment. Chapter 114. Alas. His fingers were long, yet possessed astonishing strength. Feng Miaojun did not struggle, calmly stating, "If you perish, I cannot endure alone." At this moment, she felt. Chapter 115. Hunger. This left him somewhat displeased, as he found it difficult to justify killing her. Such a seemingly harmless little creature posed no threat to him, and was obediently attending to him during his recovery, and the fierce tiger circled the cave entrance twice, confirming that there was indeed an invisible barrier preventing its entry, and it couldn't help but roar in anger. You shall perish. Chapter 117. The main thread of destiny, additional chapter. Had there been guidance from Morty, would she have had to navigate the vast sea of knowledge alone, often feeling lost? Chapter 118. Ambiguous statements. He awaited further developments, not surprised, for he had sensed it long beforehand. That day, after I had pushed down Wang Po, I ran out of the village to clear my mind, making my way to the old embankment to slide. Chapter 119. Yun Kai's conditions. Feng Miaojun's heart tightened, astonished. How can this be? You have seen my true appearance. He raised a finger and gently tapped his own face. As long as you. Chapter 120. The pursuers, additional chapter. He was indeed bold. Did he not fear her poisoning him? Yet, upon his remark, she recalled that morning before the troop departed. Tai Shining returned to the team quite late. Chapter 121. Additional chapter. Perhaps it was the effect of sunlight, but at last, a hint of color returned to his handsome face. Feng Miaojun admired him. Only someone capable of enduring the scorching sun could be. Chapter 122. A sudden realization. Even if MOT were to provide meticulous guidance, it would be difficult for Feng Miaojun to achieve great success. With such motivation, her attitude towards Yun Kai indeed transformed. It turned out to be a. Chapter 123. Attracting followers. Yun Kai and she strode forward, witnessing the ground ahead crackling with spiderweb-like fissures. The creatures hidden in the thickets fled in a frenzy, darting from. Chapter 124. Additional chapter, in Shenlong Pond. The AOU recounted how the dragon pearl could bestow upon one immense powers and vitality. Now, Yun Kai was intent on the blood tree pollen. He pursued these too. Chapter 125. The true significance of the Cliff Mountain eruption, additional chapter. In no time, their meals were served, all presented in ocean bowls. The tofu dessert that Feng Miaojun ordered was first layered with soft tofu, followed by vermicelli, and then. Chapter 126. Lackluster, she shrank herself even smaller, no longer displaying her previous arrogance. "My lord, what brings you here?" As soon as she spoke, she sneezed. He replied leisurely. Chapter 127. Hair binding. The potency of the blood tree flower powder derives from the true fire of the earth's core. Even after this transformation, it remains excessively powerful and domineering for ordinary cultivators. She could not confront it as Yun Lai did. Chapter 128. Her hardship. Additional chapter. The frequency with which she was scrutinized by those piercing eyes increased, although she was no longer as immobilized as at the beginning. Her heartbeat still quickened slightly. Fortunately, only. Chapter 129. Malicious intent. Additional chapter. Feng Miaojun was taken aback, her mouth slightly agape. Even she only glimpsed Yun Lai unleashing two faint beams of yellow light, fleeting and too swift for the naked eye to capture. This was truly. Chapter 130. Stealing face and identity. The more time she spent with Yun Lai, the more she felt that his nature was indeed carefree. It was one thing to substitute rest for sleep, but on the rare occasion he actually slumbered. The following day he would. Chapter 131. Encountering an old friend in a narrow path. Yun Lai's face lit up with joy, and then his gaze lingered on her chest. Hidden here, indeed. Goes unnoticed by most. Feng Miaojun instantly retracted her smile, her demeanor shifting. Chapter 132. The marriage proceeds unimpeded. Additional chapter. A performance? She glanced at the tightly shut doors and windows, aware that he had seen Princess Hanwei and Imotaisan, still unwilling to relent, seeking to extract further information. However, Imotaisan reassured. Chapter 133. Clear rewards and punishments. Additional chapter. Chapter 134. The pursuit. The ghost-faced nest spider's ability to speak is not astonishing. Before reaching adulthood, the young spiders share a telepathic connection with their mother, allowing the mother to be aware of whatever the young ones perceive. The ghost-faced nest spider can mimic other creatures. Chapter 135. Princess Chang Lo. Others approached with wine for conversation, and Imotaisan welcomed every visitor, his eyes growing increasingly bright with each drink, appearing as though no amount of liquor could inebriate him. He also. Chapter 136. The Gathering of Princesses. Additional chapter. Feng Miaojun dared not gaze upon him for long. Yet her astute mind deduced. Imotaisan was indeed thinking of her at this moment. He was contemplating Feng Miaojun. Chapter 137. The weasel wishes the chicken a happy new year. Princess Chang Li's lips parted slightly. This question should inherently possess no answer. Furrowing her brow, she remarked, the acts of annexation and plunder are destined to invite divine retribution. 104. Chapter 138. Strive diligently. Feng Miaojun hastily retrieved 2 cups, pouring wine for Fu Lingchuan and Princess Chang Lo. The former accepted eagerly, taking a gentle sip before draining the cup in one go. Chapter 139. Joining the Yuan registry? Further chapter. Feng Miaojun thought to herself that her expression must appear quite stiff, for Yun Lai immediately showered her with sweet words. Indeed, I must inquire whether you would be willing to join the ranks of the Wei state. Chapter 140. Private escape. I have only glimpsed an ancient tome entitled Songhai Lu within the confines of the Yanhai building, which succinctly states that after the divine departed from here, they journeyed to another realm called Tian. Chapter 141. Preemptive strike. Ultimately, discussing matters further would only exacerbate the dire circumstances at hand. Therefore, as long as Princess Hanwei escapes from Qingyuan town, the world beyond will be as vast as the ocean. Chapter 142. Another fishball. Further chapter. However, before she could fully process her thoughts, a sudden rush of wind was heard, followed by an overwhelming force pushing from the side. Who dares? An irate. Chapter 143. Abundance. The 2 newcomers were familiar to her, Fu Lingchuan and his princess of Changlu. With the increasing number of people, could Princess Hanwei's identity remain concealed any longer? Never mind. Chapter 144. Swearing an oath. Yun Lai provided detailed instructions. The cultivation of Yang soul and Yin spirit must progress in tandem. Should one overshadow the other, it would spell disaster for you. Within this. Chapter 145. City of Gold. The following afternoon, the delegation from Longyu State finally arrived at the ancient city of Yaoduinzi. The closer they approached Yaodu, the lighter their garments became. Upon Feng Miaojun's arrival at this ancient. Chapter 146. The main character at that time, the reigning king, had already passed the age of discernment. He is not a practitioner. Despite his robust physique, he cannot compare to a youthful lad in his prime. Yet, The only woman he fancies is one in the bloom of youth, her beauty radiant. Chapter 147. Can you recognize me? Additional chapter, The Fish. Each no thicker than a strand of hair and measuring merely 2 inches in length, possess the enchanting ability to alter their colors, shifting from transparency to a spectrum of vibrant hues. However, this transformation. Chapter 148. A reunion. Additional chapter, Feng Miaojun mused, indeed. This is one of her concepts. How can we ascertain its feasibility without an attempt? However, it is imperative that she rectify the inadvertent ingestion of the parasitic insect. Chapter 149. Embezzlement? Its medicinal properties cannot be quantified in monetary terms. After all, youth is invaluable. Women are surely most acutely aware of this truth. At this juncture, Feng Miaojun. Chapter 150. Feng Miaojun's gaze turned icy. The Southern City Martial Guard? During her extended stay in Shaojia, she has gained a comprehension of Yinzi's military structure. The safety of the capital cannot be entrusted to mere city guards. Chapter 151. Antique Soup Su Wenlin is the head of the local power, with the city gates firmly under his control. Su family, huh? Surely. Mother has contemplated this as well. A high-ranking official. Chapter 152. Chapters 150 to 151. Either wealthy or noble Yun Song seemed to see through her intentions, yet merely smiled, choosing not to expose her. Very well, let us venture out. Where to? She was filled with anticipation. Chapter 153. The way people and dogs are not admitted. Someone beside her remarked, Lady Yao has arrived. Indeed, as the woman came to a halt, she introduced herself. My surname is Yao, and I am the proprietor of Shundongfeng. The master has long been aware. Chapter 154. Dissolving flesh and bone. Poison. The crowd was stunned into silence, with only 2 members of the city guards managing to steady themselves. They first administered 2 pills to the captain, but the latter could barely open his mouth, his throat swollen. Chapter 155. Speaking behind closed doors. It is not unusual for mushrooms to grow on decayed tree stumps, but one has never heard of them sprouting on a human body. Even Su Wenlin paused, questioning. What is this? Physician Xie had already examined the deceased. Chapter 156. Adaptability, bonus chapter. Is this person? Chapter 157. An enigmatic scheme. However, he had 3 descendants who perished in the war against Wei, particularly his eldest grandson, whom he had high hopes for 11 years ago, who died in a most valiant manner. The older one becomes, the more. Chapter 158. Cold Yuanzi and millet porridge. She always felt that this fellow was full of theatrics. If one day the national master could no longer continue, there would always be a place for him in the makeshift troop. Gazing at the figure curled up on the couch, lost in thought. Chapter 159. Green Jade Pearl, bonus chapter. Chapter 160. Sandalwood Qing Frost. The Su family adorned themselves with both items, admiring their reflection, every gesture exuding the pride of raising a fine daughter. Feng Miaojun could not help but embrace tightly. Chapter 161. The Wealthy Beauty. Just moments ago, he was enthusiastically promoting this treasure, asking how much more she was willing to pay. The shopkeeper repeatedly waved his hands. It hasn't been sold yet. I was not in the shop earlier. Chapter 162. Do you wish to eat flaky pigeon? Additional chapter. At this thought, she involuntarily let out a soft hum. The sound was faint, yet Yun Zhai's brow twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. Upon opening his eyes, Chapter 163. The Scheme for Extortion. Feng Miaojun had to concede that Tan Qing Shuang truly had an exceptional eye for quality. However, she wondered why she treated Yun Zhai so well. Was it merely because of his charming exterior? Chapter 164. Raising a Cat. An unexpected catastrophe. Yun Zhai took a sip of ginger date and dried tangerine peel tea, the spiciness causing him to set down the cup, casting a glance at Feng Miaojun. She immediately sensed his resentment. Chapter 165. Robbed. Additional chapter. The flavor was exquisite, perfect for a carnivorous creature like her. She gnawed at the pigeon, contentedly closing her eyes, utterly oblivious to the fact that Yun Zhai was watching her nearby. Chapter 166. Should one take advantage of proximity? Additional chapter. Feng Miaojun quickly raised her hand, interrupting his speech. I shall heed your words. For a servant, a monthly salary of 50 taels is undoubtedly generous. However, she is Princess Chong Lu in. Chapter 167. Heart ailment. It was the depths of winter. Although the room was warmed by charcoal, it could hardly be described as warm. What degree of pain must he be enduring to sweat profusely? Yet he remained silent. Chapter 168. an unexpected incident at the wedding. In merely a few months, he has adjusted his mindset, preparing to wed a foreign princess and secure a formidable ally for his homeland. Yun slightly leans back. Chapter 169, a series of grim tidings, additional chapter. He seems to be overwhelmed by anger and anxiety, followed by a relentless bout of coughing. The crown prince hastens to pat his back to ease his discomfort. Feng Miaojun cannot discern the contents of the note and can only make out a few characters. Chapter 170, a complicated turn of events. The current focal points of contention appear to be twofold. Firstly, whether the disappearance of the prospective princess consort is linked to the envoy from Wei. Thus far, Princess Hanyue has yet to make an appearance. Chapter 171, a thorough investigation. Consequently, the maidservant arrives once more. The grand doors remain tightly shut. The maid steps forward and gently knocks twice. Your Highness, the king requests your presence. Inside, it is eerily silent. Chapter 172, enjoying a bowl of oil-splashed noodles, additional chapter. There is no wall that does not allow the wind to pass through. The news of the crown prince's demise is merely a matter of time before it spreads. Moreover, on this day, the Yao Palace suddenly seals its gates. All 8 palace doors firmly shut, allowing no entry. Chapter 173, mastering the game. Yun further inquires, if I were to express my feelings with fervor, would you truly believe that my sentiments are sincere? Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Miaojun responds, no. Chapter 174, the evening glow. It is essential to understand that a man's intentions can sometimes ignite in an instant. How could the murderer possibly ascertain that the crown prince would engage in such intimate affairs that night? There lies a multitude of unspeakable factors. Chapter 175, a private meeting, additional chapter. As for the rationale behind choosing this particular moment to act, the explanation is rather straightforward, with guests from all directions converging here. The city of Enzi teems with hidden talents, allowing those with ulterior motives to attribute the prince's demise to. Chapter 176, the child? He paused momentarily, articulating each word with precision, thus declaring that her actions, along with those representing the Jin kingdom, have insulted Dayo, thereby nullifying the alliance between the two nations. Just. Chapter 177, an easy escape yet. What reason would Yun Tseng have to assist her in dealing with Su Wenlin? This individual is as cunning as a fox. Can she truly manipulate him without arousing suspicion? That night, she. Chapter 178, caught off guard, additional chapter. Feng Miaojun felt utterly satisfied. Responding to the words by placing her bowl down, retrieving a tail of silver from her bosom, polishing it, and effortlessly splitting it in two. Her actions. Chapter 179, Yun Tseng's combination attack. Why the blush? Feng Miaojun lamented. If he intended to do something to you, he would have done it long ago. Princess Hanyue's face flushed. Chapter 180, a comprehensive overview. Chapter 181, persuading Hanyue, additional chapter. After countless preparations, Feng Miaojun awaited this very statement. She lowered her body, speaking softly. We may be incapable, but there are those who can. Chapter 182, a match made in heaven. As long as the case of Prince Yao's assassination remains unresolved, even if Miao Fengxian ascends to the throne, he will be burdened with a stain. At this moment, Princess Hanyue offers her assistance, compelling him to bear the weight of this. Chapter 183, the suffering of the people in the prosperous era she once inhabited. Ordinary folk were oblivious to such tribulations. She could not help but murmur, why must there be war? According to legend, history. Chapter 184, abusing authority for personal gain, additional chapter. On either side of the front line, one realm of heaven, another of earth, Feng Miaojun observed, momentarily uncertain which was the true human world. Only from the position of Jinjun City, its scale and architectural clusters. Chapter 185, work brings me joy here. The waterways crisscross, nurturing a plethora of large fish, their flesh tender and nearly devoid of bones. Locals catch freshly harvested fish, skin them, wash away the blood, and slice them finely, revealing the contrast of red flesh and white sinew. Chapter 186, the Jinjun Lantern Festival. Chapter 187, hanging talismans to wish, additional chapter. Feng Miaojun, now familiar with his capricious nature, marveled once more. Seeking excitement, Yun squinted, unaware of what today signifies. Chapter 188, a back and forth well done. Let this lad's flippancy earn him a lesson. In that moment, Xiaoyan could no longer endure the heat, hastily spitting the scalding tea onto his inner sleeve. yet he remained. Chapter 189. Cheating at gambling. When the war first erupted, the Wei Kingdom's offensive was as swift as lightning, catching the Yaowu nation completely off guard, seizing 4 cities within just 7 days. However, Yaowu was already aware of this villainous. Chapter 190. The stakes. Additional chapter. Feng Miaojun feigned ignorance, lowering her head to focus on her own chess pieces. Chapter 191. The dust-washing feast. Though the food box was large, it contained only 2 bowls of dishes and a bowl of brown rice. The bowls were sizable. One held braised pork, while the other contained boiled beans. The braised pork was. Chapter 192. Fortune and misfortune entwined. Noticing that the attention of those around her had waned, Feng Miaojun subtly twisted her body, attempting to reposition herself at the back. Just as she moved, Yun Song firmly grasped her slender waist, his thin lips. Chapter 193. Yun Song's mission. Additional chapter. Yet, Feng Miaojun understood that such a notion was unattainable. Any other woman would have melted at his words, but she resolutely pushed him away. Sleep. Chapter 194. The outcome is settled. She shook her head, saying, I drank a bit too much last night, and will take good care of him. When the elder is asleep, the only one who can approach him is likely you. Lu Ming sighed. Feng Miaojun. Does he still remember? Originally, if Miao Fengstin had assumed the position of national master, Zhuo Yuan would have been the successor of the astronomical observatory. It seemed. Thank you, my lord. He rested his chin on his hand. For what? Thank you for releasing Princess Hanyue. Feng Miaojun's heart was as clear as a mirror. Lu Ming maintained her smile, correcting herself. Missinen. Yun Lai finally turned her head. Lu Ming was no longer surprised and continued to converse with Feng Miaojun. In Chapter 198, Iron Pot stewed big. Yun Lai skillfully and fluidly molded a bird the size of a domestic fowl, its form and demeanor remarkably lifelike. Feng Miaojun pondered the implications. The creature was adept at setting up illusions. Perhaps while chaos reigned outside, they would receive no news at all. A chill ran down Feng Miaojun's spine. In Chapter 200, Catching Turtles in the 5 Oceans, it was wise to deal with the national master last, as it was evident that this small group of individuals looked to Lu Ming as their leader. In Chapter 201, Short pain is better than long pain. Yun Lai followed the direction of her finger and indeed saw a small pot perched atop a red clay stove, its lid bubbling and releasing a wave of milky fragrance, a delightful scent amidst the winter chill. In Chapter 202, Winning the Hearts of the People, additional chapter. The situation had unfolded more swiftly than Yun Lai had anticipated. It had been resolved an hour ago. Lu Ming remarked that the river god had been defeated, transforming the once impassable chasm into a thoroughfare. In Chapter 203, it turned out to be recognizable. The citizens of Jiyuan City had mostly gathered in the open space, with very few survivors remaining in the residential areas. Empty streets, when traversed by anyone, especially children. Chapter 204. Calculating 50 years behind him. His great-grandfather was Chao Budo. Today's circumstances are unlikely to be mere coincidence. Yun Kai turned to ask Chao Qing'a, have you ever seen the local river god? Chao Qing. Chapter 205. The Escaping Oddity, additional chapter. As he spoke, a self-satisfied expression adorned his face. Feng Miaojun speculated that perhaps the thief had drawn lots for fun and ended up with the intimidating words written by Chao Budo, such as, Chapter 206. No debts between us. Chapter 207. The most expensive earrings in the world. A counterfeit is merely a counterfeit, no matter how closely you imitate it. It can never belong to the dragon lineage. Yun Kai could hardly be bothered to open his eyes. He could deceive others, yet not me. He knew you were. Chapter 208. No merit, no reward, additional chapter. It seemed she suddenly lacked strength, exerting great effort to squeeze the words from her throat. Beautiful. A rare seriousness graced his face, as if to say it was a gift from me. Chapter 209. The Tale of Chao Budo. To her, this object was clearly worthless, yet now she referred to it as a treasure. The liquid gold creature, helpless, hesitated for a moment before saying, let me contribute once more. And you? Chapter 210. Unable to escape. Even if what lay ahead was a trap, a mountain of swords, or a sea of flames, he had no choice but to leap into it. As for the subsequent matters, the heavenly demon would arrange them accordingly. This matter posed certain demands on him. Chapter 211. Misplaced Trust, additional chapter. Chapter 212. General Meichi. The basin, filled with berries and clear water, had inexplicably frozen into ice. White frost creeping over the rim of the bucket, piercing through them with an intense chill that startled them into exclamation. Among them, Chapter 213, Uncommon Colors. Her movements were both decisive and generous, devoid of the usual modesty exhibited by women when partaking in wine. Feng Miaojun lowered her gaze to observe Yun Lai, who was adeptly engaging with the guests at the table. Chapter 214, Summons from the King of Wei, additional chapter. Yun Lai cast her a sidelong glance. Understanding the unspoken tension, the situation had become awkward, with no option to retreat or advance, unless they chose a longer detour. As you know, the army acts in unison. Chapter 215, Every national master holds secrets. Throughout his life, he had encountered countless women. Merely by observing Feng Miaojun's demeanor and gait, he discerned that Yun Lai had not shared an intimate relationship with her. Feng Miaojun's cheeks flushed crimson, partly from embarrassment. Chapter 216, Forcing the Issue. Yun Lai had arrived. The King of Wei immediately ceased his speech and straightened his posture. Then, as the light at the entrance dimmed, a familiar figure stepped inside. None other than Yun Lai. Chapter 217, Cannot Deceive Him, additional chapter. The march of the army could not be compared to their effortless traversal of mountains and valleys. Not only did ordinary humans lack the stamina of practitioners, but the transportation of heavy supplies and weaponry. Chapter 218, Take a Bite. She turned her head to look elsewhere. General Su harbors deep feelings for you. Even the king is aware of it. He raised her chin with a gentle touch. What else did he say? Chapter 219, The Enemy's Attack. The mountain path traverses several grand canyons, with strange peaks and rocks rising abruptly, creating a terrain that resembles interlocking canine teeth, posing significant challenges for reconnaissance. This valley is perpetually besieged by howling winds. It is important to note that this location is still over a month's journey from Yaodu. Referring to ground travel, of course. Judging by Miao Fengxian's demeanor, he must have arrived on a swift steed, for otherwise. Chapter 221, Shattered. The force of the explosion was so immense that it temporarily incapacitated her senses. Fortunately, the spiritual energy within her dantian surged rapidly, restoring her vision and hearing. Chapter 222, A Quick Escape. This woman had the audacity to ride it like a horse. The wolf demon, filled with rage, could only comply and hasten in the direction she indicated, despite being held at bay. Its speed. Chapter 223, A Challenge. Additional chapter. Those who witnessed this scene, whether friend or foe, felt their hearts race. Chapter 224, Amidst Laughter. Enrugin likely seized upon this moment to issue a challenge. Everyone was aware that he was quite advanced in age, and Yun Lai had already slain 2 national masters. Chapter 225, A Sudden Turn in Battle. They had entered Golden City, stepping into a battlefield that belonged solely to them. The competition among the national masters was no trifling matter, and they were unwilling to be judged by these many ordinary mortals. Chapter 226, From Now On, Each to Their Own, additional chapter. That sound seemed to resonate throughout heaven and earth. All eyes converged at once, and even the combatants paused their assault. Who emerged victorious? Chapter 227, The Unfostered Wolf. Thus, Yun Lai merely instructed everyone to withdraw for the time being, and all present set aside their tasks, retreating several dozen paces. Lu Ming silently followed Yun Lai. Chapter 228, The Will of the King of Wei. It turned out that in his final moments, the king's mind remained as clear as a mirror, aware that the assailant was not sent by him. Secondly, he advised against competing with the crown prince for the throne. The King of Wei held. Chapter 229, The Secret of the Dragon-Slaying Diagram. Additional chapter. Yun Lai nodded, swallowed 2 pills, and continued to rest. After a while, the curtain of the king's carriage was finally lifted. Xiaoyan emerged, his eyes still. Chapter 230, Yun Lai's counsel for battle. Su Guangxiang scoffed lightly. You speak with such conviction, yet how can you be certain the assailant is not you? Xiaoyan replied earnestly. For so many years, my father has regarded the dragon-slaying diagram. Chapter 231, Each in Peace After the Battle. She no longer saw Feng Miaojun by Yun Lai's side, suggesting something amiss. Yun Lai's expression remained unchanged, not even a flicker of his eyelids. She observed. Chapter 232, Reunited with Family, additional chapter. Just as she was about to utter a word of affection, her adoptive mother, Su, had already embraced her delicate face and showered her with kisses. Mua, my precious. And finally, Chapter 233, The Winds of Change in a Matter of Moments. Her spiritual energy was completely drained. The moment was swallowed so swiftly that Feng Miaojun took a considerable time to react, her anger causing her to leap in frustration. Chapter 234, Bad News continues. She attempted to draw forth her spiritual energy, succeeding in the endeavor. This served as a confirmation that he was at least still alive, which provided her with a modicum of comfort. Chapter 235, The Unknown Secrets, additional chapter. Having grown up in the depths of the palace, he was well versed in these intricate schemes. The so-called pursuit of fugitives was merely a pretext. Indeed, the fugitive ultimately vanished. Chapter 236, Run a little further. There was a persistent illusion that at any moment, upon opening her eyes, he would suddenly appear before her, sporting a wicked smile full of cunning. Recalling that scene, her heart. Chapter 237, Words Unspoken. The array of fruits presented as tribute from various regions was abundant. She had always focused solely on indulging, indifferent to the identity of the sender. It was Fengji, the Fengji merchant house from Yaodu. The lady-in-waiting contemplated for a moment before adding, unfamiliar with such convoluted matters. She engaged in conversation with him for a while before Miao Fengxian took his leave. His Highness the Crown Prince was now preoccupied with state affairs, no longer able to steal moments of leisure as he could a year prior. Chapter 239, Thus It Is Destined. The most credible rationale was that during the Eastern expedition to the Yao Kingdom, Xiao Yin was in the company of King Wei. If this individual was indeed conspiring against Xiao Yin, it was likely that the evidence would be obliterated. Chapter 240. Can one encounter familiar faces here as well? Yun Lai, with a smile that belied his true feelings, remarked, If someone is willing to directly inherit the throne, I could then allocate my primordial energy. Wang Jun would find it less arduous to contend with Xiao Jing's northeastern army. Chapter 241. Nuxia. To Feng Miaojun, Fu Lingchuan was an enigma. This distant cousin not only bore the banner of restoring Anxia, but also orchestrated the charade of a faux Princess Chong Lu roaming about. With a sudden thrust, the steel rod pierced through the monster's back. The creature, feeling the sharp pain, raised its head and let out a piercing cry, reminiscent of a bird's shriek. Hoarse yet filled with fury, in an instant, the monster's visage contorted grotesquely, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy that surged forth like a tempest. Gu Xingbao, quick-witted and swift, seized the handle of the steel rod still thrusting forward with her left hand. Suddenly, she noticed a flash of red light emanating from the punctured area of the creature's back. In a heartbeat, her right hand plunged into the monster's flesh, ruthlessly extracting that glimmer of red. As if on cue, the creature's roar abruptly ceased the moment Gu Xingbao grasped the red light. A friendly recommendation: the innate Jadeite birthmark possesses extraordinary powers. In a previous life, it accompanied one to the brink of oblivion in this lifetime. It grants a singular existence anew. Jadeite, or rather, this particular piece of Jadeite, holds captivating tales within the legend of Jadeite by the talented Xiao Naiping. In recent years, the fantasy genre within female literature on our platform has gradually revived, much like the dawn of spring. For those who pass by, will you not lend a little water to the tender new shoots? Chapter 242. Encountering Fu Lingchuan, setting aside all superfluous personnel and affairs. Let us discuss the most fundamental requirement. To possess primal energy, one must have a jiqi. Chapter 243. On beauty. Now that the elixirs have been dispatched, Feng Miaojun no longer promotes Fengji, instead steering the conversation elsewhere. Having immersed herself in the world of the Yanhai Tower for many years, she is well versed and has encountered an array of diverse experiences. Chapter 244. Spiral Island. Princess Chong Lu chuckled. What is there to fear? Fu Lingchuan, with a self-deprecating smile, replied, Indeed, there is nothing to worry about. Chapter 245. The coexistence of beings. The surface bore exquisite black and white patterns, which, when gazed upon for too long, could induce dizziness. It was a colossal sea conch, with its upper half protruding above the water. Chapter 246. Oceanic Marvels. The guide continued to lead the group around the island. In terms of scenery, Spiral Island showcased the charm of a coastal paradise, adorned with rare and exotic flora. Scattered across the island were more than a dozen varying sizes of. Chapter 247. Counterfeit Goods. Additional chapter. A vendor beckoned to her enthusiastically, proclaiming, Young lady, come take a look. My wares are genuine, no deceit here. Feng Miaojun initially ignored him, but Chapter 248. Contestants for the Dragon Jingshun performed a salute before stating, My king unfortunately passed away this spring. Prince Wei, Xiaoyan, sent us to investigate the cause of the late king's demise. The king of the merfolk sat upright, his demeanor serious as he exchanged glances with the other way individuals around him. The guiding shrimp spirit, perplexed by the unfolding situation, inquired, "What is this about?" Unbeknownst to the unfortunate maritime merchants encountering this band of monstrous brigands, the stall owner, noticing her anxious expression, paused and smirked. "Just hand over those few spiritual items. Anything will suffice?" Indeed, even a mere stone or a blade of grass can be extracted for its spiritual essence. The potency of the blank slate was also being leveraged. Accompanied by Lu Chuaning, Luo Fuyu ventured forth. Though young, he possessed considerable experience and could provide her with ample counsel. Terrestrial beings traversed through official channels. Gazing at the ancient relic was akin to witnessing a true sunrise. Its splendor and grandeur transcended human description, yet it was not blinding, captivating even a 3-year-old child. On the exquisite brocade cushion lay a delicate glass vial, its contents a nearly bottomless transparent liquid, with a tender twig immersed within. Feng Miaojun's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Uncle Lu, I still haven't been able to repay you for a long time." He smiled gently. "There is no rush." Although Feng Miaojun has undergone a transformation, he appears to possess. Chapter 256, Tricks, additional chapter. Someone nearby could not help but exclaim. He holds no official title, yet his residence surpasses that of the Duke? Wei Wensi chuckled. The Prince of Yen remained silent. Who would dare to entertain such thoughts? Chapter 257, the figure in the painting, his robe, adorned in black, white, and gold, exudes both elegance and flamboyance, rendering him unparalleled in splendor, even overshadowing the legitimate scion like Xiao Yan. Chapter 258, what a coincidence. I too am hesitant, yet I have no alternative. Xiao Yan smiled wryly, stating that from the moment he plotted against Xiao Jing, he had lost his path of retreat, whether it is usurping the throne or... Chapter 259, the precious item unveiled, additional chapter, indeed. Fu Lingchuan beamed, introducing this lady as the Queen of Chang'e from the New Xia Kingdom. We have a precious item to auction today. What is he attempting to accomplish? Feng Miaojun. This implies that the duration for which this treasure can be secured will diminish increasingly. Fu Lingchuan shook his head with a smile. That is sufficient. No wonder Luo Fuyu regarded it as. Chapter 261. Fu Lingchuan schemes regardless. This item is entirely unsuitable for public sale at Yudang. Why does Fu Lingchuan present it now? Feng Miaojun sensed the incongruity. Chapter 262. Persuasion, additional chapter. Xiaoling seemed taken aback by his ambition, momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. What audacity! What qualification do you possess to demand me as your instrument? The competition has begun. Dear friends, I humbly seek your assistance. Exciting news. Our beloved character has successfully advanced to the finals of the Chidian Heartbeat rankings. Until the 21st, please log into the app daily and cast your votes. Offer rewards and document significant events for our character in the section beneath the book's introduction. Additionally, sharing character cards on the event page will also contribute to the vital heart value required for the competition. We aspire to secure a position within the top 10. Although the challenge is formidable, one must harbor dreams. Who knows what might come to fruition? Therefore, I beseech you all, let us diligently pursue this endeavor each day. On the exclusive Chidian event page, you can search for Feng Miaojun to track the real-time rankings. Every single day. Much love to you all. Chapter 263. By the mandate of heaven, what a jest. The true master of Luofu City is now leaning towards Fu Lingchuan. She certainly would not seek discomfort at this moment. As expected, before Fu could. Chapter 264. A reminder what tempest could a mere little clam spirit stir? No one took heed, yet she possessed such a treasure that could directly blast open the side door of the Grand Hall. Chapter 265. Force shall not prevail, additional chapter. Having said this, she exchanged a knowing glance with Peng Bai, who immediately placed a hand on Su's shoulder and remarked, Miss, with your wisdom and strategy, you have your plans. We should hasten our departure from the island to avoid any unforeseen troubles. Chapter 266. A decision retreating eastward. I discerned from his tone that he had arrived by means of some monstrous creature, rather than by boat. The whiteboard's investigative prowess is remarkable throughout this journey. He has been in contact with the mermen. Chapter 267. The first barrier. As the messenger turned onto the mountain path, he was struck by the liquid gold monster. Startled, he spun around, only to find the space behind him empty, while both sides of his temples suffered a heavy blow. Chapter 268. The Art of Deception, additional chapter. She felt as though she had been running for at least the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn. Yet the path ahead remained long and obscured, shrouded in mist and mire, with no end in sight. Something felt amiss. Chapter 269. No way forward. The Merman King's expression turned grave. Chapter 270. The dawn of resolution. The white weasel curled up, refusing to leave. I am not in a hurry. I will only depart when you do. Feng Miaojun replied with a smile. What difference does it make whether we stay or go? Chapter 271. So you were still here? Additional chapter. In such a desolate and forlorn place. The striking beauty of the handsome man and the beautiful woman stood out even more. Feng Miaojun possessed remarkable composure, yet at this moment, she could not resist the urge to rub her eyes to confirm her sight. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Feng Miaojun leaned forward to peer into the valley. And her breath momentarily caught in her throat. The previously diligent Princess Changle was grasping a Chapter 273, the bloodline of inherited fortune naturally. This ritual required the blood of the man-man bird to inscribe the heavenly scriptures, a substance not easily obtained by just anyone. There were those who, despite offering substantial sums at various auction houses, were unable to procure it. Chapter 274. On the brink of disaster. Additional chapter. However, to forego this opportunity would mean certain death for all, including herself, the members of the Feng family, and all living beings on the island and in the surrounding seas. Life is indeed. Chapter 275. A warning. Fu Lingchuan was drenched in beads of cold sweat, casually leaning against a tree, his face betraying his exhaustion. The skin of the Sea King differed from that of humans, as others could only discern his expression filled with hardship. Chapter 276. The virtue of benevolence. The Sea King, who had initially taken a step, paused momentarily, his gaze flickering, and did not make another move. Feng Miaojun slightly raised her chin, looking at him with a cold smile. Fu. Chapter 277. 2 paths. Additional chapter. This matter was too surreal, even with the heavens as witness. Fu Lingchuan's eyes remained clouded with doubt. If you truly are Changle, you should not bear such. Chapter 278. Just a drop for me. Fu Lingchuan was the de facto ruler of the New Xia. This nation has only just managed to liberate itself from the grasp of the Wei, grasping at a faint glimmer of hope. Could it be that the millions of souls could, in an instant, be subjected to her once more? Chapter 279. The relocation of the Sea Tribe. Feng Miaojun. Chapter 280. An inescapable situation. Additional chapter. As Liang Yu gazed at the diverse vessels bobbing on the waves, he could not help but murmur, what a pity. If only, after the trial, we could directly transform Luofu Island into a weapon of grain. Chapter 281. Urgent news from Yindu. Feng Miaojun remained silent for a while before asking him, why restore the nation? Why not? Fu Lingchuan suddenly turned his head, his eyes still somewhat swollen, yet his gaze. Chapter 282. Selflessness. Chapter 283. The transition of power. Additional chapter. Moreover, the grand residences and gardens here are semi-open, filled with an array of floral species, intricately shaped stones, and exquisitely designed landscapes that leave passers-by in awe. Chapter 284. Lord Yanshan at last. Feng Miaojun met General Gao, a figure of great renown, celebrated due to his sister's favor and his formidable military accomplishments. Enjoying a time of unparalleled glory over the past decade, he had indulged in a few cups of wine. Chapter 285. When will you? Lord Yanshan wiped his hands with a silk handkerchief, casually opened the box, and his gaze sharpened. Oh? In the center of the box lay a small hourglass. Chapter 286. Flee quickly. Additional chapter. Marry his son? Even though she had anticipated it, Feng Miaojun's mind was still engulfed in tumultuous waves, barely managing to maintain the calm facade on her face. Chapter 287. Why? For her. It was simple enough to disguise herself using the shape-shifting goo and slip out through the back gate without drawing attention. However, Fu Lingchuan did not possess such a treasure. He murmured. Chapter 288. Uninvited guests do not speak. Feng Miaojun declared without lifting her head. Allow me some silence. The atmosphere around her was thick with tension, as if a storm cloud loomed over her forehead, threatening a downpour at any moment. Chapter 289. Discussions of marriage. Additional chapter. Zhao Yun remarked. I have not seen Brother Fu for quite some time, and I miss him dearly. Why not grant Zhao Yun this wish? His words held a double meaning. Chapter 290. A grievance. Now that she had laid bare the contradiction, Zhao Yun inevitably felt a knot form in his heart. It is known that cultivators have lifespans of no more than 200 years. The Yin King was already over 160. Chapter 291. A cold shower following the incident. Lu Dali reported the two to the county authorities. Initially, the evidence was irrefutable, leaving no room for argument. However, the coroner and the neighbors who heard the commotion. Chapter 292. Celestial Methods. Additional chapter. Lu Dali felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of ice water, his mind in disarray. Zhao Yun waved his hand, and the attendant returned the oil paper package to the man, pushing him back onto the shore. Chapter 293. Stirring the storm at this moment. The elderly minister Xing hastily entered the palace to pay his respects. Along with 2 letters, he brought with him an individual, someone with dark skin and an honest demeanor. Chapter 294. The illusion of extravagance. Feng Miaojun, oblivious to his thoughts, was earnestly savoring her noodles. Her culinary skills were rather ordinary, yet she had once catered to a particularly discerning palate. Chapter 295. Malicious Intent. Additional chapter. Not a single coin. The Gao family is exceedingly greedy. This incident sent ripples throughout the court, and by the time the news reached, the Yin court had already unraveled the tangled web of connections. Chapter 296. The journeys. And even though Feng Miaojun had long sensed the peculiarities, her heart sank heavily. These children, the youngest barely 5 years old, had already learned the most ruthless laws of the jungle. Chapter 297. His inference. Her physical form held a profound impression of Lubo City and the royal palace of Anxia. However, on the day of the city's fall, the palace was reduced to ashes amidst the chaos of war. Chapter 298. Such anticipation. Additional chapter. Yun Lai cast a sidelong glance at him. What are you thinking? Xiaoyan shook his head vigorously. Are you suggesting that Fu Lingchuan had an impersonate Princess Changle? Chapter 299. Various factions. Her hair was loosely styled, her makeup understated. And although she adorned herself with merely a single pearl gold hairpin, she appeared extraordinarily beautiful. Chapter 300. Relocation of the capital. The sudden astonishment in his tone transformed into a sharp intensity by the last few words, as if even the dust lingering on the eaves had been shaken loose by the force of his voice. Lower your voice. Chapter 301. Persuasion. Additional chapter. She paused for a moment. Xiao Jing had resided in Yuzhou City for several years, managing the place quite well with a solid foundation. A residence intended for long-term habitation is always meticulously maintained. Chapter 302. Analyzing the pros and cons. Feng Miaojun shook her head repeatedly. The decline of the eastern region is not due to warfare, but rather a consequence of prolonged neglect. Chapter 303. Ascension of Fu Lingchuan. Fu Lingchuan pondered for a moment, recalling, indeed, this matter did occur. How did you come to know? The late chariot was a disguise employed by Wei's national master, Yun Lai. Chapter 304. Insufficient taxes in the past 6 months. This eastern Pearl City has witnessed an influx of numerous inhabitants. Their arrival was not unexpected, particularly as each had secured superficial employment as a guise, cloaking their true intentions. Chapter 305. Encountering an old friend. Some goods on the trucks were shrouded in black cloth, revealed only briefly to the seller's gaze before whispers of negotiation ensued. This, in turn, sparked Feng Miaojun's curiosity. Chapter 306. The impostor. The young man's expression immediately soured. Chapter 307. This person remains. Additional chapter. This individual possessed striking features. Su Linghai touched his own face, realizing that, indeed, this was a task within his capabilities. As the strategist of the Wei Kingdom, I would find it difficult to replicate such a feat, as it is said that. Chapter 308. Tax exemptions and free services. At times, a one-size-fits-all approach may appear reasonable, yet it often represents the greatest inequality. How could Fu Lingchuan be unaware that taxation is the lifeblood of a nation? However, Chapter 309. Recognition. A prosperous nation leads to a strong populace, resulting in abundant vitality and soaring fortune. This creates a virtuous cycle. The Yao Kingdom, the City of Gold. Chapter 310. The Wei Envoy. Bonus chapter. Since her conception, the Crown Prince has summoned his concubines with increasing frequency. He shows respect to his wife, but treats his concubines with indifference, sometimes summoning 2 or 3 in a single night. Chapter 311. A harmonious exchange. Chapter 312. No longer beneficial. Lu Ping's smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze. May our king wish the queen good health, and may the fortunes of the new summer kingdom flourish. This was a gift prepared by the crown princess for the queen, with specific instructions for me too. Chapter 313. Unattainable. Bonus chapter. When the king of Wei vanquished Anxia, he was filled with triumph, unaware that Anxia would descend into chaos under his rule. He had considered supporting one of the factions to govern Anxia in order to reap financial rewards. Chapter 314, Advice. It hesitated, momentarily unable to recall. Finally, it remarked that this person was heartless. Despite the death of Princess Changlu for his sake, he showed no signs of sorrow. Chapter 315, Uninvited. The Changlu princess he once knew was a stark contrast to the one he encountered today. Zhao Yun, despite his lack of intelligence, is fully aware that Fu Lingchuan has manipulated the situation. The attendant brought over a mat. Chapter 316, Grand Discussions, Additional Chapter. The capital of the Shi Kingdom lies at the terminus of the Central Plains. With the formidable might of the Yin army, once they cross the river, it is likely that no force will be able to thwart their assault on Shi capital. Chapter 317, Fierce and Ruthless. Earlier, at the Tianyuan Fragrance Pavilion, Fu Lingchuan sipped wine with his right hand. Now, in the carriage, with a set of treasure boxes before him, he is pouring tea with his left hand. Chapter 318, Ungrateful little one. Fu Lingchuan noticed her expression of dejection and offered words of consolation. It is not as dire as it seems. Thanks to Chang'e, the southeast is rising at a pace far exceeding that of the west, akin to Wusai. Chapter 319, Understanding the Accounts, Additional Chapter. How amusing, in his observations. Chapter 320, Without a trace. Yun Song furrowed his brow. What does this mean? Feng Miaojun glanced at his handsome face, seeing his genuine astonishment. Her anger flaring even more. You now? After the maidservant stepped aside, she picked up a pair of earrings from the bedside and huffed. Why did you not give a warning last night? The liquid metal monster has just awakened from its meditation. Chapter 322, Can dreams reveal one's status as a guest? As the group listed several locations. In the midst of their discussion, Feng Miaojun languidly stated, I am magnanimous. Let the envoy Wei stay in the palace. The crowd fell silent. Chapter 323, Yun Kai's scheme. Merely after a single night, the progress was astonishing. Truly, and it is remarkable. Having taught her numerous mystical arts in the past, her comprehension has long left him in awe. Chapter 324, The Heart Shapes the Countenance. Additional chapter. Chapter 325, Conditional. Leaning against the wall, peering through the small window, Feng Miaojun could see into the opposite room where the window stood wide open. Inside, a sandalwood table, the four treasures of the study, and an antiquity shelf were displayed, clearly indicating it was a. Chapter 326, Initiative. Feng Miaojun's face burned as if set ablaze, without needing a mirror. She was aware that her face must be as red as a tomato. She pointed at Yun Kai's fingertip, trembling. National affairs could be treated so frivolously. Chapter 327, Threads of Dreams. Additional chapter. If the overarching direction is flawed, the subordinates will naturally struggle to execute. This was not something the trusted aide could easily accept. Thus he could only reply, perhaps the king has other considerations? Zhao. Chapter 328, The Truth of History. Yun Kai shook his head. Firstly, I cannot confirm whether she is currently in meditation or has already drifted into slumber. Secondly, I have no connection with her and cannot infiltrate her dreams. The existence of the celestial demons is fleeting. It is said that this calamity was instigated by the divine beings, yet it is humanity that bears the burden. In the grand halls of Yun Lai City, a sigh escapes the lips of all. As September unfolds, Shuiyun extends an apology to everyone. This month, apart from attending the Chidian Girls Network Salon in Japan, there are 2 additional journeys, resulting in fragmented and limited writing time. Currently, Shuiyun dedicates 7 hours daily to writing, excluding the time spent crafting plots, rendering the intensity of updates from previous months unsustainable. Reluctantly, a challenging decision has been made. Throughout September, a minimum of 2 updates will still be provided daily, though it cannot be ruled out that there may be fewer updates during travel days. Moreover, the sole condition for additional updates in September is that for every 50,000 points in rewards, accumulated in increments of over 10,000, an extra chapter will be added. There are still 4 outstanding additional updates from August, consisting of 2 for rewards and 2 for monthly votes, beginning to be repaid from September 12th. Thus, heartfelt gratitude to everyone for your understanding. Chapter 330, The Queen's Banquet. Chapter 331, The Arrival of Master Wei. The capacity for consumption among practitioners is generally astonishing. However, to consume nearly a quarter of one's body weight in alcohol is a feat even the profoundly skilled Zhao Yun cannot withstand. Feng Miaojun is. Chapter 332, The Grand Gift of Yun Lai. This Yun Lai indeed displays a troubled expression. Feng Miaojun rests her chin on her hand, eagerly awaiting his next words. Today, she is resplendent and unmatched, captivating. Chapter 333, Knowing one's limits. The term study abroad merely serves to satirize Fu Lingquan, who has spent years in Yin Kingdom advocating without the capability to govern. Fu Lingquan was about to retort sharply when Feng Miaojun interjected. Chapter 334, Neither of them is like Fu Lingquan's gaze sharpened. Would Shangle accept the gift and his sentiments in tandem? She shrugged. That depends on his performance. Chapter 335, The Volume of Secret Arts. She continued with her tasks as usual, dedicating ample time not only to the affairs of state, but also to her cultivation. In the eyes of the liquid gold demon, this was perhaps her most. Chapter 336, The Cycle of Fortune. With the depletion of spiritual energy in the world, many divine abilities had become ineffective, a concern noted in the heavenly demon's secret records. Clearly, it was a grand technique capable of moving mountains and seas, yet. Chapter 337, Analyzing gains and losses. Astonishingly, she was now able to enjoy his meticulous service, how the tides had turned. Yun Song seemed to perceive her thoughts and gently remarked, If you were to. Chapter 338, Would you marry me? Thus, it constituted a significant blow to local tyrants and powerful factions, facilitating her consolidation of power within the nation. Weakening local forces inevitably diminished Fu Lingquan's. Chapter 339, Breakthrough. His gestures were excessively formal and respectful, causing Feng Miaojun to inwardly lament the situation. Yun Song's advice to reconsider was, in fact, a veiled threat. Was it not? Once the guards had retreated. Chapter 340, Bad news. After the exhilaration, she immersed herself in her cultivation once more, immediately sensing a difference. With a mere thought, her spiritual power flowed more freely, allowing for exceedingly precise manipulation. Chapter 341, Disguised Visit. Su Linghai articulated with each word. If the monarch has the opportunity, it would be prudent to venture beyond the palace to gauge the sentiments of the populace, to discern their yearning for peace. Chapter 342, The Injured Envoy. On the following day, Feng Miaojun visited the marketplace. The public's attitude towards the Wei people was palpable. Chapter 343, Lured by benefits. Yun Kai then softly inquired, What are your thoughts on the alliance discussion? Feng Miaojun raised her elegant brow. After this explosion, Master Yun's mind is undoubtedly troubled. Chapter 344, The Situation. Enough of this. What is the situation inside? The official replied, I am here under orders to tend to Master Yun's injuries. The imperial physician's face still bore a trace of anger. The injured party was uncooperative. Chapter 345, Dressing the wound. To validate her assumption, she extended her fingertip, gently pressing around the wound. A faint stream of spiritual energy flowed through, swiftly traversing his meridians to assess the injury. Chapter 346, A Bitter Disappointment. Regrettably, fate was unkind. The queen at Luofu Island had already replaced the core of the ceremonial vessel, and the Yin King's restrictions had turned to ash alongside Fei Yuan, rendering them ineffective. Chapter 347, The path is fraught with difficulty. She had long suspected that her actions at the Lanqiu Garden would not escape the watchful eyes of Fu Lingquan. Were it not for this, why would she assist Yun Kai in changing the dressings? With Yun Kai present, she could. Chapter 348, Navi. Concerning matters of fortune and life, this news requires no embellishment to spread like wildfire, creating shockwaves throughout the realm of Xinxia, stirring public sentiment. The establishment of Xinxia is still in its infancy. Chapter 349, The Bet on Victory. Why are these two engaged in a dispute over trivial matters instead of focusing on their game of chess? Feng Miaojun raised her hand to summon a maid. Bring 3 more plates of cherries. Let us see who dares to snatch them from her. Chapter 350, Governance. From the position tonight, Su Guangxiang's heart was heavy with bitterness, as she could not help but exclaim, What merit is there in a woman so adept at navigating both sides? Chapter 351, The Game of Strategy. Chapter 352, Persuasion. The implications and innuendos in her words were abundant, and she could sense Yun Lai's body tense suddenly. If I were to propose marriage, would anyone accept? In what capacity? Chapter 353, A Step Back for Broader Horizons. Additional chapter. Based on the total population, a village must have 600 signatures, while a city requires 3,000 affirmations. For a major city like Wuxier, at least 30,000 must express their stance. Chapter 354. Wealth facilitates action. The fragrance wafted through the study as Yun Lai was tasting the almond sesame paste scent from the palace. Upon hearing the remark, he set down his bowl and said, "Why can't we sign? As long as Xinxia does not engage in conflict with the Wei Kingdom." Chapter 355. Ingenious ideas. When Feng Miaojun received the military report, she exchanged a glance with Fu Lingchuan. Both were elated and exhaled a long sigh of relief. This tangled web of difficulties is finally beginning to unravel. Feng. Chapter 356. 8,000 Jin. Extra chapter. The appetite of the Grand Master of the Cloud Nation is exceedingly discerning, ordinary chefs. Husu? Yun Kai furrowed his brow slightly, having never heard of this name. What does he look like? Chapter 358. To accept or not to accept? He crossed his arms over his chest, his gaze sweeping over the faces of those in the room, ultimately resting on the small dog, his expression darkening. Woof. The little dog seemed to be. Chapter 359. Methods. Extra chapter. I have seen it. I posed as a buyer and entered the Zhenlong Pavilion. Zhuo Qiyuan's description was precise and to the point, entirely golden, standing about a person's height, with a slender lower handle and a bifurcated upper part. Chapter 360. Relocation of the capital. The matter concerns Yun Lai. Even the monarch must act with utmost caution. After much contemplation, she still felt that there was room for a turning point in this situation. As the saying goes, the world is bustling for profit, and the common people. Chapter 361. Another significant move in the past half-year. Newxia has made frequent significant moves, with the relocation of the capital having far-reaching consequences, attracting attention from across the continent. Princess Hanyue often sends letters to inquire after their well-being, and Feng Miaojun understands that this. Chapter 362. Discontent with national peace. Extra chapter. After all, they have not had the opportunity to stand in the royal court of Newxia. Observing Fu Lingchuan and Queen Chang'e up close, their entire understanding of these two individuals, apart from the mission to Usher City. Chapter 363. Marriage. Who? He was so astute that Xiaoyan could hardly believe he wouldn't guess, yet he replied candidly, "Who else could it be but my sister, Princess Meiji?" Chapter 364. No need for cousins concern. Every nation has its own imperial harem system, yet all rulers have been male until now. The ascension of a queen in the Newxia dynasty marks an unprecedented event, being the first of its kind in the illustrious history of the Haughty Empire. Who knows what the harem will entail? Chapter 365. The charming young gentleman in times of peace, the existing and potential. Chapter 366. The gift before reunion. After Yun Lai meticulously performed her bowing and greeting, she discreetly stole a glance at her and was instantly mesmerized. Having portrayed numerous beauties, she had encountered no fewer than 1,000. Chapter 367. Guests like clouds. Chapter 368. A century of harmony. Zhu Lihe continued. The decision not to designate Lubo City as the capital of Newxia stems from certain geographical considerations. My lord has recognized the opportunity for ascendance, hence the decision to establish the capital in use. Chapter 369. Not small enough? Feng Miaojun pondered that even if she were to one day wield great power and become the rightful queen of Newxia, she had no intention of bringing her adoptive mother over. For the future of Newxia. Chapter 370. Priceless treasure. At that moment, Yun Lai sighed below. Tomorrow I must submit the painting. I need to think of a way to conceal these flaws effectively, if the painting appears too lifelike. Chapter 371. Sugar and poison. In that fleeting moment, both were struck by a wave of emotion. He painstakingly uttered 2 words. "I'm here." Fu Lingchuan had arrived outside the door. Chapter 372. Chapter 370 to 371. Burning with the same frigid dual attributes. Chapter 373. Negotiating terms. Who mended the pendant? She toyed with the pendant resting on her chest. He paused momentarily before replying. Lu Ming. The repair is truly exquisite. Feng Miaojun. Chapter 374. The compassion of a woman. He let out a light scoff, his face brimming with the arrogance of a wealthy man. I am as rich as a nation. Money is not my concern. The entire country belongs to her. Would she really lack that little? Chapter 375. Disturbed mind. Yu Gingxing was out. His elder brother still in the northwest, and with their parents absent from Yuzhou, the household was left under the dominion of Yun Lai, which was the reason for Yun Song's imitation of her. Otherwise, he. Chapter 376. Rising hostility. If he were to grant her wish and allow her to establish a harem to amass handsome men, he would consequently lose his legitimacy to govern. For it is well known that a queen with too many consorts can act at her discretion. Chapter 377. Confrontation. Zhu Lihe conversed for a while longer, sipping a few cups of tea before taking his leave. In a few days, Yun Song would once again don the guise of Yun Lai to enter the palace, yet was intercepted midway. Chapter 378. Stating position. In the early days of the new summer, the atmosphere remained modest, with even the monarch refraining from extravagance. The original summer palace of Usher City comprises a collection of ordinary palatial structures, unlike the resplendent golden city of the Shaohua. Nearby, Hu Yanlong observed the queen's countenance change. Her previously serene smile replaced with shock as she exclaimed, "Dead? She cared so deeply for Yun Lai?" He furrowed his brow. Chapter 380. The night examination. In the northwest, the local magistrate was a formidable presence, yet in Usher City, he was merely a mid-ranking official. This locale was now teeming with aristocrats and distinguished families, where one could easily toss a stone. Who do you believe has framed you? Chapter 382. Initial display of talent. The court erupted into a hum of chatter, louder than before. No one anticipated that the queen would take matters into her own hands. Most critically, it was said that she had never. Chapter 383. A lesson. Chapter 384. Each for their own gain. Feng Miaojun watched intently, her expression unchanging, even her delicate brows remaining still. Wang Qian pressed several acupoints to staunch the bleeding, then knelt, clutching his severed arm. "I am but a lowly servant." Chapter 385. Moving out of the palace naturally, he was reluctant to let her leave the palace, shaking his head. There are no palace walls or gates there, and it is often frequented by idle individuals. The king cannot risk his sacred body. Chapter 386. Turbulent undercurrents. Wang Qian whispered, "The imperial guards and city defense forces are under your command. Their will is strong, yet their power is limited, unable to stir up any significant disturbances." Fu Lingchuan shook his head. With someone like Hu Yanbei. Chapter 387. Will lovers ultimately unite? Uncertain how much time had passed, it seemed that the fledglings in the trees chirped a few notes before the figures beneath the branches finally separated, their breaths still entwined. Her delicate, snow-white arm resembled a tender lotus root. Chapter 388. Yun Kai's dream. Feng Miaojun's words interrupted Yun Kai's reverie. He shrugged slightly. "About right. Then we must take a look," she replied, tilting her head slightly, her eyes brimming with defiance. Chapter 389. Refusal and anger. Not only was it remarkably vivid, but it also adhered to a peculiar logic, rendering the line between truth and falsehood indistinguishable. Outside the palace gates, a series of explosions resounded. The intruders had audaciously. Chapter 390. The forces behind this October, as we strive for the original rankings of defending the national master, every vote counts. Apologies for being so blunt, but in this age where even the finest wines fear being overshadowed, national master must forge a path through the myriad of CEO stories and military marriage tales. Relying not solely on quality and passion, we need each and every vote in your hands to grant our national master the opportunity to reach more readers. In appreciation of your support, we will hold a special event on October 8th at 12:30 p.m. Chapter 391. No one can manipulate the king is formidable. This was a sincere remark. Feng Miaojun lazily leaned against the tree trunk, while Fu Lingchuan remarked, with the thrill of the hunt, "Allow me to take the next round. Inquire not which lady is superior, for it is undoubtedly Xiaonyang from East Qingxi Alley." C.S. Yin vehemently rejected. "My lady, please maintain your dignity. I am not enamored with you." Yet, Xiao Baoxing distinctly heard the wind howling and the horses neighing, his heart roaring. "I yearn for kisses, for embraces, for being lifted high." This is a tale of a stunning beauty. A fierce lady who can perceive the thoughts of others, and a delicate gentleman who, despite his verbal rejections, is drawn to her, engaging in a playful dance of pursuit and retreat. Ah, this is also the newly released work My Wife is Fiercer Than a Tiger by my good friend Song Yu, whose writing style is light-hearted and delightful, perfect for reading while stuck in traffic during the Golden Week. It is said that there is a wealth of material, so readers may indulge without hesitation. Chapter 392. Unable to endure, bonus chapter. Fu Lingchuan fixed his gaze on her, his eyes gleaming with intensity. What does Changla wish to convey? A single thought can lead one to paradise or plunge one into hell. Feng Miaojun spoke softly, yet each word carried weight. Chapter 393. An inevitable underhanded move. The sensation was akin to one's body no longer belonging to oneself, with consciousness trapped within, reduced to a mere spectator. Stripped of command. Helpless. Chapter 394. A clever scheme. Fortunately, at that moment, two beams of cold light shot from behind the wall. The first deflected Fu Lingchuan's longsword, while the second aimed directly at his face. Fu Lingchuan crouched and darted forward, his fingertips almost. Chapter 395. He still has a chance. Bonus chapter. Chapter 396. A turnaround. The two opponents indeed ceased their assault, expressions filled with frustration. As Hu Yanbei gasped for breath. You dare to commit regicide. You shan't live either. Fu Lingchuan chuckled. Chapter 397. The transfer of power. After all, which sovereign would willingly place themselves in peril when they could comfortably observe from the sidelines? Feng Miaojun cunningly capitalized on his psychology. Chapter 398. Rewarding merit. At this moment, someone stepped forward. Chapter 399. Unwavering resolve. Feng Miaojun placed her hands on the table, fingers interlaced. I have conferred rewards upon Zhao Hongyin, Hu Yanbei, and Chen Dachong. Even those injured old ministers receive their due honors, yet you. Chapter 400. The Heart of Heaven. The coup at Beima Lake rapidly spread through the upper echelons of Yuzhou, conveyed by the several elder ministers and military generals present, as well as the over 1,000 imperial guards who came to the rescue. Everyone. Chapter 401. The Forgotten Past. This river had claimed lives. The Su family had warned against her playing near the water, recounting tales of water ghosts transforming into the likeness of loved ones to lure one into the depths. Princess Chang Lu had heard several. Chapter 402. Everyone in fear. Queen Anxia chuckled softly. Fear not. Soon you shall become one of the few wise individuals in this world. With a gentle sigh, she added, remember, no matter what. Chapter 403. A renewed call to service. At last, the reins of power were firmly in hand, yet the new queen of Xinxia felt little of the glory. What lay ahead was perpetually an endless array of official duties. Moreover, the requests for audiences from the noble families were incessant. Chapter 404. Indisputable evidence. Old and cunning. She shrugged her shoulders, with Hu Yan's family pride subtly overshadowing Zhao Hongyin. It appears that Hu Yanbei intends to tread the same path as you. Chapter 405. Sharing the concerns of our king, engaging in illicit relations with the state of Yin, disregarding orders, nurturing private armies, forming factions for personal gain, and dishonoring royal authority. Every word from Feng Miaojun was laced with a chilling intensity. Hu Yanbei, you dare. Chapter 406. Conversations of the astute Feng Miaojun felt a stir in her heart. Zhao Yun has gone to Yingshuiqing, but has he discovered something? When did he depart? On the 15th of August and the 15th of the 12th month. Chapter 407. The winds of change by Ban seemed lost in thought. Is it the state of Yin? Not exclusively. Feng Miaojun objectively analyzed that the Yin King's discontent with the new Xia predominantly centered around Fu Ling. Chapter 408. Thunder and rain. The expressions of the many ministers present immediately became quite vivid, and Feng Miaojun enjoyed the spectacle, secretly finding it amusing. From then on, Fu Lingchuan and the aristocracy engaged in mutual restraint, allowing her to act freely. Chapter 409. The struggle of war. Once the regulations were announced, they sparked fervent discussions in the streets and alleys. These measures had actually been proposed by Fu Lingchuan when the disarmament order was issued, but Feng Miaojun had consistently suppressed them. Chapter 410. Handcuffed and bound. Initially, everyone looked down upon the state of Wei. After all, its adversary was not the impoverished and corrupt Shi state, but rather the industrious and immensely wealthy Dayo, without divine assistance. Chapter 411. The rebirth of history. Moreover, the state of Wei still possesses Yun Lai. Calculating the passage of time, it seems that this individual recently departed from the city of Usser. Based on Feng Miaojun's understanding of him, he has now appeared in the central region. Chapter 412. The bear. Chapter 413. Directly attacking the yellow dragon. This particular cultivation method has a low threshold, accessible to nearly everyone. Yet as one progresses, the challenges increase significantly, akin to ascending a magnificent peak. From Feng Miaojun's personal experience, it is profoundly intricate. Chapter 414. Even moved by oneself. Now, the situation has changed. The Golden City has been taken by Miao Fengxian, and the Yao royal family resides in Yinzi. Although their abode is safeguarded by numerous formidable formations, it ultimately pales in comparison to the Golden City. Chapter 415. Setting out. What kind of place is Yao? Even for the national master of Wei, it is a veritable den of peril. If the monarch could be easily assassinated and the nation easily toppled, then all countries. Chapter 417, Gathering of Forces. Just then, several dozen riders galloped past, racing along the periphery of the garden. With a swift motion, Feng Miaojun leaped onto the back of one horse, crouching down. Her physique was nimble. Chapter 418, A Dilemma. Observing the hurried demeanor of the man ahead, it seems he has just arrived in the city of Inzi. Chun Dachong, having accompanied Feng Miaojun for a considerable time, has learned to analyze situations meticulously, silently pondering the implications. Chapter 419, Morning. The individual at the forefront possesses a robust stature with a broad forehead. However, his hair and beard are partially white, and he appears somewhat wan. Unmistakably the aged monarch of the Yao nation. However, he was as pale as paper, his eyes. Chapter 420, The Arrival of the National Master. It is essential to understand that the barriers employed in such warfare are not merely ordinary spells. They necessitate specific array instruments capable of withstanding the formidable abilities of numerous practitioners and even artillery. Chapter 421, The Formation. The ministers exclaimed, Your Highness. However, due to the presence of Miaojun, the latter part of the warning remained unvoiced. Miao Fengxian waved his hand, silencing. Chapter 422, The Clue. Thus, she stripped the pitiful creature of its gear and donned it herself. Although the garments were somewhat oversized, tightening the belt and armor made them passable. And through the transformation of the shape-shifting goo, the woman, pulled from the water by the fish demon, was none other than Princess Hanyue, the consort of the Prince of Yaogua. Therefore, the child she referred to was undoubtedly hers with Miao Fengxian. Chapter 424, The Circumvention. As Feng Miaojun approached, it became evident that the fish demon was merely rolling about in the water. While its fish-like visage bore no expression, its movements suggested a certain human-like. Chapter 425, The Opportunity. This was unmistakably another Miaojun. Although he exuded an imposing aura, the guards swallowed hard. Do you have any proof? MOT. Chapter 426, The Counterattack. A strike from here could sever even a Deluo Jinxian's head. The wind blade indeed fulfilled its duty, plunging directly into Miao Fengxian's neck. Strike. Chapter 427, The Backup. As the colossal hammer prepared to smash the ground, creating a gaping hole, the individual deftly shifted direction. The enormous blow, as if weightless in his grasp, still pursued Yun Lai. Chapter 428, Rescue. Subsequently, he and a group of Wei individuals utilized another prearranged teleportation array to exit the city unscathed. Miao Fengxian had devised this entire strategy. Chapter 429, The Flight. However, Yun Lai remained elusive, and instead, 3 small orbs emerged from the mist, plummeting toward the Shaojun rakes. That was Miao. Chapter 430. The dilemma. His primary choice was to harness the power of the shape-shifting goo to escape amidst the chaos. It appeared his error lay in his overly clever schemes. Yun Lai clapped his hands lightly. Are you enraged that I eliminated King Xia? Chapter 432. I miss you, alas. He was not yet at her mercy. Those who spar with words must face the consequences. Yet, she soon drew a sharp breath. Such grave injuries. Chapter 433. Acting on behalf. Hey, do not squander her hard-earned efforts. She exerted considerable effort to tend to so many wounds. The painting of the little moving mountain array. Yun Lai bit down in pain. Chapter 434. The Sudden Change. But what could possibly be more important than hunting down the national master of Wei? Why were these Xiao individuals so desperately pushing outward? Feng Miaojun narrowed her eyes, hesitating to venture out, seeking a secluded spot. Chapter 435, The Chain Scheme. She was still alive. Miao Fengxian beheld her, a glimmer of solace evident in his eyes, yet words eluded him, and he could only feebly gesture with his fingertips towards the child. Chapter 436, What are Yun Lai's next plans? Miao Fengxian. Both the Crown Prince and the National Master now lay lifeless. The only being present capable of contending with Yun Lai and others of equal stature was Miaojun, though an outsider. Chapter 437, An unending struggle. Despite the astronomical expenditure of spirit stones every passing moment, the results were undeniably remarkable. This extravagant investment yielded outcomes that astounded Wei. Chapter 438, The two-faced individual Lu Ming had already saturated the wolf hairbrush with cinnabar at the desk nearby, and respectfully presented it. However, Yun Lai declined to accept it. You shall write. Was he to take on the task? Lu. Then, he delved into the air. Chapter 440, Taking a step back for greater horizons. Chapter 442. Persuasion from a strong nation. These four individuals, varying in girth, with faces marked by a roguish demeanor, were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Feng Miaojun, pausing for several breaths before declaring, "Spare the woman. Dispose of the man in the river." Chapter 443. At a loss. Chapter 444. I shall report to authorities Zhao Yun's words are untrustworthy. The foundation of Zhao Yun's entire narrative must rest upon one premise. Yin state must swiftly subdue she state. Feng Miaojun maintained a stern silence. Yet Yun Xing understood she awaited his continuation. Thus he rested his chin upon his hand and remarked, "I am aware of your profound friendship with Princess Hanyue." Chapter 446. Affected. Feng Miaojun understood. Miao Fengxian? Indeed. At that time, it was precisely the military training season of the Yao Kingdom, and that particular army was under the command of Miao Fengxian. Lu Yu launched a surprise attack on the camp. I said. Feng Miaojun whispered softly in his ear, "As long as you relinquish your position as the national master of Wei, we can marry." She smiled lightly and earnestly added, "This is." Chapter 448. Fastidious. He smiled faintly. Beautiful. His smile possessed the power to drown one in affection. Feng Miaojun was uncertain if her face flushed, so she could only glare at him. "If you do not sleep soon, I will." Chapter 449. Nimble. Do not even mention the master of painting. She could not even draw a simple circle correctly. Chapter 450. Ancestry. Such proficiency in knife skills could not merely be acquired through the cultivation of divine abilities. Feng Miaojun observed intently, her gaze unwavering. Her fingers, resting on the fish, were pale and slender. Chapter 451. This object. Yun Kai waited for a moment, but upon hearing no response from Feng Miaojun, he turned to find her eyes glistening with moisture, as if holding back tears. He quickly leaned closer and asked, "What brings about such an expression?" Chapter 452. A battle to the end. Feng Miaojun swiftly adjusted her attire, only to turn and see Yun Kai leaning against the door with crossed arms, his face etched with regret. His collar was casually open, revealing a well-defined chest and skin tone. Chapter 453. A significant investment. On the contrary, as the Wei army engaged in combat away from home, prolonged delays would inevitably lead to issues with food and ammunition, not to mention the potential arrival of enemy reinforcements, which could turn the tide of battle. Chapter 454. A glimmer of hope? How formidable is the power of an adversary that even the Tianhing formation cannot withstand? Words fail to capture it. Yet from Feng Miaojun's perspective, the impact of the falling projectiles was devastating. Chapter 455. A lifeline. The giant spirit cannon unleashed 4 consecutive shots that shattered the Tianhing formation, causing the earth to tremble. Naturally, Princess Hanyue was aware of this. She gazed at the billowing black smoke rising from the western sky, lost in thought for a moment. Chapter 456. Miao Fengxian's choices. Previously, she had been captured by practitioners from the Wei Kingdom and dragged into the water, where a soldier-like figure had appeared, subsequently leading the Qiao army to rescue her. At that time, she found this person perplexing, leaving an impression. Chapter 457. Offering Golden City. Should the Qiao Kingdom voluntarily surrender to New Xia, it would not constitute a violation of the Wei-Xia agreement. Indeed, Feng Miaojun could even brazenly claim that New Xia assisted Wei in eliminating Qiao. Chapter 458. Time waits for no one. This woman possessed an enchanting grace, her beauty remarkable. But it was her dignified bearing befitting a person of high status that rendered her unapproachable. Only those wielding true power could cultivate such an aura. Chapter 459. In an instant, Feng Miaojun uttered a soft exclamation. How familiar was the radiance of this object? This object is the core of the underground fire spirit, igniting a fierce blaze. Chapter 460. The shift of mountains and rivers. The structure of the dwelling here bears a striking resemblance to the temple she had previously envisioned in her dreams, though it lacks the grandeur of that vision. It is likely that ancestral halls share this commonality. The teleportation array transported him. Chapter 461. A single word can dismiss a million troops. Feng Miaojun was uncertain about what they were observing, as the fragment bore no illustrations. She surmised that the depicted patterns might weave together to form a complete narrative. Chapter 462. The pain of parting, the greatest suffering in the mortal realm. Feng Miaojun's words served as an explanation for those present from the Yaos. After all, most were unprepared for the sudden incorporation of the Yao nation into the Xia, and perhaps believed her actions to be excessive. Chapter 463. Supplement. Feng Miaojun cleared her throat lightly. Moreover, how could one entrust their own wife and children to another? It is far better that you tend to them yourself. What could this mean? Chapter 464. A New Perspective. In contemporary times, few utilize the method of spirit attachment. Firstly, due to a lack of understanding. Secondly, an inability to find robust souls. And thirdly, for fear of damaging one's moral standing. Princess Han Yue felt a chill run through her limbs upon hearing this. Chapter 465. Gains and Losses. With a success rate of merely 40%, it was enough to leave her in a state of alarm. Chapter 466. Contest. After all, the merging of the Yao nation into the new Xia was decreed by divine mandate, a fact that none could refute or question. In the Grand Hall, a multitude knelt. Chapter 467. Purging the pus and scraping the rot. This may be for the best. Princess Han Yue playfully stuck out her tongue. Once, he had other consorts. But now, he possesses only me. Feng Miaojun is peculiar. Chapter 468. Yun Lai has arrived. Another significant decision entails appointing an official to various military commanders across the regions, implementing a system of seals. The generals must secure approval to mobilize troops, in addition to the existing Grand Seal. Chapter 469. Coercion and Conditions. Naturally, he is incensed that you intercepted him. Yun Lai speaks lightly of it, yet the gains from Haughty cannot be wielded against the state of Wei, at least not in this impending conflict. Chapter 470. Cooperation and Divergence. Yun Lai smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth glinting under the moonlight. Feng Miaojun felt that his smile exuded an icy brilliance. Of course it is me. Otherwise, do you suppose I have been idle these past few days? Chapter 471. Southern Turmoil. Such words carry considerable weight. Both refrained from claiming any audacity, while Zhao Russian solemnly remarked, Haughty is currently teeming with vitality, under the Queen's rule. It shall undoubtedly flourish far beyond its former glory. Chapter 472. A glimmer of hope. Feng Miaojun issued orders to closely monitor these three individuals. Chen Dachang also brought a confidential report. Being confidential, he lacked the authority to unseal it. Chapter 473. Seeking the Jade. It cannot be said that these two items are entirely identical. Feng Miaojun was acutely aware of the distinct shape of the AOU imprint, fully comprehending that it represented two entirely different patterns. Chapter 474. The abandoned humanity. As the enemies encroached upon their doorstep, the Foreign Affairs Department was dissolved, and personnel were dispersed into administrative and logistical roles, effectively splitting into two factions, the Sovereign and the National Advisor. Chapter 475. Infiltration. Witnessing this scene, who among them could remain untouched by a twinge of bitterness? Despair, indeed, is the most dreadful poison. Yet, the two found themselves powerless in the face of these circumstances. The woman, clad in a streamlined outfit with arrow sleeves, sported a simple male-style bun, her face devoid of any cosmetic embellishments. Nevertheless, her beauty was striking, with hair resembling. Chapter 477. The mountain deity. This entity possessed the uncanny ability to burrow underground. It was likely responsible for stealing the steamed bun and concealing a venomous insect. It appeared to possess considerable strength, straining against the bindings of the celestial rope. Chapter 478. The nation on the brink. Navigating through winding paths. A black horse-drawn carriage halted before a tent. No one was present by the tent. The nearest soldier stood 3 paces away, having not been dispatched to battle. Chapter 479. The hopeless battle. Suddenly, the ground trembled, tilting at an angle exceeding 40 degrees, akin to a small vessel caught in a storm. Should anyone gaze down from above at that moment, they would undoubtedly perceive. Observing the expressions of those around her, Feng Miaojun understood that the impending upheaval was likely the final straw that would break the camel's back. Chapter 481. The arrival. Yuhanjin remained oblivious to the deep-seated animosity between the Yin King and the Shi Kingdom, which seemed to drive him to such ruthless measures. Perhaps he feared that in the future, when vying for supremacy against the Wei Kingdom, the Shi Kingdom would pose a significant threat. Chapter 482. Unstoppable. It turned out that the Yin King's earlier maneuver was not merely an assault on the giant armadillo's rear. The force of his strike was so formidable that it penetrated deep within, inflicting severe damage to the beast's innards. Chapter 483. A change in fortune. Her extensive battlefield experience allowed her to swiftly assess the situation. At that moment, despite her reluctance, her only option was to retreat step by step. In stark contrast, the Yin King unleashed his agility, relentlessly pursuing. Chapter 484. A lavish ensemble among the ranks was a female soldier clad in the Shi military uniform. She was of considerable height and slender build. Yet her features were rather unremarkable, save for a pair of strikingly bright eyes. No one. Chapter 485. A dual assault. The creature had been eviscerated by the Yin King, its heart pierced, with blood flowing like a babbling brook. Yet, in its dying throes, it still attempted to save Yuhanjin's life. Unfortunately, its injuries were. The black python had no desire to listen amidst the chaos of battle. However, every word seemed to burrow into its mind. It struggled to regain its composure, but its consciousness remained. Chapter 487. Pursuit and blockade. The voice of one who recognized her was barely audible, rendered almost insignificant amidst the tumultuous battlefield. Yet, the Yin King still heard it clearly. He became aware that the new queen of Xia, Feng, Chapter 488, arrived. At the same time, a divine power influencing the actions of all within a vast area had transcended the realm of ordinary magic. The King of Yin had employed it twice. And this peculiar sensation. Chapter 489, come. It was merely that the vines on the Lianba had borne small gourd-like fruits resembling jade. And a significant number of wild chickens, or birds, were now roaming the back mountains, including 2 pairs of. Chapter 490, revisiting old matters. Feng Miaojun attempted to push him away, but to no avail. After pleading several times, unable to resist the unusual sensation, her toes curled involuntarily, and she suddenly gasped softly. It was just a fleeting thought, yet now she found it increasingly reasonable. As you know, ever since I relinquished my position as the national teacher to Fu Lingxuan, I have been managing the new. Chapter 492, picking up scraps. 2 large cranes, terrified of the cold, unexpectedly stepped forward, standing motionless on the rock. Before them, a giant ape was half-squatting, leaning against a woman with its right arm. Chapter 493, kidnapping. The one who was picking up scraps was, of course, Chindachong. As the giant ape pursued the practitioners of Yin, no longer guarding the mountain pass, he seized the opportunity and swiftly darted away. Chapter 494, preserving. Changes had occurred in Ingong City. Chindachong shook his head, stating that we might need to wait a little longer. The 2 crane spirits were in a state of discontent, yet in the usual summer days, they relished delightful meals. Chapter 495, a grand enigma. Chapter 496, the clash of Titans fragments. Feng Miaojun pondered. Are the sacrificial artifacts of the Jiao kingdom merely shards of the divine altar? Yun Kai nodded. The ancestors of the Jiao kingdom have also served. Chapter 497, resignation and entanglement. Yun Kai's gaze was so intensely focused that Feng Miaojun felt slightly dazed. At that moment, she wished to be a naive and innocent young girl, capable of believing wholeheartedly. Chapter 498, awkwardness. Chapter 499, how many are there? Chen Dachong cleared his throat, suppressing a smile, as he gently nudged the spoon closer to her lips. Chapter 500, Yun Kai's dedication. Though surprised, Feng Miaojun greeted him with a smile. Chapter 501, what to do in battles of experts. Speed is an indispensable element. Mastering this technique indeed allows King Yin to maximize advantages, significantly increasing the odds of victory. Chapter 502, truly troublesome. Other details have yet to be revealed. Today, as I soared over Ingong City on a crane, I observed that shops along the main street had already opened for business. She lingered in thought, gleaming and fragrant. The food was still piping hot, evidently just out of the pot. She peeled one and placed it in her mouth, savoring the delightful, sticky sweetness. Chapter 504, an unchangeable agreement. Feng Miaojun was momentarily taken aback before suddenly grasping the essence of the situation. Seizing the wine jar from the table, she hurled it with a swift motion, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! Shameless!" Chapter 505, I promise you. He evidently recalled the scene before she had bested Fu Lingxuan, where handsome men flourished in Usher City. She was the queen. As long as she desired, she could have countless subjects beneath her skirt. Chapter 506, gentle power. He was aware that the little monkey possessed a sharp memory and an even sharper sense of grievance. Chen Dachong tilted his head and remarked, "It stole something." He knew that Hu Tian would undoubtedly report the incident afterward. Chapter 507, pursuers approaching Yuhanjin, possessing considerable knowledge, was moved at this moment and declared, "Spirit liquid." When spiritual energy becomes excessively condensed, it transforms into a liquid form, known as spirit liquid. In ancient times, this continent had. Chapter 508, convergence. Those poison needles clearly flew towards his face. How did they ultimately strike his waist instead? The man was astonished. But there was no time for contemplation as he rushed to retrieve the antidote. The toxin was. Chapter 509. Struggle for Yuhanjin added. No tricks allowed. Shin Dachang's arm was injured, and at that moment, the bleeding had yet to fully cease. The little monkey tilted its head, gazing at him, hoping. Chapter 510. I am reluctant. Her profound cultivation and upright character have long been substantiated, and she bears no connection to Exine Xia, avoiding the entanglements of power and bureaucracy. Please, everyone, preserve your votes for December. I earnestly request everyone to contribute to the guaranteed votes for December. From December 29th to 31st, we will initiate a double voting event, during which each vote will count as 2. I kindly ask everyone to hold on to their monthly votes until that time. Yun would be exceedingly grateful. Chapter 511. Satisfaction guaranteed. Matters of cultivation and future prospects require careful consideration. One cannot act solely on a moment's impulse. The individual sighed and nodded. I wish to eliminate more. Chapter 512. I will not depart. Feng Miaojun extended. Chapter 513. Are you well? It has been 5 years. How could she rely on a mere? Yuhanjin truly requires such careful deliberation. Children of humble origins? Shin Dachang stood in for her. Chapter 514. Successful escape. Yun Kai interjected. This monkey is named Hu Tian. Does that not imply there should be a Hu Di as well? Feng Miaojun gave his arm a sharp twist. You should change your name to Hu. Chapter 515. Speaking of the past. This is precisely why she traveled a great distance to seek Yuhanjin. Feng Miaojun fixed her gaze upon it. Hearing Yuhanjin say, this is a treasured heirloom passed down through my family. Chapter 516. What is its true origin? Naturally, Yuzhen, being an erudite national master, would certainly not overlook such an intriguing subject. Is the queen particularly captivated by it? Feel free to indulge in it. Chapter 517. A glimmer of hope. This constitutes her privacy, and Yuzhen refrained from further probing. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, I can at least ascertain 2 matters. Firstly, the essence of blessings and curses. Chapter 518. Labor. His voice was laden with accusation. You have squandered 2 hours. Women are truly tenacious. Have you managed to win over Yuzhen yet? Not yet. She replied softly. Chapter 519. Astonishing news indeed. Yun Lai stated solemnly, it is not yet dark. This scoundrel. Feng Miaojun delivered a firm blow to him before whispering. Has someone come to knock at the door? Chapter 520. The stolen child. The audience erupted in derisive laughter. The people of Xinxia certainly possess great bravado. However, at this moment, another onlooker murmured, not all are from Xinxia, those serving the royal court and the queen. Chapter 521. The Queen's Fury. Chapter 522. The sign. Aside from the still missing royal offspring of Qianyao, everything else appears to be in order. After all, sentiment is one thing, and aspirations another. The living must continue to navigate through life. Chapter 523. Matchmaking. The state of Wei is currently preoccupied with reorganization and preparations for war. Should incidents in Qianyao escalate and affect it, they will undoubtedly exert pressure on Xinxia, demanding a swift resolution. Certainly. Here is the refined and improved version of the provided text. Chapter 524. A heavyweight moment. As he descended the stairs, he instinctively glanced in the direction of Yuhanjin. Chapter 525. Scheming in the shadows. The only person audacious enough to lay hands on her here was one. Yunsung pressed a kiss upon her cheek. Chapter 526. Turbulent undercurrents. This group had organized armed forces from Dongxi Mountain and stealthily abducted the grandson of the Xiaowang from Yanhishan Manor. In due course, when the opportunity arises, they would raise the banner of restoring the Xia kingdom. Chapter 527. Truth or Deception. Chapter 528. The Challenge. Chapter 529. The Fright Lord Lu understood that this princess was earnest-hearted and had a close relationship with Queen Xinxia. He had never intended to stir the discontent of Princess Hanyue. Merely grunting. The Queen is. Chapter 530. Restless anticipation. Lord Lu fixated on the figure of the servant carrying the lantern ahead. The rule forbidding personal servants from entering the royal palace was well established, yet he now regretted not bringing his attendant inside. Chapter 531. A grand jest. At this moment, the city of Yinzi was teeming with people, the streets congested, and the carriages moved at a sluggish pace. Lord Lu waited for an extended period without exiting the city. The carriage swayed, and the days passed. Chapter 532. Illusions. Yun Song was a formidable adversary. And most importantly, he never engaged in futile endeavors. If he truly harbored the intent to eliminate Miaojun, there would be no need for him to linger here. Nor 2. Chapter 533, the conclusion. What sort of illusion is this, capable of silencing even external sounds? Below the stage, Feng Miaojun slowly rose to her feet, speaking in a harmonious tone. The abduction of Miaojun constitutes. Shen Dachong had taken a couple of steps when, upon hearing this, he paused and scratched his head. I shall not go. Why? I have no fondness for commotion. Chapter 535, Farewell. Although this method is brutal and cruel, it is the most straightforward and effective. Feng Miaojun whispered. Even if I were to kill him, the Yao people would refrain from action for a time, yet their grievances against the new Xia. Chapter 536, Whom will you protect? She provided the address, producing a key and handing it to him, advising against entering through the window, as it would be quite unbecoming. Yun Kai was indifferent, as long as there is a place to rest comfortably. Chapter 537, Yu Huan's true decision. Having said that, she gracefully exited the dungeon. Master Lu remained seated, his paper and pen before him, the cries of his kin echoing in his ears. He understood that he. Chapter 538, One step ahead. Always ahead. That was a fabrication. Feng Miaojun shrugged. It is a decoy I placed beside Princess Hanwei. Finding a substitute for a child just over 2 years old is no simple task. Chapter 539, Master Lu's treasure. Chapter 540, The Grand Wedding of Fu Lingchuan. Feng Miaojun caressed the fragments, quietly lamenting her fortune. Master Lu has died. The means by which he acquired this item remains a mystery, yet it ultimately benefited her. Chapter 541, The Queen Can Be Willful. Feng Miaojun finally felt at ease. After the ceremony, the bride was escorted to the bridal chamber while the groom stepped out to drink. Feng Miaojun raised her glass a few more times in toasts. Chapter 542, New Policies. The only descendant of the Miao family resides in the hands of the Queen of New Xia. Thus, everyone should behave accordingly. A broader smile spread across Feng Miaojun's lips as she patted her shoulder, saying you. Chapter 543, The Abandoned Capital. In the past 6 months, New Xia has introduced a series of policies, showcasing the formidable operational capacity of the royal court. This new policy specifically targets Usher City, nestled among numerous other regulations. Chapter 544, The Temple. Reflecting on the past, this place once brimmed with an array of treasures and the ways of knowledge, a truly magnificent sight. However, as the crowd moved forward, they could only sigh, alas. Chapter 545, Doubts. After walking for an hour, visibility within the palace became utterly obscured. The guards accompanying the queen. Chapter 546, The Stone Platform. Following the fall of the Haughty Empire, countless individuals came here seeking fortune. Yet treasure seekers typically left once they found something, persistently returning time and again to scour the waters. Chapter 547, The Record of Forbidden Knowledge. Is this truly so simple? Feng Miaojun extended her hand to caress the sculpture. While an ordinary person may perceive nothing amiss, to the discerning eye of an expert, this collection of sculptures presents significant issues. Chapter 548, The Rise of New Xia. At this moment, only the state of Yin, the Taoyuan realm, and several minor nations remain in the southern land. The northern territory, more expansive than the south, harbors an even greater number of countries, including Wei, New Xia, and others from west to east. Chapter 549, The Last Moments of Serenity. His gaze appeared to devour those it fell upon. Suka dared not meet his eyes and could only lower his eyelids. Indeed, New Xia Usher. Chapter 550, The Queen's Triple Strike. Human cultivators face a lifespan limit of 200 years, while the adversary of the Yin King, Yun Lai, resides in the formidable state of Wei, which is nearly equal in strength to Yin. It remains uncertain how many years it would take to. Chapter 551, Perhaps. This matter became a source of amusement among the upper echelons of Usher society. However, the minor noble also gained from it, seizing the opportunity presented by this audience to wed his daughter into a prestigious family. Chapter 552, A Discourse on the World. The Wei army stationed here suffered heavy losses and, forced to withdraw, retreated. Upon securing Tongming Pass, the Yin forces opened a supply route to the northern territories, enabling a continuous influx. Chapter 553, There is no rush. The emaciated camel is larger than the horse, and its resources are indeed bountiful. After Yin consumed them, the nobles swiftly divided the spoils, quickly acquiring what they desired. Chapter 554. Please conduct yourself with dignity. Following Fu Lingquan's departure, the state master could no longer reside within the palace. This was the established protocol. The queen bestowed upon Yu Hanjin the position of national master, located to the south of the palace city. A journey neither too far nor too near, allowing for a glimpse of Fu Ling. Chapter 555. The trap. Upon hearing the last three words, Yu Hanjin abruptly rose, her delicate face flushed crimson. Yu Chen Dachong realized he had misspoken, his throat moving as he prepared to offer an explanation. Chapter 556. The Yin King's next move. Chapter 557. The turning point. It turned out that this contingent of the Yin army had unexpectedly appeared at the eastern region of the Wei Kingdom, at the terminus of the Kanglan Plain in the western Shaos, and subsequently launched a surprise assault from the north to the south, striking the Wei army's rear. Chapter 558. Betrayal. Although the Kanglan Plain is crisscrossed with water networks, the subterranean caves beneath the Moon God Lake connect to an entirely different body of water. This water system intersects with 3 surface rivers and countless underground streams. Chapter 559. Easy to nurture. However, the calamity of the Zhou Kingdom stemmed from the Yin army's use of the waterway. Should he ignore it, not only would he suffer disgrace, but the Yin Kingdom's reputation would also be tarnished. Surrounding. Chapter 560. Sudden incident. The distance from here to the front lines of Wei and Yin is less than 200 miles. At a military pace, even without haste, it would take no more than 4 days to arrive. The intentions of the new Xia are evident. Chapter 561. Restless. In that fleeting moment, the long-dormant Aoyu mark within her dantian suddenly stirred, followed by an overwhelming suction, akin to a great whale drawing in water, seeking to consume her spiritual energy. Chapter 563. Her decision. At this moment, even with Chen Dachong's astuteness, he could not help but exclaim in surprise, taken aback. With such profound cultivation, the master of Wei has suffered grave injuries, which attests to the ferocity of the battle at Homa Mountain. Chapter 564. The old god remains, seeking monthly votes during double points period. Today is December 29th. The double monthly voting event has commenced, where casting 1 vote counts as 2. Shuiyun earnestly beseeches everyone to vote for the master. Non-alliance leaders may only. Chapter 565. A turning point. The attitude of the new Xia towards Wei has sharply divided into 2 opposing factions. Moreover, Yu Hanjin is aware that the queen has privately made an agreement with Yun Kai. Chapter 566. Negotiation concluded. Seeking monthly votes during double points period, Princess Hanyue pouted. How do you know? From her personal standpoint, she would be more than happy if Yun Kai were to perish, for he is indeed the true culprit behind her husband's demise. However, Chapter 567. Seizing the initiative. This is sufficient. Feng Miaojun shook her head. Xiaoyan's patience has been exhausted, and the war cannot proceed without the master. If this drags on, he may have no choice but to eliminate Yun Kai in exchange. Chapter 568. A final meeting, seeking monthly votes, can. Chapter 569. An endless labyrinth. Yet, while Yun Kai's vitality begins to revive, the process is far slower than she had anticipated. Particularly, the heart within his chest resembles a bottomless pit, each thump drawing in. Chapter 570. The peculiar. Seeking monthly votes. From January 1st to 7th. The period until midnight remains a time for double monthly votes, where casting 1 vote counts as 2. Chapter 571. The world of Yun Shi turned around only after the shadows had mostly passed, trailing behind them. These entities had infiltrated Yun Ci's consciousness, not for mere sightseeing. Chapter 572. The final resistance. Not all shadowy creatures had ventured up the mountain. Feng Miaojun discovered that among every 100 shadows, at least 1 climbed out of the abyss and headed toward the cliff's edge. Chapter 573. The contest for Yun Ci. Peering through the gaps in the fence, Xiao Yun Ci's face briefly reflected fear, causing him to take 2 steps back. He recognized this individual, Feng Miaojun, perched atop a tree. Chapter 574. A critical moment. Her fingers closed around the tangible object. It turned out that the woman had teleported behind her. Feng Miaojun's strike was executed with remarkable precision, and it proved effective. Chapter 575. Xiao Yun Ci maintained a stoic expression but called out to her. Anon. The clarity of his youthful voice calling her name melted her heart, leaving her feeling. Chapter 576. The sovereign of mountains and rivers. Immediately thereafter, he turned her around and embraced her tightly, as if attempting to meld her into his very being. Chapter 577. She had no regrets. Within moments, snow began to fall from the sky, initially as fine as willow fluff, soon transforming into hefty flakes. It was cold. Feng Miaojun exhaled a breath of white mist. Chapter 578, The Hidden Secret. A thunderous cheer erupted from the surrounding crowd. The door to another room creaked open, and Xiaoyan burst out, his face alight with joy. His clothes were slightly disheveled. Yet he gazed. Chapter 579, Father. Feng Miaojun's phoenix eyes widened. You know the location of the heavenly demon seal. She had never even seen the legendary heavenly demon, yet this fellow was privy to its confinement. The Haughty Empire had pursued the demon clan for centuries. How could they allow a creature like me to infiltrate the ancestral records, tarnishing the purity of the royal bloodline? However, after Hao Minghuan assumed power, the Haughty nation. Chapter 581. Bargaining. The individual appeared weary, yawning upon their first encounter. After a sleepless night, the queen remained so spirited, truly remarkable. Suddenly. Chapter 582. The turn of events. Yun Song sighed at this point. But now, I cannot compare to you, little wealthy lady. The entirety of New Xia belonged to her. Who in this world could rival Feng Miaojun's? Chapter 583. The return of favor. Beneath the setting sun, Feng Miaojun reclined on a beautiful couch by the lake, reading amidst the gentle lapping of the water. The floral splendor along the lakeside perfectly separated her from the outside world. Chapter 584. The Deal of the Yen King. It seems that in the past, he used this object to remotely control the 19th Prince Xiaoyun, directing him to operate clandestinely in the western regions of New Xia. The surface of the water suddenly became serene, and the reflections vanished. Chapter 585. Denial. Yin Wang was taken aback. What? I said, you have mistaken the person. Feng Miaojun shrugged. I am merely the Queen of Chang'e, nothing more. Chapter 586. Playing both sides. Did Yin Song harbor such doubts as well? After all, Yin Wang cited numerous coincidences. Those unaware would find his evidence remarkably compelling. And Yun. Chapter 587. Returning to the battlefield. Suka spoke in a solemn tone. It employed refined gold on the front and back chest, abdomen, and groin, with a forging technique akin to Yun Duan. Yin Wang maintained a composed expression. Taoyuan. Chapter 588. A turn of events. With the support of the national master, the Wei army's combat strength was restored to its former level, bolstered by the exquisite armor and sharp weapons sent from Xian Xia, rendering their individual power nearly on par with the Yin people. Chapter 589. A secret meeting. Feng Miaojun reached out, deftly plucking a rose. I still have matters to attend to. Feel free, national master. Xiang Yu smiled genuinely and departed amidst the throng of admirers. Chapter 590. For the fair lady. There were no women's garments in his residence. The man above gazed intently at the enchanting scene before him, disregarding her words, and lunged forward. He was tasting the pleasures of intimacy for the first time. Chapter 591. Victorious. I understand. Chen Dachong pulled her into his embrace fiercely. Thus he deserves his fate. She had seldom witnessed Chen Dachong exude such a murderous aura. The spirit of the Yin kingdom has been thoroughly diminished, with its elite forces suffering a loss of over 400,000 soldiers, and its treasury completely depleted. It will require at least a decade to heal from these wounds. Furthermore, when one considers the strength of the Wei kingdom, it becomes evident that there exists a significant disparity between the two powers. In a moment of peril, Feng Miaojun infiltrated his consciousness to rescue his spirit from the clutches of the celestial demon. Though he felt a profound sense of gratitude, he simultaneously recognized that her mastery of soul techniques surpassed his own by a considerable margin. With a slight curl of her lips, she remarked, So, anyone around me could potentially be a celestial demon? Indeed, this was the reality. Upon hearing this, Yun Chai observed her in a daze. Naturally, Fu Lingchuan understood that a woman enraptured by love often finds herself blinded by a single leaf, rendering rational discourse futile. Feng Miaojun lowered her gaze in contemplation, and after a moment, she began to speak slowly. In the mirror, she beheld the daughter she had longed for, whose beauty had only intensified with time. Yet she could still recognize her instantly. However, the villain before her was clearly intent on using her as leverage against the girl. Pang Bai gazed at her in a daze, his expression a complex tapestry of sorrow intertwined with admiration. Regardless of the affection shared between her and Yun Chai, or the amicable relations between the Wei kingdom and the New Xia, she was determined to strategize for the long-term welfare of her nation. Though the Prince of Yin may be detestable, let us not be angered. This matter is rather simple for you. The prince waved his hand, stating that he had heard of the recent upheaval in Yang City, where the earth had convulsed, causing the populace to suffer greatly. She paused momentarily, reassuringly declaring her intent to assist her. When faced with a formidable opponent like the Prince of Yin, the queen naturally brought along her national advisor. Indeed, she intercepted him here tonight. The prince smiled, revealing a fearsome set of white teeth, and remarked that by now, she should have arrived. Without waiting for the prince to interject, she continued, explaining that the number of the celestial demon clan peaked after the cataclysm, only to dwindle annually thereafter, with the weak naturally fading away. That individual had clearly stated that the dragon phoenix staff would return to the temple, and it would arrive alongside it. With a sudden thought, he did not idle, swiftly clutching the staff as he moved forward. The latter possesses a corporeal form in reality and may appear normal. Yet upon entering this ethereal realm, one would unleash their true self, transforming into a fearsome visage. Could this all be in vain? This presents quite the dilemma. No, it should not be. After a moment of searching, the prince stood frozen, murmuring, "Where are the celestial demons? Where are they?" As she spoke, she caught a glimpse of something on the wall, illuminated by a faint glow of markings. Suddenly, a dozen flames ignited beside Feng Miaojun. Chapter 608, Communication. Su was observant, recalling that this woman had seemingly never eaten or slept in her presence. That aside, it appeared she never practiced her cultivation or took time to recuperate. Chapter 609, Night Battle. There could be no further delay, lest the people outside grow suspicious. Chapter 610, Unraveling and Counterattack. Feng Miaojun's gaze shifted, hesitant to fix her eyes upon him, pretending to continue observing the stone wall as she gradually inched closer to him. At their level, their consciousness was acutely sensitive. Chapter 611, Exit. The King of Yin furrowed his brow. Net? The Heavenly Net. This seal is named Heavenly Net, as Feng Miaojun intensified her transmission of soul power. The Heavenly Net. Chapter 612, Illusion City. The King of Yin was taken aback, followed by overwhelming joy. Was it truly here? Had he genuinely found the celestial demon? In contrast to his excitement, Feng. Chapter 613, The Truth of the Siege. After the pain, dizziness ensued, making it seem exceedingly difficult to even stand. Anyone observing would notice her soul form becoming increasingly indistinct. Chapter 614, The Fall of Efforts from the Celestial Demon. She learned that this was the guardian deity of the haughty royal family, originally bestowed by the gods, having protected Enshui City for hundreds of years, although it is the mirror of the divine. Chapter 615, Attacking the Shield with the Spear of the Sun. To fortify the barrier of Yushui City. It was unexpectedly divine power. Feng Miaojun was genuinely taken aback. In an era where the deities had long vanished and the spiritual energy of the world had waned. Chapter 616, The Truth from Another Perspective. All the celestial demons were invigorated, as they commanded the rhinoceros to spin and charge forward from 5 zhang away once more. Once, twice, thrice. Chapter 617, So it is. Such actions equate to a form of self-destruction. For an ordinary celestial demon, a single misstep could lead to obliteration, even if she were the celestial demon leader with profound control over soul energy. Chapter 618, Illusion. Feng Miaojun pressed her hand against the barrier, contemplating for a while, before setting off towards the northeast. Below, a cacophony erupted. She lowered. Chapter 619, Compromise. She paused momentarily. This must be the junction where dreams and reality converge. Dreams arise from reality, just as all things cast reflections upon the water. Chapter 620, Change. Who does not know that original parts are the best? The souls and bodies of sentient beings are inherently complementary, much like the forcible transference of souls into other bodies. Chapter 621, Each with their own methods. Unlike the usual days of awakening, her gaze was clear and penetrating, as if she could see into the depths of the human heart. You have awakened. Chapter 622, Apologies. Only the Queen of Xinxia possesses such capability. Feng Miaojun's gaze turned cold. This is your trap. For Yun Lai, when Enshui City transforms. Chapter 623, Dare you? She cannot usurp, and is instead restrained by the soul binding nail within her body. If her neck were to be snapped, she would swiftly perish, never to wreak havoc upon the world again. Chapter 624, The Final Decision. Feng Miaojun let out a soft sneer. Our lives are intertwined. Should I perish, you too shall not survive. Furthermore, whether I am your enin or not, I. Chapter 625, Turning the gun just then, a sudden gust of wind swept through, rattling the broken tiles on the eaves, producing a sharp, eerie sound akin to ghostly wails. Feng Miaojun's eyes widened abruptly. Chapter 626. Revisiting Old Hatreds. Chapter 627. Disturbing the universe. Yu Hanjin chuckled coldly, expressing disdain. They have finally seized the opportunity to stir up trouble. Within the royal court, there exists a small faction of radical ministers who seize any chance to incite. Chapter 628. The monkey delivers news. Yun Lai remarked that the celestial demon had only recently awakened, and its soul power was far from its peak. War begets hatred, resentment, fear, and sorrow. These negative emotions contribute to. Chapter 629. An inevitable course of action. It is worth noting that during the years of conflict between the state of Wei and the state of Yin, an indeterminate number of blank promissory notes have been issued to the new Xia, with more than two-thirds specifying a repayment deadline. Now new. Chapter 630. A transaction. The king of Yin raised his brow, not concealing his astonishment. He had not anticipated that the figure waiting by the mirror was not Feng Miaojun, but rather Yun Tsang. However, before her temperament underwent a significant change. Chapter 631. A sudden turn of events from thousands of miles away. The king of Yin grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Of course. I merely ask, is it worth it? As soon as his words fell, the surface of the water-moon mirror darkened. Wishing everyone a happy new year. Today, I shall visit many relatives, so I will take a day off. May everyone have a prosperous year of the pig, with all wishes fulfilled and a vibrant year ahead. Chapter 632. Subjugation. To the state of Wei? The Chancellor Wang Yuan hastily replied, 2 months ago. It was organized and stored in the warehouse, yet it remains unpacked. The last round of material collection was completed, but then the Queen suddenly. Evening update. Friends come from afar. I shall indulge in a light drink at noon. The update will be postponed until evening, provided that Shuiyun remains coherent at that time. Chapter 633. 1,000 miles to the battlefield. The soul fire is formless and intangible, thus devoid of any genuine tactile sensation. Yet, almost immediately, a tear slid down her pale cheek. The gates of the city swung open, and 1,000 soldiers streamed out in an orderly fashion, their armor gleaming, positioning themselves behind Feng Miaojun. The supplies remained within the city. Feng Miaojun gestured. At that moment, as the female specter contemplated leaping down to investigate further, Feng Miaojun halted her with a raised hand. There is no need. With that, she closed her eyes. It was not yet evening, and the sky. She grasped the mole demon and descended from the tree, advising the female specter, I shall go ahead, do not stray too close. With that, she scrutinized the mole demon's head, examining it thoroughly. Lu Ming, too, bore wounds and felt a surge of anxiety as he listened to their conversation. Unable to contain himself, he interjected, Yin Qing, take the master away first. We will cover your retreat. You act in accordance with the will of heaven. Yet even the celestial order cannot save you. He chuckled coldly, questioning whether there remained any will to resist. At this moment, Feng Miaojun stepped forward, Prince Yin. Lu Ming surveyed the surroundings, realizing that Yun Zhai had become ensnared, unable to escape. Recalling their previous deep conversation, he chose not to linger sentimentally, but instead, he clenched his teeth. Ever since she entered this realm, her soul power had gradually dissipated, merging with the surrounding air. The sky darkened. The once gentle light transformed into a somber shade. Chapter 641. The conclusion. 3. Yun Kai's expression finally shifted. His hand tightened against the wooden door, channeling his soul power, and a faint radiance emanated from the courtyard gate and fence. He was exhausting. Chapter 642. The conclusion. 4. It measured approximately 1 foot, 33 centimeters, in diameter, seemingly crafted from bronze, resembling both a cauldron and a tripod, with 3 legs at the base. More importantly, it resided within a commoner's home. Chapter 643. The conclusion. 5. Just a moment ago, it had withstood his strike, and in the next instant, it manifested an illusion? Such seamless integration, how many in this world could achieve it? Most crucially, before him. Chapter 644. The conclusion. 6. He indeed fought with utmost ferocity. Yun Kai. Chapter 645. The conclusion. 7. Chapter 646. The conclusion. 8. Compared to her life, what was a mere promise worth? 2 breaths passed. As the crowd awaited with bated breath, time moved. Chapter 647. The conclusion. 9. 2 plumes of black smoke hovered before them, revealing faces that appeared amiable, seemingly no different from ordinary people. The deeper the path of the celestial demon, the more his visage resembles that of a human. In chapter 648, the celestial demon leader beheld the gruesome state of Yun Lai's chest, and upon turning his gaze, he noticed the heart of stone resting on the altar beneath the feet of the Yin King, still oozing blood. In chapter 649, others witnessed a flurry of blades resembling falling snow, followed by the decapitation of two individuals at the Yin King's left. His profound cultivation allowed him to move with such swiftness that these two had no chance to retaliate. In chapter 650, the female specter observed her intently, suddenly exclaiming that she was burning her soul's essence. Much like Yun Lai, who sat lifelessly on the ground, Feng Miaojun's vitality was. In chapter 651, Feng Miaojun had scorched it with true fire, refined it with divine powers, and pierced it with the star sky spike, yet it remained utterly unscathed. However, the moment the pearl entered the cauldron, it inexplicably melted away, reminiscent of. In chapter 652, chapter 653, and chapter 654, the ground beneath the crowd abruptly trembled. To be precise, the mountain they stood upon shook violently, and endless rocks cascaded downwards. The deity of the realm remained silent for a few moments before disdainfully stating that celestial demons, unwelcomed by heaven and earth, dared to consider themselves akin to the beings of this world. Feng Miaojun's expression was far from humble. Chapter 655. The Grand Conclusion, 17. A great favor goes unspoken, and one must pledge oneself in return. He contemplated, stating that once this matter was resolved, we shall wed. It is fortuitous that your foster mother is also in Xinxia. Let us invite her to preside over our union. Chapter 656. Epilogue 1. Beyond the Seven Realms. Speaking of cause and effect, the cloud wall was thin. Upon passing through, it merely left a slight chill on the body, akin to traversing an ordinary cloud layer. The scenery before them did not change significantly, as Feng Miaojun. Chapter 657. Epilogue 2. Preview of new titles from the library. After Feng Miaojun and Yun Lai departed from the garden, the celestial being also rose, pushing open the crimson door to step outside. They had clearly exited through the same portal, yet the landscape beyond the door. Both new and old titles are being promoted. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you for journeying with me thus far. Shui Yun first recommends their completed work, Ning Xiao Xian Yushin Lu, which can be regarded as a prequel to Guisher Darren. Indeed, it narrates the tale of the creation of the Seven Realms. After reading Ning Xiao Xian, one will grasp many of the Easter eggs within Guisher Darren. This book is rich and captivating, though as it is Shui Yun's debut work, it may initially seem somewhat raw. However, I assure you that it progressively becomes more refined, unfolding grandly, with each subsequent chapter more enthralling than the last, making it a book that one cannot easily set aside. After all, Ning Xiao Xian Yushin Lu has been honored with the title of Annual Book of the Year by Qidian Chinese Network since 2014, a distinction awarded to only 2 books each year, assessed collectively for both male and female genres. Readers who appreciate Guisher will undoubtedly find joy in it. If you have finished reading Ning Xiao Xian, then congratulations, you may commence following the ongoing serialization of the Guide to Raising the Demon Lord, which is once again published on the Qidian Chinese Network, remaining true to the familiar fantasy genre. Shui Yun is here to narrate an even more captivating tale, guaranteed to enthrall. In the days to come, I hope for your abundant support. A new book is on the horizon, December 26, 2022. Long time no see. I have missed you dearly. Before the new year, I bring you news of a new book. Please search for After the Immortal Disappears on the Qidian app. Authored by Zhu Fengyi. Yes, this is Shui Yun's new alias, and we have launched the book on the main site. You may call me Shui Yun or Yigo. A new beginning, a new journey, new characters, and new stories await. Certainly, there will be even more exhilarating experiences. I shall be waiting for you over there, eager for a delightful conversation upon our meeting. Let us together paint a grand world anew. Wind flows amidst the waters of Yun, December 26, 2022.